the Aegis of Champions. It is a chronicle of greatness, a decade of iconic triumphs carved beneath its crest, a symbol of perseverance that drives the worthy to discover hidden depths, and a beacon of spirited battle, forged to challenge and inspire the very best, to fight for a place at the International and force a grand reckoning on Dota's biggest stage. Now, after a year of fierce matchups in all corners of the globe, hardened competitors have earned their invitations to join their counterparts in Singapore, where the final pathway to glory awaits. Here, the era of past stars has faded, and a wave of fresh talent has stormed the field. But on this proving ground, the crown is never passed onwards. It must be taken, and the remaining Titans fight to prove this is still their day. As eager fans gather around the world to witness online and live in Singapore, there's only one question left unanswered. 12 teams battle for ultimate glory. Only one can seize immortality. Who will emerge victorious? The battle begins.
Good morning and welcome to the second day of the International 11 playoffs. I hope everyone was able to recover from yesterday's madness, from yesterday's games. We are going to hopefully have another day with games that, if they even live up to the expectation a little bit, we're in for a good day. Wait a second, that's not right. Don't worry, we're all here. We gotta pay tribute, guys.
Why does mine look different?
I think
I'm calling this out. Mine looks different.
I choose not to answer that. Oh, sorry.
You guys all got the same one. I got this. He's smiling at least.
He's smiling. Guys, we got to talk about yesterday. Before we talk about yesterday, there's a lot to talk about yesterday, and if you want to join in on the conversation, make sure to do so. And you can do so on all your favorite social media channels. Of course, there's Instagram, there's Twitter, there's Facebook. It's Dota2TI for Twitter, Dota2 for Instagram, Facebook for Dota2. And of course, if you want to, well, I don't think you can buy a bear, but this is definitely a great idea for next year's secret shop, maybe with headset, something like that. But you can buy yourself some merch. The secret shop is open, Dota2.com/TI11 secret shop. The conversation of yesterday is mostly regarding the last game of the day yesterday. Of course, I'm joined by Jenkins, Effie, and Lacoste. Lacoste, you wanna start by giving your thoughts on RNG Entity?
It was an exciting game,
Yeah.
all four of us watching it from the hotel because we were done with our shift, and what a game. What a game. I mean, this is something that doesn't happen as much, but also a bit heartbroken seeing X-Noah being alone on the stage, and also the way they lost in the end. It was, 107-minute game?
Yeah, it's never been. First of all, this was the longest game on the main stage ever at the International. I want to pay huge tribute and respect to X-Noah there, being alone on the stage at TI, Effie. That is unimaginable.
It really is, and you could really feel it when that shot cut to him towards the end, and he just looked so sad. But hats off to him. That couldn't have been easy. You kind of need the support of your teammates. You need them to be there physically, not just to ease communication, but just to feel good. It is a team game after all. But hats off to RNG. That could not have been easy, playing a game that long while they were sick.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Yeah, it's brutal. It's brutal. I mean, the longest game ever on main stage, TI. Like it just, you couldn't write it like that, No. And then it's this team as well. X-Nova's just sitting there on his own. The camera zooms in on him. It's like so heartbreaking, but also like one of the coolest things that I've ever seen in esports happen. Entity is like, they could not speak in the interview afterwards and like slamming the headset down, like accidentally pausing the game. Like there was so much energy, so much emotion. Yeah, it was just what wild.
And also to notice a couple of extra records were broken that one. Most last hits by Ghost as Terrorblade, and also most sentries placed, most observers placed on the TI playoff all-time records, most Roshan kills, 8 Roshan kill. Like at that one point, you could just feel like Roshan's, they don't matter. No. Like they destroyed Aghanim's Blessing 2 or 3 times.
Yeah, they were right-clicking at a point.
But not just that, like a historic moment in Dota came afterwards, which is Somnus announced his retirement after that game. I think it was a sad thing for everybody who's been a fan of Dota. He's just one of the iconic mid laners. There are so many special moments that he brought out, and even throughout his long career, till now, he was still top 5 mid laners in the world. So that just kind of made it a little sadder than it should have been, I feel like. Too.
Yeah, and some part of me is still hoping that was an emotional outburst decision and he'll maybe come back on it. I don't know. I mean, there's a little bit of a tradition of people retiring.
Maybe he'll come back?
No, but thank you for pointing it out.
I noticed.
You know how he signed it off? He just wrote Somnus out on his blog. It felt very final. I don't know. I doubt that.
I don't know. I mean,
I'm thinking there's a chance.
There's definitely
a chance. There's a chance for sure. Yeah, I mean, we talk a lot about yesterday's last game of the day because that was indeed a historic one, and that was one for the age. I mean, everybody's going to remember that game for a very, very long time to come. But there was a lot of games played yesterday, a lot of brackets ruined. Let's take a look at some of the top plays that happened yesterday.
Chicos de Thunder Awaken, por ahora hay un smoke de la escuadra de Evil Genesis y cuidado, se van a encontrar con Sacred justamente ahí hablando de él, la BKB de Abed Sacred activa Rollo y se puede morir también Fly, Ravage utilizado, lo quiere matar a Paca, Paca se muere, Paca no me digas que te escapas, Paca se va, Paca se escapa, señores, apenas recupera un poco de HP y se puede morir Abed, cuidado por ahora que también el Raid Pack ha sido invocado por parte de este Tide Hunter, lo van a matar también al Invoker y cuidado, Artisi está con la Satanic lista, el Freezing Field por parte de esta Crystal Maiden, Paca no te mueras, otro golpe más, Paca está ahí con un monstruo que, señores, sigue avanzando este Bloodseeker y el problema ahorita es Artisi. Artisi se puede estar ahí ahora. Llévatelo, Paquitas. 1, 2, 3. Adiós. Team White, señores, a favor de Tundra.
De inocente não tem nada.
E lá em cima rolando brigas. Ayakin, falar de novo. Cadê a divisão de solos? Nem precisa agora. O pulso pulsando. Tá tancando tudo aqui. O Nisha não tem dano pra matar ele. Divisão de terra pegou na bordinha. Foi uma divisão mineira. Vai ter que voltar. Congelou o urso. Elemento importante. Ganhou um ourinho. Tchim. Abriu caixa. Pegou o dinheiro pra ele desse urso. Faith Beyond. Global. E com isso, a equipe da Secret faz.
Oh, Vitali from the air, looking, hunting. They want to find that PL, but it's not an easy ask to get it. Oh, no. My God. Homie, that was an illusion. Oh, jeez. Oh, God, that's not how it's supposed to go. Hector, he showed up now. And Beastcoast, they're just too strong.
Тот самый Сатаник, он не требует нажатия маны.
Минус Лич, скорее всего.
Минус Лич очень быстро есть байбэк. Прыжок вперед от Тимса.
Минус коллапс.
Быстро убивает коллапса. Торонто по БКБ пытается убить Тимса. Есть попадание оглушением. Тимс погибает, но вторая сторона рухнула у Спирит и Джеки. Не остановить, он с 2 ударов убивает Дипочку. Подконтроливает еще одного. Это минус и шаг. Зал прыгает, арена взрывается, бумы.
Ни у кого нет байбэков.
Спирит, чемпионы прошлого The International. Шаг для того, чтобы поехать домой.
Aparecer ali debaixo do Drairatio, mais uma granadinha para ele conseguir fugir. Drairatio, ele já gastou a BKB, mas ele consegue voltar pelo menos por enquanto para dentro da base. DJ ainda tem um ult, tá esperando ali no meio das árvores. Parece que a Gaming Gladiator acabou gastando demais. Mais um pulo agora do bom no meio de todo mundo, só que o Raven ligou a BKB. Eles estão virando agora pra cima, mas eles conseguem deletar o Raven, na verdade. Armel sendo controlado ali pelo Ace, a tumba tá no chão, mas a equipe da Gaming Gladiator mais um puxão do Bull pra cima deles. E é um team wipe a favor da equipe da Gaming Gladiators.
So being 51, they're going to try. They don't want to let this Roshan go down. Around.
Oh no, they're ending. They're ending.
Oh, they are ending. They're going for the ancient.
RNG,
they go. RNG. Can they get it done? The clip is there. They are moving back to rotate back in. This could be the play of the century as RNG. They're trying. X-Nova in big trouble. They're pure. Should drop. Meanwhile,
Somnus still going. In the meantime, Cozy's had enough. He's popping his BKBs right up to the edge, and he goes. But
No,
he's
he
going to
couldn't
drop off. He's
sunder.
gone.
He couldn't sunder.
Oh, he couldn't sunder.
是的。
哎，来了，
面他来了，
来了，
直接开起来，直接顶上来，并不带头再来一甩，但是这边是有塔防的，看看能不能拆得动呢？
要防逼第几球？
这个位置补了一手，换了波血，
拆得不够快，这波你要等对面开打再来呀。
交出了买活，草哥这边先行后撤一波。And we are now in the longest main stage game in TI history.
Пошел, Томно, второй волной. Станчики залетают, уж магазин проказ взрывается. Очень поздно пир. Выходит в разные стороны. Там Гикс сигнал для разворота, разваливает, погибает, ТПС, 107 минуты, и, похоже, придется соглашаться с поражением. Нет больше защитников у команды Royal Never Give Up. Нету больше того, кто сможет защитить эту игру. Для всего коллектива. Good game well played, друзья. Good game well played. Entity делают это на 108-й минуте с преимуществом 107 тысяч.
Whew, I know that last game, that 100-something minute game, that was the one that's going to be etched in everybody's memories, but we must not forget all the awesome games we had before that as well. The EG Thunder Awaken, Jenkins. We opened the main stage of the International in fantastic fashion.
Yeah, I mean, yesterday was just great. The gameplay was amazing. Thunder Awaken already just reaching the upper bracket is something that has never happened with a South American team. Now they're secure top 6,
correct?
Right? Which also has never happened. So this team has broken many records. And Team Secret beating LGD. We also probably didn't expect that to happen. I think most people wouldn't have. Just a lot of upsets. A lot of interesting storylines going on, and there's a lot more coming today, too.
There is, and we need to talk about something that some people might not be aware of. The group stage have a pretty big impact on the playoff bracket, of course, seeding, but also because you get the chance, if you're good enough, to choose your opponent.
Yeah, it felt like they made the wrong choices because every single one of these teams that did manage to choose their opponents in the end ended up losing those. So some of them will have a chance to do it again, but if you're in the lower bracket and you got to choose, you're not going to have a rematch.
No, here they are, Effie. We see who got to choose and who got to choose between who and who they lost to.
Yeah, I think EG choosing Thunder Awaken makes a lot of sense because they know them very well and they were feeling themselves. They probably didn't want to face against some of the other teams that they may not have been as comfortable with from scrim environments. I think they didn't expect Thunder Awaken to just play that well. I mean, Thunder Awaken were feeling themselves so hard. That was impeccable. Hikori choosing Beastcoast.
That's a bit of a
mistake
to me because
never choose Beastcoast.
Beastcoast on land, definitely a different beast, and maybe they thought, we know them from the DPC leagues. This time we have them. Didn't happen.
But also they just know them from their pub environments too. So they maybe thought that they were on a hot streak and that they would have a better chance versus Beastcoast than anything else. But Beastcoast are the gatekeepers of the lower bracket. I mean, they knock teams out all the time. So it was a little bit of a difficult one. It's kind of upsetting to see two South American teams have to face up against each other so early, but that's just the nature of this tournament.
That's just how it goes sometimes. And of course, we also saw that Fnatic was the team to choose Gaming Gladiators. And Gaming Gladiators didn't end up winning. The other team that Fnatic could have chosen was Boom. So they avoided their regional rivalry. It didn't pay off for them. But Boom, therefore, was up against the previous TI winners. They were up against Team Spirit, Jenkins. And I think that also went a little bit different than what people were expecting.
Yeah, that was also like a incredibly back and forth game between them. Boom, I think there is it is a minority of people, but it is a very vocal minority of people that were out there that were like, no, guys, like we got to pay attention to this team. Their last day of group stage was absolutely insane, and then so like when you look at the overall stats, yeah, it's one of those things that comes as unexpected, especially because obviously Team Spirit are the TI winners. But Boom is a very emotional team, as we saw in their not exit interview, but their interview yesterday, and. Yeah, they did it. I mean, they knocked out Team Spirit in some pretty ridiculous fashion. It was like we had so many comebacks yesterday
It was a close series, a close game, absolutely. We also had a chance to talk to Mira, and it was a longer interview, but just in case you missed some of the highlights of it, we have Mira here talking about his exit.
Personally, if I can speak for me, I just lost my confidence on this tournament. I wasn't sure that I can do it. I wasn't sure I'm good enough. And it was really hard to play with this mindset. So it's just bad times.
Bad times. Oh, it's heartbreaking.
Trust me, Mira, you're good enough.
Yeah.
You already showed it to the world.
He was TI winner for a reason, but that was, I mean, we're going to have a lot of those heartbreaking moments, I would imagine, but I feel like previous champion being eliminated across is a little bit of extra sadness to it.
It is, because you do have like certain expectations coming into the tournament, probably higher than the other teams, because you know you already did it once. There's a high chance you're going to do it again. But TI is brutal. Like, you know that there's going to be tears. I did experience it a long time ago. Whenever I see some of these players, you know, being emotional, I do connect with them. It's like, you know, you kind of feel the pain.
Yeah, he said in an interview right before TI, maybe it wasn't right before, but it was, you know, a bit before TI, that he was feeling a bit of that imposter syndrome. So it's unfortunate that continued into TI, because mentality is everything at TI. It's usually the teams that come together and that can withstand the pressure, that win over the teams that are just really, really good. It's like everybody here is really, really good at Dota. It's almost all psychological at this point, especially when you start getting into the main stage of the tournament.
Yeah, I remember reading about that interview, actually. And even though he won TI last year, Mira was saying that he still didn't feel like he deserved to win. He didn't feel like he was good enough to win a TI, and is still processing that entire emotion. So, I mean, I can speak for everyone when I say you are a TI winner. Everyone adores you. It's all in your head.
Yeah. It's, I mean, that's a tough thing to come to terms with, of course. Also, after just being eliminated, it makes it a little bit extra rough. But today's a fresh day. The way it goes in competition, we lose teams. Yesterday, we said goodbye to 4 teams. Today, we'll say goodbye to a couple of teams, and it won't continue on until we've got only 1 team remaining, of course. And in the meantime, you know, we just got to reset our vibes a little bit, and we've got the perfect people to do that with Slacks and Casey.
Good morning or good evening, depending on where you're watching from. We thought it would be fun, Slacks.
Yes?
Just realized you really wanted to talk, so I wanted to give you space.
No, I like it. Hi.
We thought it would be really fun to show you some of the cool mechanics of the stage, because this kind of feels a little bit like TI3 in Benaroya, where it's a little bit of an intimate, like the audience is super close to the stage. They get to see the players into the players' eyes.
But, you know, things are a little different from TI3. Things are a little different.
Highly technical.
We have some innovative new technology. Now, you might have been watching the broadcast and think to yourself, how come it doesn't take 3 hours in between games? That's because we have a new innovative tech. Ooh. All right, allow me to show you something maybe you haven't seen from home. Everybody in the arena's seen it.
Where are you going? Where are you going?
Right, that's right.
Where are you going?
I am on a rotating stage. Now, why we do this is because the team that plays next starts off in here. We get them set up. They're ready to roll. And as soon as the team is out, boom, we get this stage rotated out to the crowd, to the fans, and then we get the next game rolling. It cuts down on a lot of time, makes everything faster.
Wait, can I meet you the other? I'm going to try to meet you the other side. Ready? Go.
Okay, good luck.
Right, bye.
Thank goodness gracious. I don't know if you guys know this, but she just... Anytime she's on the camera, she says, I'm not allowed to talk. Anyway, it's a new innovative feature to make things a little bit more streamlined. But the most important part, the hypest part, is this part when the team comes out to the audience and then they shower them. Oh, baby! That's got to feel good. So a little intimate moment here. I'm coming. All right, I'll walk the rest of the way.
Oh, it already stopped. Okay.
But yeah, so pretty innovative stuff here, making sure that there's less time in between games, less technical issues, all that stuff. We'll see, I mean, the players, you know, sometimes they just eat the mices. I don't know what they do to make the games last so long,
what are you
but
talking
this is cut down on a lot, so pretty cool.
See, and look how close they are. You guys, can you feel the sweat from the players when they're playing? Does it come out? Does it come out?
Yeah. Yeah, what do the players smell like?
You can feel their spit when they speak.
And is it glorious?
Hell yeah.
We love it. Absolutely. We open our mouth. Ah! It's fantastic.
What are you doing?
I'm catching the players'
talked about
spit.
this. We said don't do that.
I like
the
that.
memes, my God, the memes. Is everybody ready?
Yeah!
I think this this crowd has had their caffeine. People are still filing in, so we thought we would treat all of you to this guy.
Yeah, thank you so much,
I'm so
guys.
sorry.
Say
again?
Small doses only.
Thank you.
Thank you
You've
for
been
the
reading my
review.
blog.
That's great. All right, anyway, crowd's hype, teams are coming in, and we're getting all the energy up for you guys, so it's going to be a fantastic day, too. Can't wait to see more of you. And back to you.
I'm so sorry.
Imagine showing up like fresh and early at the venue, and that's what you got to deal with. Small doses is maybe indeed the right way to go. It's pretty cool though, Jenkins, rotating stages.
Yeah, I mean, it's I could only imagine the players just slowly coming around. It's like, yeah, they're still slowly going. It's like, yeah, we're still excited.
No, they still walk on.
Oh, they walk on. Okay, I thought they were sitting on the. I thought they were sitting.
You know what would be much cooler if they play while it's spinning.
That would be sick. Yeah, just put one team on one side and then the other on the other.
What if you get motion sickness? Oh, that is that is a new one.
Well, then
next
they can't
year.
see each other.
Next year, guys.
Part
next
of that
year.
skill. If you're good enough, you don't get motion sickness.
That's true.
You go into
It's
one of
another,
those, like,
it's another skill needed.
Those machines they put people like pilots in. You know those
The
ones?
G-force.
The G-force.
You just
machines,
go. You just go faster and faster. Imagine RNG Entity yesterday.
Oh my god,
that would have been mad. All right, stage is awesome stuff, but you know what else is awesome stuff? Awesome stuff is what Purge is going to tell us right now.
That's right, guys. It's time for the best part of the year. The strategy developments at TI are insane. You have all these different things coming from all over the world. They come into the group stage, they test them out, and we get to see what the best stuff is. Here's the most contested heroes of the tournament so far. These are the heroes that are most picked in ban total. Marcy's on top there. We got Enigma, we got Primal Beast. Shadow Fiend is a big one right now. It came from every region basically is playing it. It's very effective. It gives lots of damage, and teams are going to have to develop their do or die strategies from here on out, so that they are ready for these popular heroes. If they mess it up, they're out. They have to pick it, or they have to ban it. We're going to keep seeing these. Here's 3 great heroes that have a ton of value right now. I think it is the Marcy, the Primal Beast, as well as Tiny. And these heroes are really powerful because they're flex picks. You can pick them early in your draft. You've got stuns on everybody, and you can pick them as a support or as a core. So you can do this switcheroo at the end of the draft to get a 1 over your opponents, potentially take some wins. That's one of the reasons that they are very powerful. But my favorite surprise streak so far is actually Crystal Maiden. She was picked 46 games during the group stage. She was only banned like 11 times, so basically just an occasional thing. And she was doing really well. The biggest fans were Tundra. They picked her 10 out of their 18 matches. Picked her huge amounts of games compared to everybody else. But there are more teams that are catching on to her value. She's very effective. Actually, yesterday, Thunder Awakened used her very effectively against EG to kite the Shadow Fiend. Shadow Fiend doesn't have much mobility, so her being able to stop him from moving around makes going in and out against him very effective. She's also great at mitigating damage. She slows attack speed by up to 75 and prevents attacking with Frostbite, assuming she doesn't die immediately. But because Shadow Fiend's popular, he's not very good at diving and killing her, so she gets to fulfill her value in a really effective way. In another match, Secret snagged as their last pick, accelerated them against the Lone Druid, lowering the bear's attack speed, preventing them from attacking and keeping their heroes alive. That was a really good performance by Secret. We even got to see Beastcoast play it against Hokori. It's streaking a bit here, so keep an eye out for those trending heroes. They're going to develop over time as things change and the strategies develop and teams are on the edge of losing. Can they find a new solution to Shadow Fiend or whatever else? Maybe Shadow Fiend will fall off. Who knows? But I think we're definitely going to see some CM today.
Thank you. I think so too. If only maybe on the ban side. Yesterday we even had a first phase ban on Crystal Maiden. First one I've seen ever on main stage as a TI. But yeah, all that's going to happen today. We're going to see Tundra, and they are probably, as Purge mentioned, going to pick Crystal Maiden. What else are we going to see today? Is a great question. Glad you asked it. We have the schedule for today ready. We've got 4 series coming your way today. We're going to kick things off with 2 series in the upper bracket. Tundra and OG. This is indeed the only team left that got to choose their opponent. Tundra chose OG. We'll see if they'll follow suit with the other teams that chose their opponent. Aster versus Liquid in the upper bracket after that as well. After that, we are moving to the lower bracket. E.g. Beastcoast.LGD. Boom. Jenkins, what do you want to talk about first?
Oh God, there's a lot. I will say first and foremost, Crystal Maiden. This is Owie's doing. He brought the scourge upon us and the tournament. But E.g. Beastcoast, come on. We have to talk about this one. This is...
For the memes.
it's just depressing. Like, either way, like, I'm going to be sad because Beastcoast, they got EG into TI this year. And then the previous year, EG got Beastcoast into TI. So they're kind of brothers. They're linked. Their souls are linked now. And we were just talking about it all day yesterday. It's like, please do not allow for this to be what has to happen. But we're here. We're here. Hokori went down. EG went down. So we end up where one of these two has to betray each other and sacrifice the other.
I mean, K1 said that he did it for Artezi.
Artezi.
Will he defeat Artezi today, or will he sympathize?
There's going to be emotions that both of these teams are going to need to control, and I think sympathy is needs to be dialed back to 0. They need to become bloodthirsty. And Beastcoast in the lower bracket, that's what they are. They are the Grim Reapers of the lower bracket.
Yep, they were the Grim Reapers of the lower bracket in the, what was it, the Ana Major? It was Beastcoast that they were the Grim Reaper at the previous major, the Arlington major.
Yeah, they did eliminate Fnatic and Virtus.Pro, securing EG's spot at TI via DPC points.
Yeah.
And that double sucked for Virtus.Pro as well because they were so close to making it TI. Fnatic beat them by half a point, I believe. That was the calculation towards the end. So that's got to hurt for both teams there.
Yeah, for Artezi. Betrayal between brothers. This is a very dramatic, but it is what it feels like because we got the Americas. You know, of course, since 2017 they've been separated, but still very closely related, of course.
Yeah, the thing is EG going to be in group stage form today? Yesterday, they did look a little off. I think Thunder Awaken played incredibly, but I think EG were a little bit different than the EG we were used to seeing, simply because in all of the group stage, it felt like there was heavy emphasis on securing Nightfall's lane, and he would just completely stomp the enemy carry. Whereas yesterday, the last 2 games that they played, they just went for these really
he got owned
off
in lane.
Yeah, they went for this like off, I don't even know what I would describe it as, off the pattern type of offlane duo in both Crit and Nightfall. So they could bring it back today. Who knows?
They could indeed. Also want to point out, we did see Artezi tweet, do I have to shave my head?
Will we see it?
Will we see it? Because that's, I mean, we saw someone who shaved their head lose yesterday in Fnatic.
And win. And
win against EG as well. So we'll see what the meta is regarding that for sure once they get on their cams. Today, we already mentioned him earlier today, is going to be a big impact for AY and coaches in general. We want to talk a little bit about the coaches because it's so important to have a good coach, a lot of experience that can guide you through all the madness, especially, I would imagine, Lacoste during group stages.
Absolutely. I mean, he's one of the coaches that comes to my mind when we talk about trying to break the game, trying to find something to abuse in the game where, like, it's just going to feel very OP at the time. And he's also a high MMR coach. He did bring a lot of work ethics to Tundra as a team. They're very hardworking people. And just having a coach that can like play and always search for new stuff in the game is exactly what you need.
The cool thing about Aoi is that he just looks at ideas for like what the idea is rather than who it's coming from. So, like, for example, I showed him recently a like hard camp pull that you can do on Radiant, and like we like broke it down together. And it's like I'm terrible Jenkins, and he's still like looking at the stuff that I'm showing him, and because it could help him. And he does the same thing. Like he plays his 5 stacks with his friends that are like low MMR, but people spam heroes. People figure things out in the game, and if it's broken, it doesn't matter what MMR you are. It's something that they can use. And Tundra has the boots thing on 33, using boots to get to the secret shop, then selling the boots to place wards. That's the sort of stuff that this team innovates with, and a lot of that comes from Aoi.
And the thing about Aoi is he likes to break it down to a science instead of just, for him to translate his ideas to become very technical. I remember him talking about lane theory a long time ago before it was discovered, because most people know things like, okay, some lanes are longer than others, and there are things that you have to do. And this was many, many years ago. I remember watching his stream,
he knew, man. He knew.
He just talked about it in terms of theorizing, and he just made everything so individual and specific and made it sound like it came out of a textbook. So to me, I just call AUI a Dota encyclopedia. That's really what he feels like sometimes. So really, he's a great addition to Tundra. But all of the coaches that we just saw on that graphic are all incredible. They all do so much for their team. And the teams that didn't come into TI with a coach, Hokori, I think, didn't play with a coach this TI, you can kind of see that impact as it comes down to main stage. We saw it last year as well with the Lions.
Oh, there it is. It is the horn, and that means the Dota will soon be upon us. First will be upon us. It's time for the players. Here comes OG, ready to take the stage for the first time here. Main event. We got ourselves a team that won the Stockholm Major, and they are here with their full roster up against a team they're very familiar with. It is Team Tundra. And this team, Tundra Esports, coming first in their group. They have chosen their opponents today, and they are looking for revenge. That's right, there is so much revenge to be had, Effie.
Yeah, so this is really interesting because a lot of people may look at it as, why are they picking OG? Didn't OG have a fantastic year, winning LAN event, majors, just doing so well in the DPC? But that is not the case for Tundra. If you guys recall, Tundra topped their group in the Stockholm Major. They went 11-1. Everyone thought they would take the whole thing, but they got knocked out in the lower bracket finals by OG. So there's definitely a little bit of salt there. And in terms of the DPC performances, in all 3 tours, Tundra actually have the advantage over OG. So OG beat them 2-0, I believe, in Tour 2, but in Tour 1 and Tour 3, Tundra 2-0'd OG when they were in major winning form. So, I mean, Tundra are out for blood here. They're out for revenge.
And also one thing to note, it's like Skeeter during the DPC, he talked about Tundra on land, acting like a bunch of heralds. These are his words, but you know, they had some really good results. They got second at Dubai land, they got third at the Stockholm Major, but still, like right now, I want to see how this is going to influence them. Like the first game, if they manage to win the first game here against the OG, I think that's going to give them a big boost of confidence.
The thing about Tundra is when they're on and when they are playing well, they are one of the funnest teams to watch in Dota because they are so innovative with the ideas that they bring. Their offlane player in 33 always has something cooking in terms of hero picks and how he plays the maps. You always see him hiding in some tree line, trying to make a play, cutting some waves.
Oh, yeah.
One time I saw him drag 3 waves on Bristleback, minute 10, and just like get a radiance so quickly. It's very, very interesting how he plays. And of course, when you talk about Tundra, you have to talk about 9, the unusual hero player.
Yeah, he just plays weird stuff. Like, the thing with this team is even when they're like not performing, which, you know, like first half of Tour 2, I think they underperformed and then they ended up bringing it back in the second half. People still look at them for what they're doing because every other pro player is just like, okay, well, this team maybe as a team, they're having some issues, but they still innovate, you know. You still want to copy the Earth Spirit mid and the buying boots and going to the secret shop and buying a quelling blade on a support and cutting these trees to get wraparound plays. Like, yeah, they're just such an innovative, smart team.
But also, Tundra is buffed right now because I don't know if you guys realize the pattern, but every time a new patch comes out, that's when Tundra plays best. For the last year and a half, they were always on top of the new patches. And yes, maybe this patch before TI wasn't that enormous, but it was still enough to give Tundra that advantage just based on the Dota mines that they have that we talked about in AUI, in 33. So I'm sure this is going to be a really good series.
Yeah, let's talk a little bit more about OG. Of course, the opponents of Team Tundra today, OG has done very well this season, but they haven't done so always with the same roster. Oh, they didn't change their roster. That wasn't the problem. They had some visa issues, but it's been a while since they've been with the full 5.
Yeah, I mean, they did attend every single LAN this year, getting the experience for the players. These are new, young players, so definitely what they needed to be able to compete with the others. And for them, it felt like they just did it so quickly. Usually it takes time, but for them, they just gel together so quickly. And yeah, you can tell, even without having a full squad, they're so good at adjusting to what they have, playing with Seb and Chu, and just still being able to dominate.
Yeah, it's going to be a fantastic series for sure, and a fantastic draft coming your way right now.
OG versus Tundra Esports. Game 1.
That's right, the two Western powerhouses of OG and Tundra are both matching up against each other here. And while they may be coming from the same region, we've got two very different styles, right, Quinn?
Yeah, I think OG's a team that picks very much spellcasting heroes. They pick the stuff they like. They're a very specific drafting team, whereas OG are like Tundra are the biggest like lane fiend nerds. Pull this wave, drag that, buy that. Yeah. They're like Giga if you can try hard about it.
I think these are two teams. If you're not studying the itemization that these players have done over the last year, you're not studying the itemization of Dota right now. I mean, you talk about the masterminds behind these teams too, Aoi, Seb, Ju, like these guys are the itemization kings of Dota in my opinion. Yeah. You look at what Tundra brings to the table, you look at what OG brings to the table, they play around with their timings, they play around all five of them coming online at the same time, hitting the power spike, ending that game, and drilling it into your Aegis. You have to be ready for this matchup.
Now, the draft is going to be coming in soon, but what is your guys' early anticipation? Any standout heroes? I mean, we saw Perch earlier with the breakdown. He was talking about the Crystal Maiden. That seemed to be very important for Tundra. They've had great success with it. Anything else?
I mean, I think this series will be pretty different than a lot of the other series in the tournament. That I think both of these teams aren't ones who typically like stick super strict to the meta. I think they sort of pick their own things. I could see SF get like much more ignored than usual, or just not really cared about that much. I could see Primal not cared about that much, except for maybe mid for Tundra. I think there's a lot of heroes like Doom potentially that we see more priority on than usual.
Yeah. All right, well, we already have our draft underway. First couple of bans are going to be coming out soon. But, I mean, just talking about the story between these two teams before we see the bans, these are two teams who have gone back and forth all season long. We heard Effie talk about their history. I think one of the interesting notes is that the only time they matched up against LAN was Stockholm Major. They matched up against each other in groups, and that Tundra did manage to get a 2-0 there.
Yeah, the LAN didn't go exactly that way either, right? I think this OG squad, maybe it's the organization, maybe it's the players, it's probably a combination of both. It feels like they are always somehow the underdogs. Every year they come in, they have more rings, more LAN wins. This team has multiple, they have a major win this year, and somehow they're still the underdogs. I don't get it. I don't know how they do it.
They trick people, you know? They trick people into thinking, oh, look at that, OG. They're like, okay, yeah, you like that Crystal Maiden? We'll take it for ourselves. First pick.
That's the way to do it.
This first phase is actually ridiculous. These bans, like, if you looked at it from any other series, you would have felt like they random all the bans. But these teams specifically just don't care about meta. There's just a hoodwink first phase ban at TA. There's a bottom. It's crazy.
These are two teams who definitely have been trying to set their own meta, especially in the first phase. I mean, the two most contested or prioritized supports for these two teams is the Crystal Maiden for Tundra and Oracle for OG. Yeah, like, is anybody else playing these heroes? Is anybody else playing for Oracle in this tournament? Probably not, right? And it sets up for a really weird phase. And now we're seeing Mirana come out. You know, something about Tundra yesterday, AUI was in the chat, and he said that Snaking got that Crimson Mirana drop.
Oh, that's right. I remember that.
And I said, oh, we're going to see a Snaking Mirana tomorrow. And lo and behold, first phase Mirana coming out for Tundra. Not a hero they have played a huge amount this tournament. And honestly, it can be a weird hero for them, because I like to think of Tundra as this five-man ball team behind 33's hero, right? Yeah. 33's on an initiator like a Doom or something like that. They play that way, but generally he's on a Brood, a Visage, a Beast, a Lycan. Yeah. Heroes that Mirana can be weird with because you lack the stuns. It kind of falls to 9 to pick up something like an OD or a Tiny from mid. Maybe they're flexing his Tiny to mid.
So for another team, there would be a lot of flexibility here. Like Secret, they would have the possibility of running like an off-lane Mirana, right, for resolution. But it sounds like to me, Avery and Quinn, you're saying that like that's probably not likely just because it's not really a 33 hero, right?
I mean, I think it is possible it's actually a pot of mid. There were several pubs that 9 had played the pot of mid. I imagine they scrim with it some as well. I think that is sort of this 9 hero. He buys, some Glip Flop. Yeah. He shoots some arrows. I think that's something 9 could pull out. I
think this 8 pick is really interesting. Whenever a draft goes weird like this, their 8 pick becomes much less about like you've structured everything and more about like reading the situation, like what do your players feel, like what makes sense in sort of hero combinations. And they pick this Ember with the CM. I think it's something that BZM is really comfortable on. And you have like they love this long range spell damage. This Crystal Nova, the Bull is from long range. I'm sure they're going to pick much more poke. You can maybe see Dark Willows or things like that later down the line. I think that's like a sort of the theme that OG likes for like a lot of their drafts.
I mean, it's one way to use this Crystal Maiden hero. There's a reason OG stole it from Tundra here. There's a reason Tundra has had such a high win rate with it. This hero is one of the ultimate poke heroes in the fight. She can get a bit tankier now in the meta. You build a 4-staff, you build a drum, you have these fluffy hats built in. Suddenly you're 1700 HP. You combine that with a Wraith Pact or a pipe that comes out from your offlaner, and suddenly you have to dive deep against Crystal Maiden, who's supposed to be a squishy backliner. Yeah. And it takes you a lot longer to kill her, and all of a sudden it's really annoying.
She pops her ultimate, gets all that armor, makes herself a target. You have to go in and stun her.
Like Quinn's saying, combine it with something like an Ember that's going in, you're already getting nuked down, you're already getting chained, and then you still have to dive further to catch this backline. It becomes very annoying very quickly.
Yeah, it's a pretty interesting dynamic. I mean, OG is a team who doesn't typically buy this Wraith Pact item because Amar is generally more of a carry type player, so they'll end up with a lot of lineups that just have like 5 heroes with spells, and nobody's there's not this like defensive sort of ball lineup. Whereas Tundra, I think, is a team that will check all the boxes by 1 drum, 1 veil, 1 Wraith Pact. We go down 1 AC, we go down the line, and we have all the items, and we sort of play in this ball and play very structured. We hit the guy that's closest to us. We don't like move too far out. I mean,
honestly, I feel like this opener is a very anti-Tundra opener in saying we're going to let a lot of that zoo through. They're not banning Visage. They're not banning Beast. They're not banning these heroes that can up the tempo, push the towers, ball up. They already have Maiden and Ember who can go a Maelstrom build, give you extra AoE, push the lanes out quickly. Crystal Maiden drafts in general, you get the extra mana, a lot more nukage on the map. You're going to stall that lane push into the objective taking. This is a scenario where does Tundra really want to go into those Visage Beast types heroes second phase for 33? They're leaving the Brood in as well, which is something we saw first phase ban versus Tundra a lot of this group stage. And when they got it, I mean, 33 is an absolute monster on that hero, right?
Yeah.
So OG is fully aware of what they're leaving in the pool right now, and they have to be thinking about it. I think the only real Amar answers to that huge summons coming out have been Sand King.
Yeah, I mean, you see the Timbersaw and the Pangolier ban, which are, two of like the biggest anti-zoo. I mean, I think that approach from OG is pretty cool and something you maybe have to take against Tundra. Like when a team has all these random scary offlane picks, like most meta teams do. There's all this random zoo and all this crap, and if you just sort of leave it all and you have responses, or you, like Avery said, you structure the beginning of your draft to be like very sound against it. I think that's a pretty good way to play against them because you don't have to worry about all this garbage. You just like pick a well-rounded lineup that works for you that happens to be good against the general stuff they like.
Now, do you guys think that Tundra, is it possible that they swerve it all, or do they stick with what they're strongest with and just say, okay, you guys are going to try and beat it, but you see it coming, but we're going to run with it anyway? I feel like Tundra is that kind of team, right?
Yeah, I don't know if Tundra are much for swerving. I think they typically stay straight on the road, follow the traffic lines. We're buying that Wraith Pact whether you like it or not.
Yeah, okay.
Yes.
AUI is definitely a law-abiding citizen, that's for certain.
Most certainly.
I'm trying to think of what OG wants in the second phase, because these bans, again, we're talking about they don't have to ban the Zoo. They're opting to ban Ursa, Lifestealer. These are like very specific carry matchups. It's also perhaps targeting Skeeter's hero pool, because he has paid a pretty small hero pool this tournament. And we're talking about, Lifestealer, the Ursa, the Naga. The Naga especially, OG has to be thinking about it. Again, this opener is another opener that's great against the Naga down the road. Like, they're already blocking a lot of these big heroes that Tundra wants, which might be why we're seeing this Mirana come out earlier. Maybe Tundra is going to be the one to swerve and just say, we're just going to take the fight to you. I think they still want this Wraith Pact hero for 33. There's no Doom in the pool. All right, that to me seems like a 9 Tusk.
Yeah, that does look like a Tusk mid.
That's what I'm feeling. If I see Tusk on Tundra, I feel like 9 is, he's going to click it no matter what. And, even if he's not supposed to play it, he's just going to click it first.
So doesn't this lock down our heroes? Aren't we kind of set then at this point in time that 30
It does look like Netta is playing bottom.
Yeah. So
maybe. Or that Crimson Snake King Mirana, he wanted the bust.
I mean, okay, so if Snake King's playing that Mirana, just 5 Mirana, you think he'd make that work? It's not a big deal.
5 Mirana is a very specific hero.
To be honest, I think this might, I mean, we talked about sort of the lane nerdiness. I think this might have been something they considered in draft practice. I think whenever you have two teams that have such specific heroes like this, you can sort of pin down a lot of like, like heroes that people might like. They probably understand the CM very well. Maybe they have some idea about having this kill potential on the CM in lane. They have tossback. They have this like avalanche into arrow. Like it's really scary for CM to play this lane. If she's playing his pot and finding, like that's a terrifying lane. And potentially they're just trying to feed off this Misha CM and just sort of snowball things. Because Ned is a player who, if you give him a lot of gold, he can play any hero.
All right, Avery, you brought up this 4-position Oracle. Why are we doing this? What is the theory here?
Well, this could be a 4 Oracle, be a 4 Crystal Maiden. We don't know. I mean, it could be anything.
Yeah.
So one of the things about OG is they have 3 of the cores who get the most farmed all together of any team in the world. I think we're used to that by now. They're the ultimate tri-core team to some degree. 3 carries, unless you have a Marsan King, it's probably still building carry, So one of the things OG has to figure out in these metas, there's the Sand King. One of the things OG has to figure out in some of these metas is how do you balance that with utility, right? How do you balance it with stuns? How do you balance it with utility? And in some of their past tournaments we've seen, there's a reason Seb at Stockholm was playing Wind Rangers and Shakers to give them the long range stuns for the damage to go in. There's a reason at this tournament their supports have been healers, double 4-staff buyers, Glimmer Cape, right? Like rush the utility to bring your Tri-Core online in those mid-game fights. Sand King or some of these utility heroes for Amar is another way to do that. And so to me, this OG draft is this is super anti-Tundra. It's like we're not going to get too greedy. We're going to make sure we have the sustain, the lane shove, the AoE to take the early tower defense fights. I like this approach. Like this is a very hard draft to skirmish into.
And I just want to point out, like, that means if Taiga has to take a step back, right?
Yes.
Like, in order to enable the rest of his cores. And that's kind of that's something that he has had to do for this team, both inside and outside of the game, right? He has had to put himself more as a captain. He's had to be more sacrificial in order to enable, all the new guys.
Yeah, I think that's a role that he's definitely slid into. You see in the past, he plays, Rubik every game, plays Enigma every game. And I think more recently, you're seeing Oracle, you're seeing, these random 4s with low net worth, like Avery said, buying 4 staffs, stuff like this. I think this Slark pick is very cute. I think it sort of goes back a bit to Tundra being a super laning team. I think you have this Slark +1. If you play the lane really well, the Sankey can be very vulnerable. And if things start getting out of control, this Slark hero, he's running around at night. I think while OG does have a lot of sort of defensive capabilities, their heroes also are very similar in terms of the way they deal damage. It's a lot of magic damage that's sort of very static. It doesn't scale very hard. So if you fall a little bit behind, suddenly your heroes aren't able to connect together as much. And there's just Slark running around at nighttime, diffusing people, burning your mana. Like things can get kind of scary in terms of the way OG deals damage.
I mean, OG's going to need a big physical hero here out in the last phase. And they're banning the Beast, so they're still a little worried about this last Zoo didn't come out. I mean, this Tuskar, if it ends up being core, looks like a great core Tuskar game. This is something where 9 will go Blink Deso and just destroy these back. Like, you're going to one-shot these heroes, right? There is no armor on this OG side right now until we're talking 3rd item Shivas on Ember or something way down the road. So I'm a little worried about OG being able to defend against the early physical and come out here. If it's a core Mirana, right, you can go early. Diffusal, you can just go into Falcon Blade. Man, I don't know, whatever you want to go on core Mirana these days, who knows, right? But you have the tag team to buff it up. And this Tusk pick seems really good right now. This is a hero that annihilates these squishy backliners. They don't have the best frontline against it. I don't know if there's a frontliner OG can get to help solve this problem from the carry role. Yuragi can play some of these, like these Lone Druid type heroes in the past. Morphling is another one that you can go in and tank a bunch. Gives you the armor here.
Yeah, it also shifts some dynamics in that you get this Ags at some point, and you go from having all these backliners to, wow, now suddenly you have a fish of your own who's jumping all over the place, and you get more vision from this. Slark's going to lose a lot of damage, a lot of that scary kill threat on some of these backline heroes. Maybe you have this, Morphling suddenly who's just leaping around like a crazy person, and it's hard for Tusk to go on him, and you give some space for your Oracle and CM to play, some space for your Sanking to look for stuns. It opens things up a little bit.
There's OD, though.
There is the Decorator.
Tundra loves this OD as a Morphling counter. They have picked it every time. You rush that, you go Midas into Ags. 9 has annihilated games on this hero. I feel like this is a snap OD pick for Tundra here. They get a save for the Sand King initiation. You get Astrals for this Oracle long-term fight. You can do very well versus the Ember mid. This is a matchup that people historically liked. I think it should be fine now with the Astral and the Orb buffs.
Yeah.
I'm surprised they didn't ban it. They opted for the Beast and Enigma bans. I can understand those. That lane can be terrifying for Morphling.
It's going to be a real big test. How much do they elevate 33 in his pick and his style, and they stick with what 33 is best with. They do not go for what you were saying was potentially giving 9 the game-winning hero. They stick with 33. They stick with the formula that has gotten them here and gotten them so far in previous tournaments.
I mean, 9 just wanted that Tuskar. He wanted it too bad.
Yeah.
But I think Visage was the other hero I'm considering just because you have to play it into this early CM Ember Spirit. There's this Sand King, but at the same time, you can destroy the positioning from Oracle in the fights. It is a 4 Oracle, so taking him out removes a decent chunk of the net worth and sustain from OG's side. And Morphling doesn't punish this hero too hard on lane. I feel like you can get out of it a lot of times. And I mean, it's Tundra. It wouldn't be Tundra without a Wraith Pack buyer. Wraith Pack by BZ.
All memes aside, it's a really good Wraith Pack game, and they didn't have somebody to buy it yet. And you need to buy the item. It's a really good item right now.
I think just look at it, Ember Spirit Sand King. It's like I'm salivating for a Wraith Pack.
Oh yeah, the Wraith Pack pipe is going to be deadly here for OG for a huge portion of this game. Because again, their only real physical scaling is on this Morphling until we're talking about Ember super late game.
Sure.
You're fighting in a Wraith Pack pipe or Wraith Pack AC, which is the other build he's gone on this Visage. It's going to be hard to contest the Roshan or the early towers once this Visage comes online. So I would say the name of the game is try and slow them down on lanes as much as possible.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. If you're saying this timing of Pipe Wraith Pact is deadly, and we also identified Tundra as a big lane winning team, that feels like this could turn into a nasty snowball of a game.
Yeah, I can definitely see this CM versus Visage dynamic going both ways. CM wants to spam you down. Now suddenly Visage has a bazillion Soul Assumption stacks, and you get gone on and you just explode instantly. And suddenly this Visage is getting 6 early, your Morphling's getting kicked out. I think OG needs to be really tight in this early game to not just suddenly there's birds everywhere and there's a Walrus Man, and you're just getting run over.
The deadly Walrus Man.
It's going to be all kinds of zoo here for Tundra with a Walrus Man, a fish, a bunch of birds, and even whatever Marana is riding. But our game number 1 of Tundra versus OG is about to get underway. Avery, we were talking before about some of the stories coming into this matchup.
Oh, yeah.
And there is a pretty interesting one here for Tundra, right?
I mean, if you go back 10 years ago, that's a long time in Dota terms. Snaking used to play on an old team called Team Dignitas way back in the day. And you know that Team Dignitas? It had AUI on it. It had another good compatriot in Universe on it.
Yep.
It had our good friend Fogged on it.
Of course.
And I remember when I picked up Snaking for VGJ, Snaking told me, I feel like since those 10 years ago, no, it was 8 then, but
sure.
Those 10 years ago, all my friends I used to play with went on to do great things. AUI and Universe went on to win a TI.
Yeah, that's
Fog, Giga, Chad, Caster, OD, what can you do? And I think back to that story because to me, this is the TI where Snake King is now leading the team. He is captain. He has grown over 10 years.
Yep.
And, Fog's watching backstage. Howie's watching from literally behind him. Universe probably watching from home.
His living room.
What's the worst?
I think it's his year to kind of prove hey,
Very cool of you.
I'm going to live up to the legacy that you guys set and actually achieve the dream that I saw all of you go that passed me by to a degree. It's a bit of a Bible thump story. I'm not trying to tear.
I mean, you're setting up because if he does manage to beat OG here, I mean, he's already achieved so much at that point in time that OG is one of the scariest teams to be able to match up. You can get that momentum, being able to beat them in the upper bracket. Who knows how far Tundra can go? I mean, that's a great story just because Snaking, from everything that I've heard about him, he's gone through some teams and stuff, and I've heard that he's can be a little bit hard to work with. But the one thing I've never heard is that he never lacks when it comes to hard work.
No.
He is there day in, day out.
This match has literally been 10 years in the making for him.
Yeah.
I mean that literally. This guy has grinded Dota for 10 years, and you're going up against a team that is, in some ways, brand new. This is an OG debut squad. It's kind of like experience and the veteranship that Snake can bring to his team versus this fresh energy and idea creation and all of that OG is known for and has destroyed people with for the year. Yeah. To me, that creates an interesting back dynamic to this game that is I'm very excited to see how it pans out.
And on the other side, we have somebody from OG who definitely not quite the same length of the story when it comes to Snake Kings, but Misha, I mean, he went through 12 different teams before he finally ended up on that OG roster, as a coach, and now he's there as a player and stuff. It took a while. He was grinding through. You go through his history, it's 2 months here, 2 months there. He was just grinding through the Eastern European scene, and he finally has found a home. And look at the success he's gotten. I mean, he was obviously going through that many teams that quickly, he obviously was not complacent, right? He was obviously just searching for the team that could win him TI. And, well, he's found a place here, and they've already had a great amount of success this season, and it would be a damn shame to head to the lower bracket now. But let's get into it. Pause is done, and we are into it. OG versus Tundra, game 1.
Look at the early itemization here. 33 going for that Blight Orb. An aggressive build on this Visage. Sometimes we see the early Blade or just early stats for extra last hitting, but it tells me Tundra wants to fight on this lane, try and abuse the squishy support, and if it's Oracle or Maiden up there early, and just trade for the kills. We'll see if it pays off. Soxa doing some early ward checking. Got the Windlace up already.
It's crazy how many small items he has queued up in his quick buy. Like, just, there's a Mango, there's a Clarity, there's a Tango. Like, they're ready for this lane. I think something that Tundra does in lanes that very few other teams do is in their off lane, they won't just we're either pulling waves or not pulling waves. Like, they'll do it randomly in the middle of the lane. Oh, it's 2.5 minutes. Let's pull a wave here for this specific reason. And people aren't used to reacting to that type of thing because they do it in very specific situations. So suddenly the other team does the wrong thing with the wave, and the wave's by Tundra's tower, and now you're like, we can't lane anymore. I think these types of little sneaky things, they're super aware of.
I mean, this Tundra offlane is one of the ultimate lane.
Yeah, they're really
disruption teams. You don't know where the waves are. There's a wave by your tier 3. There's another one by their tier 2. You're like, am I even in the lane anymore? Or is the lane in the Roshan pit? It's just so annoying to play against. It makes everything you think about what's happening in the lane get thrown off.
Yeah, and you can also, potentially a team like OG, a younger team, this is their first time at TI for a lot of them. Suddenly you're out of your comfort zone. There's, you're laning in the river, and things can be a little bit, maybe that throws them off more than it would throw off another team.
Normally I would agree, Quinn, but if I've learned anything about OG this year, their comfort zone is quite literally the entire world. Nothing happens. In fact, I think the more you throw this team off, the more they get in zone. Like, if you think you're tilting Amar and he's buybacking early, now he just goes 20-0, right? How many times have we seen this?
Many times. We talked about that quite a bit, the question of whether or not you should shut down Amar, because it just seems like if you do shut him down, he comes back with a vengeance. We're currently watching the matchup of 9 versus BZM. We see the top lane of Yuragi and Misha in that Morphling lane. We said the lanes are super important here to keep Tundra from being able to snowball. So what are the things we're looking for when it comes to these side lanes in particular?
I mean, the lane equilibrium already disrupted top for Tundra. It's a great sign for them. They just want this lane back so the Visage plus melee hero can go to work, especially if they get level 2 and level 3 fast. This Misha Maiden already got nuked down really hard. And this is kind of a bad sign. You don't want this lane shoved out so fast for Crystal Maiden. She kind of wants to wear you down over the course of that shove out and get the kill at the end. Yeah. And that bottom lane, it's a similar story. OG wants this lane back for the Sand King so he can farm. Tundra wants to keep it up so Snake King can play the lane with the right clicks. Equilibrium super important for these two side lanes early on.
You said it, Quinn. It looks like Tundra have already identified we're going to abuse this Crystal Maiden lane. We're going to try and go for those kills. I mean, they're going for it without a nuke on Soxa. They were just throwing the tree at him and hoping to get 33 to maxed out stacks.
I feel like Misha's going to die here.
Oh, yeah.
He is very slow, very low. You have the Blight Orb on top of these tree hits. Very scary lane for this Crystal Maiden, and you do not want to feed the first blood to this Visage. It is the one way you're going to power up as early game the most.
Yeah, I mean, you can see the CS bottom lane as well, and the HP levels. This lane, since they opted to put the bottom 5, you don't have as much kill threat in this lane. A bottom Slark is very much chipping you down, abusing right clicks, abusing like individual skill in the CS. And I could definitely see a world where if Tundra plays as well, suddenly Sand King's low HP, can't come up to the wave, is essentially, oh my goodness.
Ooh, that was a lot of damage. Skeeter actually getting super low. That's it. Amar picks up the first blood.
Wow, that was a crucial mistake from Skitter, staying up a little bit too long while Sand King's getting the pull off, feeds that kill away. Now suddenly Amar, 700 gold, he's going to have plenty HP, plenty regen. Yeah. Totally changes the trajectory of this lane.
I mean, that's huge for them. This is if OG can pick a hero to have a good early lane, it's probably the Sand King, because normally this hero gets abused. So if he's getting accelerated, it's even better for them. I mean, that was that lane getting pushed deep, right? You get the caustics, you get that burrow, equilibrium. Winning OG one of these side lanes at least.
Quinn, talk to me about this mid matchup, because you're a bit of an expert. I mean, you also have a enemy mid that you play up against quite a bit, and Gunner, who also plays the mid tusk all the time. Yeah, we're gonna watch Taiga actually. Looks like he's gonna be chased down here. Snaking. Oh, the double high ground hit.
That was the crimson item. That was the crimson.
It was the cosmetic pay to win right there.
Damn straight.
Radiant's bottom tower.
But yeah, talk to me about Tusk versus Ember.
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting that 9 picked Tusk into Ember. I think for a lot of people, they'd be pretty happy playing Ember into the Tusk because he just can't kill you ever. And Tusk is a hero that thrives off of early kills, early momentum. So it's kind of interesting that 9 picked that. I mean, 9 is a player with a very specific hero pool. But I think both sides will farm early, but it's one of these lanes where the Tusk needs to get stuff done other places because at some point you're going to start getting slighted infinitely and you'll have a way to deal with that regen, right? You can't really punish the Ember back. He's going to sit there and keep pressing this stupid button on you. You lose all your HP. And so Tusk is sort of on a timer in that regard. Like you see the CS is very even, but you can already see the slight starting to add up. Once level 5 comes around, level 7, it sort of becomes uninhabitable for Tusk.
I mean, you think he's just going to rotate super early this game, or do you just take it and get what you can? I mean, obviously the Tusk game plan is they probably don't care about this lane too much, right? Whenever you pick mid Tusk, lanes, whatever, it's about getting into the mid game where he's going to one-shot the back line. But do you try and force these early rotations to make up for this lane being a bad matchup?
Yeah, I mean, a lot of that depends on how this top lane goes. I think that's where you're really happy to have a player like Netta in the offlane because your offlane is doing pretty well right now. You can look at the CS, Morphling very, very low, not doing the greatest in CS chart. Because if Morphling's having a good lane, it's pretty hard for this Tusk to go top. But now Morphling, he's getting a little bit low. Maybe Visage gets a 6 faster. Maybe suddenly Tusk, comes up here and tears the game open.
I mean, talking about that, you're getting doubled up on Morphling. It's pretty bad. Another Burrow Strike fight.
Yeah, Sandstorm doing some work. Snaking's going to hop out of it to be able to finish off Taiga. Should be no problems there. And you can see the strength of the Slark is building up now against this Sand King. He has no options here. He's going to be blocked up. He does manage to pick up the bounty rune, yes, but it's all but inevitable. He's going to go for the Burrow Strike, perhaps to the other side of the cliff, but he gets hit by the snowball first before he could get the jump away. 2 kills in the bottom lane for Tundra, making up a bit for that first blood.
That's better than a bounty rune in my book. I'll take it. You also get the permanent essence shift agility on Slark because he got the last hit, so true. Skeeter's gonna be happy about that one.
Yeah, I mean, also some time where the Slark gets to sit in lane for free. The faster you get to the 6, the scarier it is for Sand King, who's now suddenly the Sandstorm chip damage, like Slark doesn't care. He'll run into it, he'll hit you a bunch, he'll take a bunch of that damage, and he'll reset. And suddenly, on Sand King, you'll have a way to regenerate that HP. The lane can start to get a bit dicey. Maybe Tusk comes there and ganks you and kills you, and you have to, it can get very hairy very quickly.
So maybe the most important thing was the experience that he got out of those kills.
I think it was a really big deal.
That's definitely huge. I mean, it's also about this Verona doesn't want to sit down here and leech his XP forever, right? At some point, she wants to go roam, play around the Tusk, play around the Visage, who's having a very good early game. Let the Slark get the solo XP, push him up to the level 6 fast, where he will abuse the Sand King on his own. This game is going to come down to these rune fights, 6 and 8. 6-1's coming up right now. Sox on top, Snaking to the bottom. They want to deny this Ember the rune. They will.
Invis for the Tiny. He's going to sneak away into the night, pick up the bounty rune while he's there as well. And we'll see whether or not, do they have vision of the Invis rune? Is it possible that he sneaks up on the Morphling here?
He might sneak up on his courier.
Yeah, that's actually what's really going to happen here. Bye-bye, courier.
Mildly annoying. I mean, despite the CS and, maybe the Morphling's HP levels, his net worth is, pretty on par with Visage. The scary thing about this lane, though, is that it only gets worse for Morphling. Once you get to 6, suddenly the dynamic changes, and Visage just keeps on you. You're morphing down, your armor's going lower, he keeps on you, your armor's going lower, and you can sort of get, kicked out of this lane, potentially dive. That's super high HP.
I mean, I think 33's had an amazing lane stage this game.
Yeah.
Like, this is a hero that can get super abused. That's ideally what you want, but he's already just to level 6, 0 deaths. Higher CS than the Morph. I mean, I don't think Yuragi sat on this lane, but if you're 33, you're super happy. Because again, you are the core of these Tundra lineups. You want to get that Wraith Pact and the auras online. The faster you do, the faster you're enabling everybody else in the type of game Tundra wants to play.
Yeah, I mean, you also know as this Visage that pretty soon there's a Walrus coming your way, and there's this tower dive, and it's pretty scary for this Morphling. We'll see how much they try to react to this when it happens.
I wouldn't be surprised to see 9 just make that move with the Visage 6. Like, help him kick him out if they feel like they need the help to kick him out. Because again, like you said, I don't think he wants to just keep sitting mid against these slights.
Yeah, but you can see him squirming and dragging.
They're trying it up, but the burst damage is actually not even close, thanks to, in part, the raindrop that he had. So, Yuragi will go full agility, try and get back some HP where he can. 8-minute rune is coming up. Amar is actually in the neighborhood. Maybe OG is going to put some serious effort here. 9 is going to be chased down by the 2 supports. BZM hoping to catch up and get a slight.
He's going to go for it.
He's going to go for it with the remnants and a little bit more. They got the fairy fire. Here comes Arrow. Nice shot from Snake King. Beautiful play by him. Snake King, longtime Mirana player. Going all the way back to bottom. He's been playing this hero for quite some time. It's a little bit new on the 5 position, but he has some history for sure.
I mean, if you're going to play 5 Mirana, You better hit your damn arrows, son. That's all I know. If you miss those, your impact goes down incredibly. But definitely bailed out his tusk there. Huge play. He'll waste some Ember's time as well. Another arrow. 2 for 2 that I've seen.
Already good start.
Probably missed 5 early, but we won't count those.
Oh, they get the pounce. Here comes the rotation from 9. Shows up. And, well, we were talking about which of the side lanes are we going to be targeting here at the Tusk, because we know he's going to rotate around. Choosing to shut down Amar a little bit. Do you think that's a player preference or about the hero?
I think it might even be just based on the situation and Netta making the call. If you look at top lane, like, it doesn't really look like he needs the gank here. The Morphling's already left the lane. Netta doing some wave dragging shenanigans as expected. The tower is taking damage. These creeps, no one's getting the XP here. You know, maybe he calls, yo, you don't need to come top. Morph already left. I can come up by myself, you know, and sure. 9 makes the smart play, gets the quick kill bottom. Now suddenly you've got pressure in all the lanes instead of just top.
Yeah, 4-1. Tundra up by 1,000 net worth early.
I mean, the big power play for me is going to be OG's supports cannot drag their cores into the game, right? These are backline supports with heals and nukes. The upside is once your cores come online, OG supports come online as well. That's why they're trying to get this blink on Amar. He's going to do some ancient
Got the
farming.
epicenter. He's going to throw it out here. He's going to do some ancient farming right under the nose of Tundra, apparently, while Taiga is going to be chased down by 9 here. No hope to be able to save him. Amar popped the healing salve underneath this sandstorm, while the rest of Tundra trying to get the last hits.
Got a sentry, it seems.
Nice trying to hold the aggro out of the sandstorm here. Oh, got them both.
Very nicely played, and he gets a little bit of damage. Now they see him. Oh, the pounce barely off the mark. And Bro strikes over to the side, and now PCM is here to be able to help him out. Amar just on the sliver of HP, but they can't quite see him. They're going to be able to kill Skeeter as well. PCM to the rescue, and now 9 may be the 3rd pickup as OG. Oh, beautiful shards. BZM doesn't quite have a lot of mana. Does he have enough to be able to jump over to the other side? His slide is not going to be good enough. He has plenty of remnants, but the mana is the real issue. They fed him some mangoes, not good enough.
Great play for OG. I mean, you were talking about enabling the Sand King, getting him to blink. If Sand King dies and you lose that stack, you're absolutely screwed going into this mid game. Now they have a very good fighting chance to get the Sand King online, push towards this Maelstrom on Ember, who again, who's having the best game in this game right now? It's BZM.
Yeah, he is very farmed. I mean, you can...
Uh-oh, nice shot. Burst down Amar with the help of the birds. They'll keep that chain stun going. Snake King, even though he missed that arrow earlier. Lands recovery 1, gets another kill on Amar. Continuing to shut him down bottom of all the cores right now.
Yeah, I mean, it's such clutch play from Snake King, honestly. Going there and not letting the Snake King, you know, sit in the trees and sit there and defend forever because you don't have detection. Snake King immediately up there has 2 sentries, puts sneaky one in the trees. Amar doesn't expect it, goes down. Like, that's really painful. You're 800 away from this blink. You already farmed your ancient stack. Like, where are you going to get this gold from? There's more pressure from Tundra coming. Your mid tower is under attack soon. Your heroes are under attack. Your triangle. And the Snake King can't really contribute.
You have to weather the storm here. You have to do it through this Ember, too. Like, OG needs to fight through this Ember Spear right now. Ideally, keep this mid tower alive as long as they can. There's going to be some move to collapse on it, likely coming out from Tundra here in the next 5 minutes or so.
And shutting down the Sand King holding that top tower does also speed up your mid rotation.
You don't want to let him sit up there and just delay the game. You want to have this Visage be able to progress through the objectives he wants to do. Maybe a little triangle farm on the menu as well, and I mean, he is really farmed. This is going to be a fast raid pack.
And that's probably what, once he gets that raid pack, then we're trying to take down that mid tower, right?
I think there's some move that can come out, either to the jungles, you can go triangle. You want to use it to get the 5-man going.
That was so greedy. He really tried to hold it for 9, but ultimately Soxa did have to pick it up.
Pretty clutch from Soxa to click it there at the end and not like hope 9 got it. Like that was pretty clutch. I mean, I think I would
have left it for you though.
I appreciate that.
You know, otherwise you were going to yell at me after the game.
Let's keep that off broadcast. Thank you.
Power runes, man.
I mean, I think what Netta's doing here is something that is pretty cute and like something Faith Beyond's done in the past, but occasionally on these offlaners that can farm ancients, if you don't feel like you have the ability to go mid for whatever reason, maybe OG has too many heroes there, you rescind a little bit, you farm the ancients, you get your pot on this level 7, now suddenly, you know, have this little bit stronger time, maybe a minute later, and I think that's something that Tundra is more willing to do than a lot of other teams, who maybe lose a little bit of focus, maybe they force this mid push a bit too much, waste some time, and now suddenly their economy gets hurt a lot, and OG, you know, starts to creep back a little bit.
I mean, this is the Slark Diffusal. We're on a level 7. Amar's just channeling.
Yeah, he's... Ooh, okay. Snowball. They're going to go for Misha here. Amar still trying to set up. Good save from Taiga. The Crystal Maiden's still eventually going to die. And look at that. Soxa gets a really nice toss back onto the Oracle as well. Taiga does what he can, but ultimately he's just going to be throwing damage around before he eventually dies and gives another stack over to Skeeter.
Man, the amount of pump fakes from Amar. I thought he knew that smoke was coming. I was like, oh my,
seriously.
how does he know? But I think they were just, again, anticipating this mid move. They had the Sand King blink. They had the Ember Maelstrom.
Has fallen.
Maybe Tundra's a little too fast, caught him off guard, and that mid tower going down is really going to open up the map here. It's going to open up the Roche down the line more as well. They didn't get the fight. I think that's the fight that OG wanted more than anything, right? Like, you want to be able to take that fight with the blink, with the Maelstrom around that tier 1 that can protect your supports. Instead, you just get collapsed on. Now, where's your next opportunity to fight? Now you got to kind of play the map, make an aggressive move of your own. This is a nice move. It connects.
Soxa just throws the tiny, does what he can, but he is going to be the victim of this smoke. But what is OG going to do with that? Support pick off doesn't necessarily mean you can put pressure on the mid tower or anything.
Oh, they wanted Slark or Tusk out of that move.
Very cute.
That is a very Tusk thing.
First the punch, then the high five.
I can't kill you, but I'm going to sit here and annoy you. I'm going to cast my spells. You're going to be mildly irritated. But there's more coming now, and yeah, I mean, the map being small like this, OG's heroes, they can only really kill you out of support.
Oh, they surprised him, but the Strength Morph went off just in time, and now that is actually baited 9 into death here because OG actually brought the full party here. Everybody but Amar is hanging out in this Radiant jungle.
Yeah, a bit rushed from Tundra. To be honest, I'm surprised they're not pushing things a little bit more. The Slark having the Diffusal Blade.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Good sentry laid out, spotted Skeeter.
He knows.
He actually thought maybe there was a ward or something to be able to deal with the sentry in time.
Master tier Slark carrying his own sentries. That's how you know someone's a Slark player.
I mean, nowadays, Slarks are incentivized to do it. Find those wards, they're worth so much.
Was it his sentry, though, or did someone else buy it for him? Because there's a difference.
No, surely he bought it because he wants the bounty for it.
He bought it. Oh, no, he planted it. I can't see. GG.
Looking for Amar again.
Oh, sneaking in from behind. Soxa's going to be able to get the toss back, and they land the pounce immediately afterwards. Burrow strike in a second, but he can't get it off in time. That pounce just lasted too long, and the TP had to be canceled, so this is a free tower push.
Yeah, pretty cool adaptation from Tundra. They're not staying up there in the top lane, sort of keeping it pushed in after 9 died up there, and they say, okay, that's fine. Snake, you can stay there. We're going to go across the map with the rest of the heroes. We're not afraid. You know, our cores don't need to farm. We're going to connect them. We're going to fight with them. We don't need our supports to be in every move. So Snake's just sort of chilling up there, and the cores go down and take this tower. They pressure the Sand King, and then suddenly maybe your main woods are under threat, or you have to waste a glyph on this tier 2 bottom, and then you have the next tier 2. Yeah, so there's the glyph.
That's a unique aspect of Mirana as a support, right? It kind of functions like those hoodwinks or something, because he could be up there and probably won't die because of his mobility. Well, Soxa, well, he doesn't have the same kind of options, and once again will be victim of OG's aggression. They're immediately going to smoke up afterwards here, but it was underneath the high ground ward. Yeah,
he's going to break it.
9. Good job there. Breaking a bit of the smoke. OG, they know they've been spotted, but yeah, they're still going to go for that mid tower regardless.
It's low. There's a glyph here.
Free pick off on Misha, but here's going to be the jump in from BCM. He's getting caught by the birds, perhaps. The Morphling cut out of mana. Immediately go for Sand King, gets burned out of all this mana. They land the pounce there as well, and 33 is full health. Here comes the Epicenter, and Misha with a great ultimate as well. The arrow! It stops the Epicenter. No chance for Amar. A toss back from Soxa. What a hit with the avalanche shots combination, bringing everybody low, and Tundra just got to clean through the OG heroes.
Oh man, what an arrow to stop that Epicenter. So much damage negated in the fight. OG cannot clean it up. I'm not sure they were going to be close with that Wraith Pack down and Hood already on this Visage, but absolute disaster. BZM just getting his mana burn on the jump too. He just remnants straight into birds, and Skeeter sitting there like, oh, you did the pounce for me, son. Just drains all his mana, gets the stacks up. Tundra cannot ask for a better fight. And I was about to say, this game has felt very reactionary from OG in terms of being very patient, waiting for the fights, the right ones they want to take. The aggressive smoke moves I think are just hard for them this game.
Yeah, but you can see very good positioning from Tundra in this fight. It's rare you see a full duration CM ult and they lose the fight. Like, they just left him alone. He pressed the CM ult and they just said, fine, do it. And they walked away and they fought on the other outer ridge. And you see, CM, she doesn't really do that much in this fight. There's not much she can do. Tundra, really, really nice positioning. It's fine. In crazy toss back.
Yeah, that was beautiful. Landing that combination on 3 different heroes. Fight that was like the last nail in the coffin right there. OG, I mean, this just, you're talking about how they really set the tempo of this game. It just feels like they are very uncomfortable. This does I wouldn't imagine, like, if you took away the logos and everything, I just wouldn't think this is OG.
Radiant's bottom tower
Yeah, I mean, that's, sorry, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
I mean, thank you. I think that smoke just felt very pressured. Like, you see the way Ember Remnant's in there. Like, it's very, like, we're losing. We need to make something happen. I need to catch a guy.
Pounce immediately afterwards. Manta trying to dodge a little bit of damage. She does manage to get the slight jump away just in time. The Pounce faded, but 9 is just able to go for the next hero. Taiga, he was there to try and help out BZM and may have been able to do something, but does cost him his own life and apparently cost him their tier 2 top tower as well. Things are getting very dark indeed for OG in this game 1.
The lead's going to build here. The one thing about OG is this team is very good at stalling games. Like, they understand that they are a very strong late game team. Between the 3 cores synergizing in late game fights with the net worth they can bring out. I've seen them take fights from 20k down like it was nothing. The thing they have to keep in mind is you're playing against a Slark Mirana lineup. So one, you have this Moonlight that can move people around very fast, set up a lot easier. You cannot sentry everywhere on the map, especially these deep side lanes you want to split push. And then Slark is going to run around and kill all your vision. It just makes it even harder on top of that as well. So while I think OG has the heroes to split push this game out and take a later game fight with the Ember timings, I think there's also a lot of tools on Tundra's side to shut that down and just destroy the vision. And we're already seeing it. Like, you just got up some deep, dire wards, but Skeeter's running through here and he's pinging it. And he's literally just pinging, hey guys, check around the area, get some freebies.
Yeah, I mean, they may get these wards, but I think OG not that unhappy with the way the map is being split right now. You see them run all the way down bottom, Tundra reacts, and OG's already up in top lane buying some time. Like, you know, the gold lead, since they got the Aegis, not really changed very much.
Thanks, Jeff. That was rather bold. Anything for that extra frostbite, I guess. You just walked in melee range to the birds on that one, and Tundra's like, okay, we are already planning on pressuring some more. Ooh, Amar? Saksa really trying to force this by going behind. It does set up Amar for the opportunity. The epicenter for the Avalanche actually went out there and stalled things out, and with the Morphling already dead, there goes all your damage. Tundra, they're just way too big.
I mean, where's your damage going to come from? You already have full Wraith Pack type on this Visit.
Sand King does literally no damage at that point.
You do nothing. I think if Sand King channels all of his spells and connects them on everybody, you're doing like 500 damage. And they sit there and go, what's up? You know, on top of that, you still have Aegis on the Slark. I don't think you can take these fights. I don't even think OG should really be trying to take these fights. I don't think it's possible. Even if 99% of your theory goes right. I think you have to split push this map. Maybe if you do that, your win probability isn't as high as taking that tier 2 fight. I can understand why they feel like maybe there's an opening, but this is just a rough spot to be in. And now Skeeter, with the Mirana ult, nice little synergy, finding the freebies.
Quick kill on Misha, no problem.
Yeah, I mean, this comes back to, I mean, we talked about the heroes and the fact that OG's damage very, very similar, and suddenly this Wraith Pack pipe comes out, you're looking at the heroes and you're like, wow, we can't kill anyone. And when you're in that state where you're just dodging and you're just sliding around the map, it's all on the other team to mess up because they have all the power in the world. They can kill you and you can't kill them, and suddenly they're just squeezing you in, you're getting squeezed and squeezed and squeezed, and suddenly you have no net worth and they just throw on you.
I agree. This map is entirely Tundra's control, and like we saw earlier, they're just farming it up everywhere. I mean, Skeeter's just going into the whole team alone.
Finds an opening here. Taiga not going to be hit by the arrow, but still hit by that extra pounce. He's going to have a little bit of help here. Does, of course, have the Aegis, so it's perfectly fine for Skeeter to be super aggressive here. After all, he's setting up the rest of the team to come in from behind. Nice block in there with the shards. He's going to set up an arrow. That's going to land onto Taiga. They're going to leave their supports behind. OG full bailing out once again. They do not have the firepower to win team fights. They cannot win 5-on-5. So as soon as Tundra shows up in force, they have to retreat.
This is high ground. This is Glyph for sure. I think Tundra just stays around it. Are you afraid of any sort of 5-on-5 at this point? No, you have all the auras. You have the drum on Snake King. He has Force Staff as well. All the Visage auras that we talked about. You have BKB on your Tusk. This is such a huge power spike in 20 minutes of the game.
What can OG do? They're literally just helpless. They're watching their buildings die. I think if Tundra went top, which, I mean, they're probably going to play it safe and farm a little more gold, wait for the right jump, but, I mean, there's the drum, the Force Staff, the Wraith Pack, the pipe, like, they've got all the Tundra items, and they're running it down your throat.
Nice. Good toss back. I mean, he just has so many setups, right? If you toss him straight up in the air, it would have been an arrow. He tosses him over the Skeeter to allow the pounce to land. Tips start coming out. Snake King, I mean, Amar, no impact, no idea. He has not had a whole lot of fun in this Sand King game, and I think so much of the story of this game comes back to the draft and where we were talking about how they were preemptively setting up for Tundra's like zoo stuff and how they drafted a certain way specifically, and it seems to have put OG out of their own comfort zone. I mean, Amar does not look like Amar right now.
Sand King is a very hit or miss hero. Like when he hits and he starts snowballing, he is super strong. But when he
misses, it's real
hard.
Struggle.
I mean, he's behind Veil. How many times have we seen Amar buy Veil in his career, you know? This is not the item I think he would ideally like to be buying this deep into the game. But they are just searching for any sort of extra damage at this point.
Yeah, you can see your ult.
Oh, up with the punch, the snowball, the arrow coming in as well. The shrink morph is doing its work, but now they've got the pounce, and that's going to be good enough. Misha, freezing field, but he just dies too damn quickly. BCM is going to be locked down. Amar goes through, hits the pro strike, only onto one. They're focusing on 33, but he is super tanky, and Skeeter is completely uncontested. One by one, he will just knock down these heroes, take away their agility, and that is it. OG. Well, GG out. This is no contest. Tundra, 26-7 in this game one. This had to have been a hell of a confidence boost here on the main stage of TI.
I feel like Tundra got to run their playbook exactly how they want to. And I think one of the big things about that draft in that game is OG knew that the zoo was coming, right? They left it in the bands. You know they can always pick this Visage at any point and flex all the other heroes to wherever they want to flex them, you know, usual. So you know this Wraith Pack pipe is coming. You know this is Tundra's game, but they had a huge amount of magical AoE, and I think if they're ahead out of the early game, you can take those early tower defenses and take the aggressive smokes to Tundra. But that lane phase, again, like Quinn's talking about, it's hard to outlane this team to such a degree that you're in that spot to begin with.
Yeah, I mean, they're just on the back foot this entire game. You can feel this pressure from this Visage. Like, if you just looked at top lane alone, it's just so scary. Your Morphling's getting kicked out by this one hero, you know, and you really just don't want that to happen, especially when it's Netta. He's buying these items. Like, you can just feel the push coming, and what are you going to do?
Yeah, they didn't even need to bring the Tusk up there to force him out.
Yeah.
We were thinking, oh, they have to bring 9 up here to force the Morph out. The Visage is so strong, he has such an early 6, he just kicked him to the jungle himself. Yep. You're in trouble now. Amar has to go up there to defend the tower. He gets arrowed by Snaking with his Crimson, and what are you going to do?
You know what Tundra is going to do, but you have to be able to find a way to be able to address it here in this series, and maybe our panel has some good ideas about that.
I'm going to find out, Cap, Quinn, and SPG. Thank you so much. That was a very dominant performance in the opening game of the series, Tundra versus OG. And at some point, when watching the games, I was like, why does this Morphling not have anything? Why did that Morphling not have anything?
I mean, it's the laning stage. They were. Yeah, sorry, it's my fault that they lost. No, it's this position 490 that did like. I thought the hero was gonna fall off a little bit after the recent changes, but then people figured out, you know, we're gonna take the 3 grab level 1 and be able to.
You can lane.
Yeah, you can actually lane. You're not. Yeah. You don't need to use as much mana as you did before. We went for Toss and the Avalanche, and also Visage, super strong laner. Like Morphling, you need to be very careful how you're gonna approach. And one thing I always liked about 33 as a player is all the small items that he buys. Like he's just gonna buy every possible small item in the lane to be able to just win that lane and snowball, because he knows that most of the time he's playing those zoo heroes and will give them momentum.
Yeah. Honestly, I'm just so impressed that a team with a position 5 Murano won so convincingly, right? Because I feel like this hero in the hands of another team in the first phase as the hard support would not have looked like that. So also an incredibly impressive performance from Snaking. He was hitting the arrows without any setup. There was that really cool epicenter cancel in the bottom jungle fight where he basically just won the fight for his team. So really good stuff coming out there. It was just, for me, I could simplify this game to a very simple concept, which is the only anti-zoo hero, or the hero they were dependent on entirely on the side of OG to kind of stabilize them and fight back in this game for them, was the Sand King. And Tundra just focused all of their early game resources, all of their rotations to going down to Sand King's lane, killing Amar over and over and chasing him into the triangle at minute 8. And sure, maybe they got a return kill or 2, but it just was not enough. That Sand King didn't come online early enough, and Visage was just able to take the entire map.
I totally agree. That's the exact thing that I was looking at as well. I don't know if it's a Sand King thing or if it's an Amar thing that Tundra was looking to punish, but the way that OG likes to play Amar on this Sand King is they stack Ancients for him, they stack the hard camp for him, and he plays as a carry, farming those stacks to get his Blink Dagger. So they contested the Ancients, and he was so salty about that he epied them the Ancients while Tundra was there contesting it. And then
I don't care, I hit creeps.
Exactly.
Amar right there.
then he goes for the recovery play of sitting in the safe lane and defending the tower for as long as possible to get the blink, which is what you do on Sand King 2, get the blink usually if you don't have ancient stacks. And Snake King was there already with the sentry. So it's like Tundra was just like, okay, if we punish Amar with this Sand King strategy, don't let him get the blink dagger, we're going to snowball on them. And they did. They were right.
Yeah, they also focused, Tundra focused on Amar in the ban phase as well to make sure that there was not really that
Give
many.
Give him the Sand King, punish it.
Sand King is like, okay, we can deal with the Sand King, maybe you don't want to face the Razor, the Timber, or the Mars, just remove those, and you got a manageable Amar hero, which is not always an easy thing to do, but it felt like Tundra had a very easy game. Do want to also take it back a little bit to the draft, because we did open with a Crystal Maiden Ember on the side of OG Lacoste, and that's fairly unusual, first of all, to have Crystal Maiden first pick, but also instantly with that Ember, it didn't feel like that really had a big impact for them in that game.
Definitely not. I mean, if you just look at the win rate of the certain heroes, like Crystal Maiden, yeah, she's really up there, but the Ember Spirit, like this hero always pops up when the games like really matter, and I feel like he tends to underperform as a hero. I don't think it's specific to like players playing it, because it's BZM, he definitely knows how to play the hero. It's just something about the hero at the moment that doesn't feel as good to play. Like other spirits definitely feel much better.
I think Quinn pointed something out during the game that was pretty interesting about like Ember versus Tusk, and the fact that if the game is kind of like stagnant and both teams are just farming, Ember sits in a lane and just constantly sleight of fist whoever's there, and then pushes the creep wave out too now, because the hero damage and the creep damage is the same. So that's really beneficial for Ember to be playing in a stagnant game, and Tundra did not give that to them. They were constantly contesting, constantly running in and taking the farm from the other jungle and not their own. So it's like a game like that just doesn't favor Ember, and I think the reason we see a trend that Ember falls off around TI is because there's a lot of 5-manning and running around in aggression at TI.
Yeah, it is back to the drawing board for OG, of course, after that first game. Gives us a little bit of a breather as well, and we're going to have an extra bit of a breather with Slacks and Casey.
Oh, I don't know about a breather. Dude.
Hey guys, how's it going?
Hello. So Slacks had a really good idea for a bit, but before you explain it, I have to draw.
All right, go ahead.
I have to draw attention to something.
Yeah?
Did you pee your pants?
No, I'm not a little pee-pee boy. I was watching the game and I got excited. I didn't think it would be such a stomp. Real excited. No, I did a Dota capitalist, and wanted the water bottle deal. It was a bad move, but it's exciting over here. Very humid as well.
Yeah, so we thought it would be cool to talk to the people sitting in these two seats.
These two seats. Now, you guys at home might not know how close the audience is to the stage. I am literally walking on it. This is illegal. Don't do this, you people in the crowd. But you are this close, yet no one has decided to take what I call the Thunderdome seats. These mother suckers, you can almost touch a pro player. It's incredible.
Please don't touch them.
Don't touch them. No, they have many diseases. But at the end, anyway, we thought we would find the two biggest fans in the arena for OG and Tundra, and they don't have to sit here. Don't worry. I forgot about the bit. We weren't supposed to tell them about that, but don't worry about it. All right, I'm going to go find a Tundra fan, all right? Okay. Where's a Tundra fan? Oh, we got him, Bill. Oh, boy. Yeah? These boys seem excited. Hello? Hello? Hello. Can you name one person on Tundra?
9.
Okay, all right. Actually, Tundra fan?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
I watch every match.
Really? What do you like so much about Tundra?
9.
Okay, thank you. Very creative. In fact, the jersey, right?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, Tundra. Okay, real fan right there.
It's the jersey he wear on J-Storm. It's his jersey.
This is actually his jersey. His skin was in this.
Yes, his sweat.
How did you know that? How did you get your hands on this?
I will show you 9's older brother.
Oh!
Hello, guys.
What do you think about your younger bro?
I don't know. I'm sitting here right now, so I think he reached the first step of his dream.
Oh, okay. Well, that's beautiful. Thank you.
Yeah, and I can be here too. It's very funny.
All right, this is getting too emotional for me. Get your ass up. We're going to put you in the front right here, my friend. Wow, the biggest Thunder fan. Whack it up. Get to your seat.
Okay, we got to play fair here. Now we need to get the biggest OG fan in the house. Oh, wow. You're all huge fans.
Guys,
over here.
Fairweather fans, my God.
Your scarf is upside down. Otherwise, it looks great. Can you turn it up? Excuse me. Pardon me.
Oh, yeah.
No, get out of my way.
Run, Casey.
Get out of my... Oh, excuse me.
That's
Pardon me. Excuse me. Pardon me. Excuse me. Pardon me. Sorry. Excuse me. Pardon me. Excuse me. Pardon me. Pardon me. Excuse me. Sir, your name?
Lindsay.
And how long have you been a big OG fan?
Since the beginning, since Monkey Business.
What do you think about this squad's chances this year?
I think they have a lot of talent. You know, they might be a bit nervous, they're a bit young, but I think they can persevere and they can really get going.
Think we're going to push it to a game 3?
Definitely.
All right. Are you willing to sit next to a fan of not OG? Because you're sitting by all OG.
Yeah, let's bring it.
Come on!
Give it up, OG lovers!
Come on up here. Watch your step. Oh my God, you're taller than I thought. I turned around like, let's go. Oh, hello. Jeez. All right. Okay.
All right. International friendship.
All right. Sit down. Sit down. Can we see a friendly handshake?
Now don't move for the rest of the day. You two are standing right here. All right. Look at that. The community coming together, being BFFs.
I'm sorry for this whole crowd. I picked the tallest man to sit in the front seat. We will. Can you scooch down? Just thank you.
There you go. Hell yeah.
All right. Who's ready to see this go to game 3? See? All right. We'll see if that can happen.
Absolutely. Might go to game 2 though. We're gonna find out soon. Back to you guys.
Thank you very much. Tall people problems by being in the front indeed can relate. Let's talk about what adjustments we need to see if we want to get that game 3, because I think there's a lot of fans, regardless of whether you're cheering for Tundra or OG, you want to see that third game. And Effie, adjustments, where are you starting?
I think for the most part, if you're going to let this Visage through or one of these Zoo heroes through, you need to have more than just one solution. OG's draft really did fall apart when their Sand King couldn't have a game, so I don't think it was a matter of OG not playing well. I do think that in the first 10 minutes of that game, there were a little bit of moves that OG could have done differently, but first and foremost, just don't give Tundra their comfort, and you'll be in a much better situation already, right? We've seen all of these teams target ban 33's hero pool over and over. Just do it. It's fine. You know, forget about the Crystal Maiden.
Yeah, because his hero pool at this tournament really is not that big. I believe he played 6 heroes only so far. So that's bannable. The whole hero pool that hit
You've got 6 bans.
You do have, yeah.
Simple.
The math checks out.
They're pretty much all Zoo heroes, too.
Actually, you got 7 bans, so you get 1 extra.
And also something I want to see for OG to a bit different in the second game is do not play Foracle. When I say Foracle, for Oracle, I want to see Taiga playing something different, you know, something that can play a bit more aggressive in your face, because they were like sitting back quite a lot. Having Crystal Maiden, Oracle, sure, these things, 2 heroes are really good when you're ahead, but when you're playing from behind, the game gets very, very, very difficult.
It's pretty crazy if you compare Crystal Maiden, Oracle on one side, Jenkins, and on the other side you got Tiny Mirana. And something doesn't add up there.
Yeah, I mean, I think for the whole year, we watched a lot of Western EU DPC, and Taiga, we always said Taiga was the reason OG could play so greedy on their 3 cores, and that he just does so much in all of the lanes. And so, yeah, we'll hope to see that again here.
The thing is, I don't think that the Oracle is a problem in general. I think OG have found something very cool for themselves, where they've found a 4 that can both be defensive but also be offensive, given that his lane goes well, right? Oracle can actually bust out a serious amount of damage at level 7, and they tend to pair him with any kind of stunning offlaner like Tidehunter or Sand King. It just went so badly for them that it started to look terrible, right? So I'm not saying that OG need to change the way that they do things for their own drafts, but kind of change what they're playing against. Just make sure you don't have a Zoo that can go out of control. We've seen a lot of times in these LAN tournaments, specifically the non-DPC Riyadh Masters, when 33's hero pool got, he wasn't there actually, but in one of the tournaments, I can't remember which one, it was one of the majors, I believe, Arlington, when 33 got target banned in almost every single game in the groups, they just were not winning games.
Yeah, Yeah, he is a key component to the roster and to the draft for sure, as we know with all the different zoo heroes, as an example, that he can play for sure. I want to also give some extra credit. Of course, OG is playing with two of the youngest players of the international, 17 years on both Amar, that you see right here, and BZM. This is their first international. We know they've played on many stages, but of course, this is the international. A little bit of extra pressure here. And I know, Lucas, you said before the series started, we've heard it from Skeeter. He said Tundra on LAN is heralds. I thought it went pretty well.
Yeah, I said they need this win to be able to get that confidence for the rest of the tournament, and especially for this series coming into the game 2, and they got it. So
Yeah.
I'm a little worried for OG, I'm going to be honest, because Tundra, when they're on a roll, they really are on the roll.
But it also does feel like Tundra.
The boys. The boys.
You gotta respect the camaraderie going on.
Yes.
There. But it really does feel like that of all the European teams, Tundra is one of the teams that is most confident in playing against OG for reasons we've talked about before. Just in the way that the DPC system is set up, they often play against each other, they scrim against each other too. And even when OG is looking fire hot, they still lose to Tundra in the DPC format.
Yeah, I think, going into this game, for me, the question is how does OG want to adjust? Because I think there's no clear-cut answer to that. Obviously, they left in the Zoo Heroes intentionally with the idea that they were going to counter it with, potentially the Sand King is a big part of that, which they've been doing throughout the group stages. And the question is, for me, do they feel like Tundra countered their counter too well? Like, do they go and pick the Sand King again? And are they confident enough to just keep doing what's been working for them? Or has Tundra figured them out and they do something different? They try to get the Timber earlier or something like that.
That's what I was thinking, actually.
Yeah, when we were watching the game, Jenkins, you noticed something about the itemization, the starting items.
All right, it is time for game 2. Let's get into the draft.
OG versus Tundra Esports. Game 2.
Tundra Esports turn to ban.
Yes, drafting time. Continue your thoughts.
Yeah, you're right. I did notice something about it. Back to you, Shiver.
Great. No, we need to talk about something that I thought was the big elephant in the room. I was watching the draft, and we heard great analysis coming out from Purge earlier about some of the more contested heroes and stuff. Marcy ignored, Primal Beast ignored, Enigma only last phase banned. What's going on?
You know, I would really like for OG to pick something like a Marcy or a roaming style 4 for Taiga, and then just pick some self-sustained type of Timber Saw early on. I know that the hero isn't in the place that it used to be, but that really could be their best approach right now. It's comfort for ATF, and it also gives them an answer to the Zoo.
Yeah, I think like that was my argument, or at least the way that I was thinking about what Lacoste was saying about the Oracle. It's not that the Oracle isn't like good at providing damage and contributing to ganks. It's that the Oracle's the +1, right? And I think Taiga, it can often look a lot better for OG when he is the one to start things, the one to do things. And Oracle doesn't really do that, even though he is active in a lot of ganks. And Marcy would let him do that. Clockwork, something like that, would let him do that.
Yeah, so they are thinking about this here, but Tundra, just go back to that Mirana. It is a hero that Sox has played. It is now a hero that Snaking has played.
It's Snaking's best hero.
So now this hero can be put on either side lane depending on which heroes they want to go here. I don't think this hero is the best hero in Dota, but Tundra are making it look really good.
Yeah, I mean, something that we mentioned, Tundra is trying to break the game. Like, how often do you see position 5 Mirana? And also not starting with the arrow, starting with the Starstorm instead. Reading the recent changes, testing things out. So, these numbers are much higher.
Yeah.
They're better than the arrow. And also the starting items that we wanted to mention, but Jenkins always wanted to be a fool. But it was...
Lots of mangoes.
It was 3 mangoes on Slark. Mirana did start with 4 branches, 6 tangos, and the Fairy Fire, being able to trade with whatever comes at her. And okay, this is a bit of an adjustment from OG.
Very cute Primal Beast coming up.
But I do like this more than the Ember already, because Primal Beast as a hero, right? He's flexible in that you can put him on the mid lane, the off lane. You can also have him played as a position 4, the way that Liquid have done it throughout the group
Even
stage.
5 is good, honestly.
Yeah. So this hero can give you a lot, but also he's capable of fighting back with very little, right? His lane doesn't have to go incredibly well, even though usually it does.
It does.
And it's just so easy for him to respond to Tundra's early game aggression, right? He has this insane gap close ability that makes him just close off this distance.
You never lack damage with this hero on your team either. Like, he does so much damage with Trample, and it scales too.
And you also do have a hero that goes in without needing an item, something that did happen in the previous game where like Sankin can't just run in. You did have Crystal Maiden and Oracle as your supports, so you are relying on that Blink Dagger. This time around, Primal Beast can just go in, have an Oracle behind you, which means that, you know, you don't need to care too much. There's going to be Oracle that's going to save you, and something that Jenkins pointed out, you're always going to have enough damage.
That's a really good point. And I just think that this Primal Beast can do so much with so little, even early on, without even getting runes. It's easy for Primal Beast to just walk back base, TP to a lane, and almost always
Kill
get
somebody
a kill,
and get back to
right?
mid before the creep wave hits the tower.
So often when a mid hero can't get runes, it kind of really sucks for them, because you don't know if a side lane TP is going to translate to a kill. Because when you want to go back to your base, it's best to just go to a side lane, get a kill, and go back mid. A lot of heroes can lose so much by doing that, but Primal Beast isn't one of those heroes. Because
just runs over cliffs to get back.
It's just too simple for him to do it.
I think the big change to Primal Beast that made him good at going in without items, like you guys were mentioning, is the fact that you can use your Uproar during the ult now. Because when you go in and you use the ult, it drives a lot of the focus onto you, and so you just get max Uproar stacks immediately, and then all of a sudden everybody's slowed to a crawl. And you have this massive amount of armor, and yeah, just you know, a massive amount of armor on the hero that has the highest strength gain in the entire game is it's a lot of HP to chew through.
Do you know what looks like a really good hero for Tundra, though? I think they have played it once or twice too already, but the Shadow Demon versus the Primal Beast and the Oracle, while having Mirana in your team, you got to set up for the arrow, but you also get Purge to just. The Purge stops everything that Primal Beast wants to do, right? It stops him from charging, it stops his Trample from doing any damage. You also have the Disruption to save an ally. It just gives you a lot, so I wouldn't be surprised if Tundra go for it here.
Yeah, it's a hard counter to Oracle too, right?
Yeah.
The constant purge on the heals that are coming through when Oracle presses the ult. That one feels really bad to play against.
And if you play 4 and get an early Ags, it just gives you so much more that you can do in the game too. And we've seen that Tundra doesn't mind giving up farm priority to the supports when they need to.
Yeah, at the moment, most of the bans on the side of OG are targeted seemingly to 9. Tusk, of course, we've seen him on the Tusk mid quite a few times, Tiny as well. And now the Luna removed for Skeeter, and there's the Marcy.
Oh, Marcy
Primal Beast on
That's
one.
yeah.
Definitely didn't expect that one to happen. Usually it's like either banned or you get one.
It's actually one of the sickest combos in Dota too. Like, they happen to be the two OP new heroes, so that already is interesting to see them on one team. But the move speed that Marcy provides, and then throwing people back into Trample, it's one of the nastiest combos ever. It really makes it so that if this Primal Beast is going to be a core, which it looks like it probably is given these heroes, his scaling with Trample is going to be, it's just so much damage.
Yeah, that looks like the Spooky 3 coming out from there already. Of course, we have seen Tundra prioritizing the Visage this time earlier out of fear for it getting banned out. Now we also have the Shaker. One thing, though, on the side of Tundra, I don't think, Jenkins, there's any doubt about who's playing what at this point. Or are you expecting some kind of flex somewhere? Ooh, maybe now?
It's back.
It's Spirit Breaker. No, still with Tundra. No, we're pretty sure where these heroes are going to go, and I mean, I really like the Earthshaker pick. I really love Earthshaker against these backline heroes like Oracle and Dazzle, because you can go in and focus a guy on the front line, and then you fissure the backline to prevent them from coming in to save. And then Marcy and Primal Beast also are two heroes that run into you and just man up on you, right? And Earthshaker's like, all right, I'll go slam you, no big deal.
If I was an Oracle player in this game, I would have a really difficult time playing against Spirit Breaker, Shaker, like Mirana, Visage Birds. It just gets very, very difficult as time goes by.
Yeah, I will must say, though, that having the Spirit Breaker and the Earthshaker come out together, it looks like at some point in the game, in the early game, Tundra will lack a lot of damage. We've seen how Soxa likes to rotate while 33 after he secures his lane, and he just kind of farms up, tries to get that Wraith Pack timing, tries to get that pipe timing, and he's just playing with 9 the entire time. But between Spirit Breaker and Earthshaker, they actually don't really have that much damage, so it may be a little bit different to last game in that they can't do the heavily punishing plays that they did in game 1 to OG. OG can easily live through these fights.
How's Timber not Picture Ban? Am I crazy here? How isn't this a god tier Timber game now? You're against Visage Birds. You're gonna get max reactive.
When Amar was on panel, I saw I think 4 strength heroes, and Amar said, you know, it's not a good Timber game. So you know, I do. If someone
Earthshaker,
if someone comes to my mind when there's a Timber Saw, that's definitely Amar. But
that is a Phantom Lancer. I mean, Uragi is good at it. Don't get me wrong, but indeed against Shaker.
Against Spirit Breaker, like you're gonna know which one is real.
Yes.
You can dodge it though if you time it correctly, if you have vision. But this is gonna be most likely mid Spirit Breaker, so that means that his abilities are gonna be maxed out early on, which makes things more difficult for Phantom Lancer to play the game. And one of the reasons why Tundra does have most Roshan kills per game is this Zoo. Buying all these small items that we mentioned, having this flats, having this Wraith Pack early on, which does allow them to kill Roshan and then snowball, get more advantage in the early game.
And this will be the first Phantom Lancer game that OG plays this event.
The thing is, I don't think that this is a bad PL game, though. Like, I look at it, and I can see this PL doing a lot, right? Because you look at his lane versus Earthshaker and Visage, they don't really have that much kill threat on him in the laning stage until there's a rotation, or it becomes just easier to chase them, right? He can disjoint a lot of these spells and get away if he needs to. He can also farm relatively quickly, and when he does get to the point, the only threat on the team is just the Earthshaker Echo Slam. The other 3 heroes are pretty easy for PL. So I can honestly see this going really well for OG. And like I mentioned before, I do think Tundra are going to run into a bit of a problem where they lack some early game damage when they're playing away from the Visage, right? Once Visage is ready to fight, maybe that's not the case, but when they're playing away from him, they just have really slow damage output.
What if they put Earthshaker on the mid lane against the Primal Beast? I mean, this is not the matchup that I've seen, but sounds a bit better than having Spirit Breaker on the mid lane.
Huh. I have seen a bit of Spirit Breaker 4 position throughout the group stage, actually.
Yes, there were a couple.
I could see that being, that makes the Earthshaker much better against the PL as a counter.
When he's Earthshaker as a 4 is a bit slow, especially if things are not going well, if you don't have like someone to kill the towers early on, which they do have Visage, but you never know how the laning stage is going to go. So we've seen some Earthshakers struggle to get the Blink Dagger, opting for the Shard sometimes when they cannot get that Blink Dagger.
Well, with the flex potential in mind, the 9 plays Visage sometimes, so there's that. We've seen Mirana coming out from the off lane, and we carry Mirana, who knows? You know, there's if you're taking it that far, then I think there's everything still possible for
9 did play mid Mirana.
He also did that. There's a lot of potential. Well, I mean, it's Tundra. There always is a lot of unusual hero matchups in terms of lanes. But with that in mind, they can just wait it out, see what OG goes for with their last and final pick, and then match up the lanes the way they think is beneficial for them.
OG need their last pick to be able to fight really early and fight into this Visage, not like last game. I think they need something that's just online with no resources, and it's just unfortunate that there's no Pango in this game. It gets banned out. That's one of the best heroes to fit the bill for you there.
Yeah, Pango would have been really nice, like stunning the birds, stunning the Earthshaker and the Spirit Breaker who are gonna jump in there. I mean, there's still Timber, but the question is like, is Timber too like he'll sit in a lane and farm? Like maybe he's too do nothing.
There's Puck still for OG.
There's a Lifestealer coming out.
I can see the Puck working out. It's really solid against Spirit Breaker too.
This is a good response to what OG has at the moment. Well, this Lifestealer is not afraid of any of these heroes, and it's a good counter to Primal Beast.
Yep, and Tundra seems to be fairly confident that their heroes already answer the PL, of course, because PL against Lifestealer is definitely a PL favored matchup, but on both sides they're saying yes, there are some counters, but we're still confident in our hero pick. I mean, 3 strength heroes and a Visage who's going to give you max reactive stacks. It already felt good, and then the Lifestealer coming out. There's just not much pressure on a Timber.
And now that we know that it's a mid Primal Beast, we can be certain that OG are going to be able to fight into Tundra early on too, because Primal Beast can offer that to you the same way that a Pango does. We just assumed that it would be comboed up with the Marcy, but it doesn't necessarily have to be, right? You're having a Timbersaw who can kind of self-sustain on the lane enables Marcy to go play with the Primal Beast instead of the Primal Beast coming to them.
Yep, she's like the best roamer in the game, so it's funny. Like anytime you come up with this hero is really good in a lane with another one, it's like, well, then you could throw it mid too because she roams mid. She's the best roamer to go mid in the patch.
Yep, and in the end, it's going to be Spirit Breaker played by 9, the old school combo, Lifestealer plus Spirit Breaker. You know, that's going to be very interesting to watch.
So the thing is, Tundra are playing for a specific timing, and I think that if they kind of mess it up a little bit, then the Timbersaw and the PL are going to scale incredibly well and carry OG to victory here. But if Tundra can pull off what they did in game 1, it could be difficult for OG, but I think OG are much better equipped this time around.
From what I can hear from you guys, you feel that OG in the laning stage has got a better solution to what Tundra has this time, so they should be able to properly play their game plan this time around.
Definitely. It'll be a game. We'll get to see a mid game.
I think they'll do. I honestly think OG will win this one, but we'll see. I don't want to jinx them.
All right, no jinxing is happening here on the side of Tundra. It did. The heroes were picked that we were expecting by the players, so we will see indeed the Mirana position 5 once again. We will see the Shaker on a position 4. There's nothing unusual there other than, unusual is still Spirit Breaker mid. Very curious how that will play out. Do we have a Spirit Breaker versus Primal Beast? Have we seen that?
I don't think so.
I don't think so.
Any reference points?
I was thinking about it, and I guess there's some cool stuff like Bulldoze versus Pulverize, but and then he can charge fast. So if he sees the Primal Beast,
they both charge. They can both just charge.
Yeah, they'll charge into you.
What happens if Spirit Breaker's charging and Primal Beast is they charge into each other?
We're gonna find out what happens when that indeed plays itself out. We're heading over to Cap, SVG, and Quinn for the answer to that.
Thank you, Sheever. That's right. We're heading into game 2 here. Our panel has already stated, hey, this is looking like a much better setup. Quinn, in fact, backstage was saying, yeah, this game actually looks playable. What changed in the draft that we feel so confident that OG is going to have a better time game 2?
I think the lanes are much easier for OG to function. I also think whenever you look at the way the damage is dealt this game compared to the prior game, if anything, I would say Tundra is more in terms of this similar low damage types of thing. You have Shaker, you have Spirit Breaker, you have Potom, who without a really good start is not super high damage. Lifestealer, it's a lot of these sort of very mid-range damage heroes sort of go from the front. You're against a Timbersaw, you're against an Oracle, Primal who's tankier than the Ember last game, PL who has very, very good scaling this game. I think there's a lot of dynamics that are nicer for OG this game.
Yeah, I think the two heroes that OG want going into the series, in a sense, are Pango, which is getting first phase banned. I don't think they're ever going to get it. And to me, the Timber. I think Timber is, outside of the Tide, the one hero Amar plays that can have a really good early game and then be that bulwark in the mid game versus what we saw last game, which is Tundra going high ground at 20 minutes, right? Timbersaw thrives in that environment as long as he gets a good start. And we're looking at the best Timbersaw player in the world right now. I've watched this guy all season long destroy people on Timbersaw, and I expect nothing else. Like, this is the time to show up. We were joking about it, but if you looked at those last ban phase, go back 3 months, they banned Razor and Viper last 2, and he got Timber. These were the 3 that were first phase banned, and he always got 1. So very much in Amar's comfort zone. Obviously, the hero's a bit different now, but my expectations are just as high.
Yeah, I mean, he's someone who understands the hero at such a level. His item build from game to game, you'll see it shift like crazy. One game, he'll go the classic, the Hood, Kaya Sanj. The game against us, he had like a 4-staff, a Yules, a Halberd.
Yeah.
Some crazy builds. He bought it like no Kaya. Dude understands the hero at a really deep level.
I remember watching that game and thinking, like, I've never seen so much utility out of Amar before in my life.
Yeah, it was crazy. It was super right for the game.
Definitely going to be a very different change of pace. I'm also curious about this mid matchup. The panel discussed a little bit the Spirit Breaker versus the Primal Beast. This matchup's very weird, right? Because you're, as I say that, and already off to a different pace. That Timbersaw lane getting damage done between the heavy nuke damage. Snaking pays the price with level 1 Starstorm.
Yeah, it seems Snaking just really underestimated the firepower of this lane. That's very awkward. But yeah, back to this. I mean, we don't ever see this matchup. What is this?
I don't think anybody's ever seen this matchup. Maybe
Quinn,
only
have you
nine.
ever played this one?
I've never played or seen this. It looks like it might be Spirit Breaker favored.
Yeah, if you can walk us through the details of this matchup.
Yeah, really get into the minutia.
So
please, we need your
Bunga. That's
the
most
matchup?
of it. Yeah,
he's walking him down.
Oh, there it is. You said it. It's just who bigger, you know? Who bigger who?
He doesn't
That's all
want
it
to yell.
is. And Primal, Primal Beast has got the uproar. He's the biggest yeller.
I'm not sure what happened. Maybe 9 charged him aggressively to try and stop him from CSing, and then he got yelled on. He might have pushed it a bit too much, because I think what should happen is both of the 70 damage Unga Bunga heroes should just CS realistically for most of the lane. But I think he might have got a little too aggressive, and it's a pretty costly death. You get behind on levels, and suddenly maybe this starts happening more.
Yeah, he's being pressured again by BCM.
I mean, it seems like you have to save this charge for the trample disconnect, you know? And if that's on cooldown, this matchup looks not that much fun. On top of that, this bulldoze working with how the Primal Beast ults works isn't that great, because you can't status resist it. It's kind of it's a weird matchup, right? I'm not sure if the planar pocket thing is still in there too.
The planar pocket completely negates his ult.
It just ends, right?
It just negates. So this is a very weird matchup on how the spells interact. I don't know. We might see some crazy stuff, but I'm mid Spirit Breaker. I mean, you can't not love it, right? Charge on charge.
We're gonna have a lot of fun with this one, that's for certain. Bottom lane, 33 under pressure here. You're gonna have to throw out the Fissure. They throw some damage back at Roggy. Roggy's okay. Man, he was really thinking. He doesn't even have Phantom Rush. There was no way he was gonna do anything there.
I mean, he might regret that Lance. Now, pretty much 0 mana, so if he ever gets Soul Assumption, he's not going to have a way to dodge it with no Doppelganger, and no more kill potential with no more Lances either, so he's going to be in CS and chill mode for the rest of this lane now with no mana, realistically.
That said, I feel like OG's a bit happier with CS and chill with the PL versus this as opposed to the Morph, because the PL can actually hit the early Diffusal, Manta, Heart, whatever order you want to go to get those items, and suddenly Visage teamfight becomes a lot more annoying, right? You have a great Wraith Pack killer, you have a great hero that can go and tank up a lot of the early attention spells and suddenly turn the tide. I feel like OG's a lot happier with this laning phase than last game.
Yeah, but I think you've also got a lot better ways to rebuff this Visage if he goes to your tower. You've got a Timber who can keep you in. Good luck killing him this game. You got a Primal who can gank the Visage. Once PL gets this diff you, Visage just can't just kick him out on his own. Like, PL's going to come in and say, yeah, come fight me. I'll burn all your mana. I'll kill you, you know? So I think Visage, this game compared to last game, it is not even close to the same level of terror.
I agree. You going to arrow Timbersaw under his tower and dive him?
Good luck with that
different story.
So it looks like OG, CS-wise, pretty happy with all their lanes. The Phantom Lancer, who's bottom of the bunch, really isn't that far behind. Seems like mid lane's going very well, which is a little surprising to me. Taiga is going to be able to pick up the kill on Snaking again here, as he just does not seem to match up well against this 4 Oracle. Misha getting a little bit low, but so is 33. Uragi gunning for it. Does have one more Phantom Rush, and that final swing will get the kill. A big one to be able to take down 33's Visage. Already setting him behind in laning phase.
3 OG cores pushing the top here of CS and net worth. Very different start from last game. I think this is what they wanted to have happen last game, where that early magic damage draft can come in. This time, I think their draft's a lot more well-rounded, and they're having a way better early game. Should bode very well for them.
That was not how I
charge beat Spirit Breaker charge.
That was not how I thought that interaction was going to go, and it makes me question, like, besides the planar pocket, like, if the charge isn't going to be working, then what? Maybe it's something about the angle there, because I feel like
you just have to yell louder.
Oh,
right?
Okay.
Everybody knows the mics, they have volume detection, so if you yell louder while you're charging,
it's like a DS.
Yeah, exactly. It's the 4th barrier. It gives you the charge advantage.
I mean, we have so many innovations in Dota. What's one more for this line event, you know?
Some shenanigans going on. I mean,
Level 6 already on BZM.
This setup is pretty rough. Like, if he ever presses Trample, 9 is just going to lose, like, you know, a third of his HP, maybe half. Uh-oh.
Not looking so good here. Nice dodge there. Not getting hit by the Aftershock. The Fissure may allow Sox then to get back to the tower in time.
Yeah, we saw the charge icon down there too. That was not 9 setting up a gank. That was 9 surviving the gank on mid. And now having to walk back to base. BZM with the earlier level 6 just pulverizes him back to the fountain. Taiga with some rotations. Again, 4 Oracle. OG's playbook for the event. They believe in what this hero can provide in terms of sustain for their Tricore. And if the Tricore comes online, it's going to be a lot more powerful.
Hello. Goodbye.
It is still a haste rune, though.
Oh, nice. That was a good pickup. Because Primal Beast with a haste rune is, I mean, that hero already, I love this Primal Beast mid. I mean, it just feels like it has so much impact. We started off with the last chance qualifier. We watched Thompson play it. Even if they didn't manage to make it through that event, they still showed the strength of this mid Primal Beast. He just is everywhere around the map constantly.
Yeah, this hero is very, very strong. The kill threat he provides is crazy. He gives you initiation. He can scale like crazy. He gives you a buttload of stuns as the game progresses.
His lanes are just non-stop fighting.
Misha's going to get a bit low here. Enough to push him back. Here comes the
actual charge.
First big rotation. The actual charge coming in from 9. They're going to start throwing some damage into Yuragi. They managed to force him to use the Doppelganger early, which means this charge is going to be beautifully placed. Misha interrupt, but they can't quite stop it. 9 still gets off his ultimate and will be able to get the kill on BZM. BZM is now here. And he just grabs up Soxa, slams his head into the pavement, and by supports. There's nowhere for him to run to. Taiga will gladly take that killing spree. He's like, you know what, guys? Yeah, I'm going to play the sacrificial role. I'm going to play these healers and stuff, but I still want the last hits.
This right here is not what you want to see.
Yeah.
Lifestealer has been kicked out of his lane, and that is a worry. If you're ever on the team with Lifestealer and he's getting forced to leave.
BCM protecting Taiga, and the setup here. Taiga secures the kill with the Purifying Flames. Dominating streak for him.
Yeah, I mean, sort of the flip script from last game. You start to worry about Tundra's damage a little bit. Suddenly, this Shaker, Spear Breaker, Nakes together. Level 3 Potom. You're looking at, a Timber Saw and a Primal with an Oracle behind them. You're wondering, I wonder if they're going to be able to kill these heroes as time progresses.
I don't see Amar ever dying in this game. What is actually going to kill this guy? The Visage can't do much to him. The other heroes you said not doing much. Are they going to get a fast Vessel in this game? I don't even think they're going to get fast Urn. I mean, this guy's going to be invincible. And
he's begging for a badge. Okay, they do manage to get it off of the Fisher. Skeeter is joining in here. I mean, they got to do something a little bit funky here because, as you said, this game is not setting up well. So apparently all the cores are going to come into this mid area and try and chase down BZN with the Uproar. He's got some armor, so he's not the easiest to kill, but he will eventually go down.
Just 5 mana off that Onslaught, no escape mechanism. That's a huge pickup for them. That is the one core they can try and abuse, because the Phantom Lancer, maybe you kill him once more or whatever, but he is going to escape to the jungle. You're not going to find him for a while. This Timber Saw is invincible. You got to try and abuse something on the map here for Tundra, and it's probably this BZM. Abuse him with your charge him back. OG's going to have free reign playing behind the Mar right now. He's once again trying to solo kill Snaking.
They have the burst, spells, half a second off.
I mean, you could see Mara drawing circles there a second ago. Like, he's clearly a bit frustrated. This Potom's able to sit up here and stall. Like, the tower probably could have died maybe a minute and a half earlier, but the Potom's up there being annoying, dragging some waves. And the move Tundra made bottom earlier, where the Oracle TP, the Marcy TP's back down there, Primal TP, suddenly this Potom gets some time up top. Nakes is just farming mid the whole time. You can see he got kicked out of the lane, but his net worth is not bad. It's considerably above the PL, so the move from Tundra bottom earlier, having pretty big dividends for slowing down this Timber a little bit inadvertently.
And with the damage problems we outlined for Tundra, it feels like Mirana actually having levels could be really important.
Yeah, those levels in Starstorm make a lot of difference.
I mean, the levels for both supports. Like, the extra Fissure levels. This Fissure is a pretty high damage nuke now, but you need the levels, potentially Shard, to really maximize it.
Yeah, particularly with the 10 talent, we've talked about that. How good it is with the Shard and everything. It's a surprising amount of damage.
This is like last game, Amar moving down bottom to defend the tower against the 33 Visage push, only now he can actually do it, right?
Yeah.
He is a much bigger boy with a lot more armor than that Sand King.
Snake King, he went and denied the rune. The Fisher comes out, and BZM still managed to get the charge forward. Snake King is going to be grabbed up here. Slam, slam, slam. He doesn't have a leap, so bye-bye, Snake King. 9-4, OG, not up by a huge amount of net worth, but it does feel like they're kicking things into gear, and it's about to start snowballing against Tundra.
Oh yeah, they got all the levels in the world on BZM here, and last game, it was hard to get this Oracle in the game because their cores were behind. This game, BZM, as we're seeing, they can use the Oracle early nuke damage to help them get these kills. OG has all the damage in the world on these early games. They are also going to have double Purge, right? You have Fortune's End, you have Timbersaw rushing Yules. It's another interaction that makes the game hard for Nine. He's not just going to have free bulldoze going in, charging, getting the connection, and dealing the damage. You get Yules once, you get purged once.
Check in with the teams there for a second, just seeing what they're up to, and it feels like OG will feel pretty good about them. They do have Tundra. They are going to have to start making some moves, and Skeeter, once again, is going to try and get involved here. As he's going to go infest inside of Nine. They're going to try and set this up. Nine actually popping out of that smoke. Taiga's already here as well. They're going to start scouting things behind the tower. They're going to go for Amar, but Taiga is behind him. They need to be able to address this Oracle and kill him quickly. They get that fast kill, and now Amar, let's see if they can chase him down. Saxa was on the other side of things. He's going to need to hit a lot of stuns, and the rest of OG, yeah, they're here. Amar turning around with the Chakra, the Moonlight Shadow, allows them to get on top of BZM. Oh, they didn't have any detection. They didn't expect this one. Even with the arrow coming, it's not needed. They just bursted down that Primal Beast. Where was all that damage? Is the Life Stealer just pumping out a lot of damage on that Primal Beast?
Yeah, apparently so. I mean, I think this Timber TP bottom maybe looks a lot better than it actually was. I think if you compare it to like the games where this TP feels extremely powerful, there's not that much pressure on the next top. You see him just pour top and he just runs all the way down the lane. And the way this Timber is bottom, like it's not like Tundra's forced to go there. They're not getting squeezed elsewhere, you know? So he's sitting there and he's not really pressuring much. He's delaying the tower some, sure, but at any point, Tundra has the map sorted to themselves. They can make this move there, and it's a bit awkward for OG.
Yeah, they're trying to run it back and get the punish without the numbers. Double core commitment for OG.
Saxa trying to intercept. It was a good echo, but unfortunately, he just doesn't have the damage. Doesn't have the levels, no aftershock, or just level 1 rather. So he's probably going to get chased down as well, and Snaking just has to fully abandon this bottom lane. OG showing up in force.
I think that was the type of skirmish they were looking for, right? It has to connect between Amar and BZM, being those frontliners, getting in there, setting up the fight. Like you said, Skeeter does get to push this top lane all the way to the tier 1. He will enjoy this time, and he's catapulting up the net worth. Yuragi not far behind, though. He got tier 1 mid on his own during all that fighting. Pretty big objective for OG they got for free, and he's cruising as well. This is a pretty damn good Phantom Lancer game.
Yeah, very scary. I think if anything, in the past couple minutes, Yuragi probably the biggest winner, having this bit of downtime where he can just ignore everything, pretend there are no other heroes in the game. He's playing World of Warcraft, and he is just collecting the gold like it's his job. And it kind of is.
A little bit of PvE action for him.
Carry player's dream.
Yes.
Okay, so we talked about they don't have that many answers to Phantom Lancer. How good is Spirit Breaker in that regard? When he gets to like his Aghanim Scepter and his like the AoE charges that he does, can he be okay?
I think Spirit Breaker's fine. Like Spirit Breaker and Shaker, they both give you tools to help control the Lancer a little bit. In the very late game, I think the Spirit Breaker matchup gets better because his damage gets amped a lot, right? If we're talking like Sange and Kaya territory with Ags and you're just getting huge charge throughs. You can also take the fight on the backline with the Breaker and kind of ignore the PL a little bit.
Sure.
With the Visage Birds coming in to help, can be a route they go. In terms of direct counters, though, maybe you're going to try and build some Maelstroms. Skeeter's already queuing one up. I mean,
you're going to need a lot of small counters put together, right? Because the Life Stealer, he really doesn't address Phantom Lancer at all.
Yeah, but you have the stuns on Tundra, but you don't really have the damage. So maybe there's some point where PL doesn't have the tankiness yet. Maybe he's got a Yasha and he's working on a Manta, you know, but he doesn't have the heart yet. And maybe there's some good fight where they can abuse the stuns. But there comes a point where the heart starts coming around. Maybe it gets a little bit spooky for Tundra. There's a window there where they really lack the damage to deal with this PL.
Comes the charge. Don't even need to use the ultimate for BZM. Once again, Snaking's just going to the lanes that I think nobody else really wants to go to. And occasionally he'll take a death or two, but he's just trying to get something out of this. 33. They want this. Oh, no.
Knocked to the low ground.
Got knocked to the low ground, and Misha pursues after him. Oh, that wasn't what you wanted whatsoever. Did Misha? I wonder if Misha had the idea that, like, don't worry, guys, I'll toss him back up on the high ground. Because that is not the place he wanted to be, for certain.
I mean, there's a lot of hero displacement spells in this game.
Yeah, there is.
Like an acrobat session or something. People are going to be bounced around. I think, yeah, we see Yuragi. He's actually going SNY here. So he's going to build SNY into Heart. That is going to be extremely hard for Tundra to deal with. Meanwhile, BZM, he's just keeping his foot on the pedal here.
Yep, trying to go for Zoxa. They do have Skeeter showing up with a charge coming through as well. BZM may be in a bit of trouble here, but Taiga's sitting in the back. He's ready to go with the save of the False Promise. Misha, he's going to use it there. Taiga, Misha turns around. He does what damage he can. False Promise is going to wear out and probably will die here, but at least he did some damage on his way out. Taiga almost getting charged. They lose vision. Now they get into the charge. Oh, the self-purge. What a beauty. And a big onslaught in from BZM. Knocking back 4. He'll bring down Snake King first with the Infest inside of his 9. They're going to be able to get a little bit of a reset here. But is OG going to keep pursuing? Is Tundra going to fight back underneath his tower? Both teams posturing, feinting, but ultimately not pulling the trigger.
What a sick Fortune's End by Taiga there. Catches them both, prevents the charge connection, gets the purge as well. And BZM is just rampaging.
The damage is just overwhelming. A DD for BZM sees the charge in from 9 and knows, hey, that's a freebie. That's all me right there.
Yeah, I mean, here's where the map starts to get a little bit spooky for Dire. Suddenly, things are really open. This PL has a lot of free reign, and Tundra still hasn't taken this bottom tier 1. All the towers still up. You start looking at places where you can realistically get kills, and those places are few and far between. The biggest one being this bottom area, and OG is taking advantage and winning those fights. So where is Tundra going to open things up?
Yeah, there's only one place Tundra can fight, and it's always Amar sitting here, preventing them from doing that. 9's going to TP down, but he's just stuck here too. He's trying to get the Shadow Blade, an item that can help them open up some of these areas, make it scarier for the PL to push deep. It has to connect with something though. I don't think the Spearbreaker has enough damage on his own. It has to connect with the Morana or the Earthshaker on top. Soxa is choosing to go Shard over the Blink, so he will play off those fissures, got the levels of it, needs some extra Aftershock.
Yeah, it makes sense. It feels like they do need the impact right now, right? I mean, we start stalling out the game any longer, we get to the point you were talking about, right? Where the Phantom Lancer is too tanky for them to deal with.
Yeah, it is very spooky. I mean, Avery talks about this Spearbreaker being able to pick people off a little more, but...
Grabbed. Skeeter does still have the rage. No Infest, though, so he's going to have to back out. BZM realizing that he's actually still has some capabilities of fighting here, especially with the rest of OG backing him up.
Tundra was smoking there. I think they really wanted to be there at that moment to take the fight, turn it around with the Lifestealer.
They still have an opportunity. Maybe able to burst down BZM. They get him. And the jump in from Nisha puts him in a nasty position. Skeeter should be able to finish this up. Once again, there's going to be the False Promise, but Misha knows he's dead. He'll just go down fighting where he can. Amar's going to show up. Skeeter needs to go down. That's the Infest, and he's dead. Overextending himself. Echo. Oh, Uragi has overextended himself. And the Fisher straight over onto Amar with a nice touch there from Soxta as well.
All right, Tundra striking back with this random river fight that just connected off the back of that smoke. BZM did not get BKB off or anything. That's a completely different fight if it goes the other way. Moonlight Shadow. This spell, it works at TI for a reason. Snaking, busting it out, doing a huge amount of work off the back of the smokes in this ult.
I feel like this Primal Beast just dies so quickly whenever Skeeter's in the... I wonder if he should build some sort of armor on him. I mean, he's only got 6 base armor.
Yeah, he might need a plate mail, or maybe he just need to come in late and not be the one getting beat on by the snakes. I mean, this whole fighting situation here, I think, maybe there's an element of people who played at TI several times versus some new players. I think BZM, not getting the BKB off and being slightly out of range with the Oracle. There's a lot of like little small things there that are slightly messed up that, ends up costing you pretty big. Your PL dies.
Snaking. Not able to get that second leaf off in time, Misha. Grabs him, stuns him, and brings him down to the grave with Lamar picking up the killing spree.
That's it. I think OG, they are playing this game very fast, and they have a lot of wiggle room to it, in my opinion. Yeah, like Tundra needs a lot more of those fights before I think they feel very confident going into this late game. And again, this is OG's playbook, right? You have the Amar damage dealing offlaner. You have this Tricore with the power of the sustain behind it. This is a scary lineup to scale into. This Primal Beast can also scale like a monster. I mean, you're talking about Ags, Shivas, Shard down the road. This hero's spooky in the late game. So you have to worry about this PL timings if you're Tundra, but you also have to worry about what happens after that if you get past that point. And they're doing a good job of, equalizing the net worth differential here. Soxa has got a lot of farm in the last 5 or 6 minutes. Like, he's almost a blink on top of the Shard. Those fights helping him. OG want to keep the pace up, looking for 33.
The birds are going to drop, stopping that channel. shouldn't be a problem here for 33 to get out, but maybe Tundra wants to go back in. They see Amar. Skeeter leading the charge. He's going to start slowing him down. The Maelstrom actually does a little bit of damage there. BCM, oh, he was trying to hunt down Zoxa. Now the BKB Fisher, and once again, he's just getting 100 to 0. No BKB going on. 33. Uragi was trying to dress him to be able to eat through that cloak, but now Tundra playing together, went back to 33, made sure the Phantom Lancer wasn't a problem. Now they're going to try and chase down some more heroes, and that's going to be Taiga. Once again, he's following his course into battle, but when they lose that fight, he has no way out, and he is just the +1 after every lost team fight.
Some rare mistakes from BZM, honestly. A player who's been extremely dominant over the past year. Just not getting the BKB off, not getting the DD off, maybe feeling a bit antsy, feeling like, man, we're so strong, I want to fight Tundra. They're like just out of the reach. You know, he tries for this charge, but he reaches a bit too far, getting a little bit too thirsty for that fight, and it's a big kill. I mean, like Avery said, they need a lot of these. Like, Tundra keeps winning these small fights, and it feels nice, but it's not like a game-ending thing, you know? But at some point, they add up a bit too much, and maybe the pendulum swings back into Tundra's favor.
Yeah, every one of these little skirmishes you lose, you're putting your PL timing back a little bit, right? Yeah, and that's the timing that you want to hit and get the Roshans and get the full map control going. That timing's a little worse every one of these skirmishes you loses, and also for BZM.
Yeah, check in with the teams.
Wants to charge. I'm
going.
How many can fight? Go. I'm here. Can you heal? Push in one. Take a stop. I don't like. Please. I don't like. She's too much. I die.
The call for the Yules there. I mean, if they had gotten that +1 hero, then that would have been such a massive difference, but
I think a pretty good sign they were able to call that off. I think sometimes when your core players maybe a bit nervous, they can get roped into some stuff, and him saying, no, I don't like this, I'm not doing this, I'm gonna die. Like, I think having that awareness and not getting, pulled into something you don't like, I think is very clutch.
Oh, this could be deadly.
This is the blink reveal too.
This is the blink reveal. He's going to go and with this smoke get a really nice lane ward, but if the smoke breaks right here, he's going to go for it. Fisher goes out, jumps right in, Echo, half health already, but the damage still isn't there. They need more fall from the rest of the team. Skeeter's trying to do what he can, but the false promise has already gone out to Uragi. Uragi's going to go back in. He needs that Aegis. Wants to be able to pick it up. BZM managed to snatch it away. Now grabs up the life stealer, slams him down to the ground, and he's dead. Misha, he's going to fall, but the fight is won, and Tundra are on the retreat. 33 going to be chased down by BZM. Big bad primal beast slows him down, and they're going to just keep the vision. 33 has no way out of this one, I think. Slowly but surely, they're going to catch up to him. They're going to work him down, and that is going to be 3 heroes dying and the Aegis picked up for OG. What a turn that could have been if only Tundra had been there with more heroes. Zoxa hit the entry, but there was no follow-up.
Huge amount of damage on that jump. That's the power of the Oracle, though. Keeps those cores alive, and more importantly, it's not BZM going down first. It means he gets free spells, free BKB this time, no misclicks or any bad clicks that fight, gets the Aegis snatch as well.
Yeah,
now
the Zoomer hands
in a comfortable position.
The Zoomer hands come in handy. It's crazy how much impact these fights where everyone is just clicking Roche and somebody clicks it first. Like, it has such a giant impact on the game. Maybe if Nakes takes that, the fight swings the other way. But now suddenly, Tundra's sort of in that position where they really don't want to take that fight.
Shout out to BZM for that positioning there. Him being able to charge back in was super important.
Even Misha is just staying alive in these fights for a huge amount of time. There's a lot of sustain on this OG lineup, and if you run out of damage, the damage from Tundra is pretty discreet. You have your spells you throw out, the fissure, the charge. They live through that, gives PL the turn. Aegis helps these fights stay even longer. Tundra need to think about who they're prioritizing these fights, who they're jumping, who they're going on, syncing the damage up with the stuns, and then maybe resetting, right? You don't want to get caught in a situation where you're giving too much time for PL without the control online. Maybe the one upside is Aegis is not on that Phantom Lancer. Yeah. The sieging is a bit worse from OG, but that said, I don't think Uragi's too scared. EZF definitely isn't.
No, he is not scared at all. They're going to once again do the turnaround with a Fissure and put some damage onto him. But of course, not only does he have Oracle, he's got the Aegis, he's got a BKB.
Charge from behind.
Out there. Ooh, this is interesting. Manage gets 2. The most important hero, Oracle, dies first, and Misha's going to fall too. BZM has already lost his Aegis. Tundra, this charge in from 9 may have just set them up for a fantastic team fight. The second part, he's going to hit the charge on through. Doesn't actually hit the real Phantom Lancer. here, but the charge comes in from BZM this time with the onslaught. He's going to go for the BKB TP out, just make sure he stays alive. Thanks to the uproar, that extra armor is going to go to work.
What a disaster of a push. What a charge angle from 9.
How did he get that?
He was just in enemy jungle farming after the Lost Roche fight. Just comes in from behind. He had the charge on the Primal Beast who showed, ends up catching the Oracle with the Infest. Don't mind if I do right there, sir.
I mean, I think 9 quietly playing a really, really good game. I think keeping up this level of net worth on a Spearbreaker, especially after such a rough start, after the map being kind of scary, like him having this 10,000 net worth, having this BKB, continuing the scaling is really important, not only for like their continued scaling, but also just like it's so important for their heroes that he's able to have this net worth. I think 9's played a really good game so far.
Yeah, Spearbreaker is one of those as a core, it kind of snowballs in that regard, right? If you get to the Shadowblade, Aghanim Scepter and such, and you one-shot waves, then you just continue to build up on those items. But if you don't get to that point, you just become another support, perhaps. Uh-oh. He's going to maybe have to blow the BKB. Nope, the Fisher's going to come through. Really good tap. Another Iseko. They're going to change on Uragi. Oh, the onslaught. It's not enough to be able to save him. The BKB goes out from 9. They go for the Infest. 9 can keep the charge going up, but he's immediately. He had a laser focus. He is looking out for that Oracle. He's got a head on a swivel, and he found him. And now they're going to be able to get the Timber Saw as well. 9. Really good save. I mean, Skeeter jumping inside of him enabled that in the first place, but 9 being able to find the right hero to charge every time.
Man, that's a sign of a Visage play right there, too. It didn't even look like the bird was even close, but he knows the range of the drop so well. He just barely clips him on the edge. Getting that +1 kill, like, that's the top net worth Timber Saw. The amount of gold you get from that, the amount of time this guy's dead. Now, suddenly they take over the map. The Spearbreaker gets more items. Nakes finishes off the Mjolnir, which has a really large impact dealing with this PL. And PL doesn't even have heart yet.
Yeah, I feel like OG wanted to use that Aegis to get to that PL timing, get him the heart, and then cement this game. In that last 5 minutes, Tundra is taking over this game. These charges are just nasty. You get the charge through on multiple heroes, the Infest Bomb comes out, there's a Fissure follow-up, an Aftershock follow-up on that. It's so much AoE control. There's not much spell immunity on this OG side. They just got that BKB on Amar. The BZN one he's had forever, but for the rest of these OG heroes, they're still trying to get there. I mean, Misha's trying to get to his own.
I almost feel like there's a little bit of a displacement between the Uragi and where his items are at and how he's playing. I feel like if he has the heart, he can be like kind of frontline like he's been doing, but without that, it's just so many times he's been fissured. They've been able to, like, as you say, charge through, and just a lot of like incidental damage brings him down to like half health.
I mean, it's also about how OG wants to start the fights. It's a bit awkward for OG to find the opening. Yeah. You have this Shadowblade breaker charging around the map. Everybody's moonlight shadowed, like haste rune drummed around in the back line. You're not going to find the Shaker. He has Force Staff and Blink now. Do you want to just go on the Visage? It's pretty awkward, right? Even the Nakes is invested. You don't even see these heroes.
Elite Metaphor Staff, snaking, the Eagles on cooldown. He'll be able to just TP out before Nisha is able to put a stop to him. We have the Aghanim Scepter now done on the Visage, so big damage upgrade. We said damage was a problem for Tundra, and that is a huge, huge upgrade right there. BZM, though, does now have his own Aghanim Scepter, so look out for that one, and the break mechanic, too.
They're sneaking. Another charge.
BKB immediately going to go out. They're going to try and disengage. They force something out of Amar, and if they can cleanly get out, reset, and maybe go again, they'll feel pretty good about it.
I mean, this is a dynamic we didn't really talk about that much, but while Dire may have had some damage issues earlier in the game, they have no issues of stuns. OG really not very easy for them to start fights. It's either a charge, it's a Marcy jump, it's an Oracle Q, not really super consistent ways. Dire has like 15 angles, 12 stuns, like they're coming from all different places, and if Radiant isn't invincible, at some point it's a little bit spooky for OG to actually start the fight, like Avery was saying.
Now Tundra just boldly going into the triangle here. Uragi's going to start it off, though.
Yeah, once again,
they found the Shaker.
They found the Earthshaker. That is so important. They have the Chakram going out. Soxy gets a little bit of Force Staff away. Snaking helps him out, and they manage to reset. Meanwhile, Skeeter put the damage and already killed Misha. They're going to find the real Phantom Lancer here. Managed to get the ultimate off on him, too. He's going to be false promise. They need to be able to save him. BZM right in the middle of things, trying to go for the break, but the Vincent took hardly any damage whatsoever. And it seems like Tundra as a whole are looking pretty good as the Echo goes out in the back line to try and distance himself away from this Timber Saw. And now the rest of the team starts funneling in. They weren't able to get that change done. Visage needs to get out as well. Fortunately, that Aghanim Scepter allowing him to fly away. He's keeping on top of Uragi, while Amar did find a little cubby hole to be able to TP out. So both the sidelines are going to be able to retreat and reset. But Tundra, once again, walking away the victors of the team fights. When was the last time OG won a fight?
When was the last time they killed a good target? I mean, we're talking about fights. It's just so hard to latch onto any of these heroes for OG. I mean, the stuns are pretty much on BZM to lock somebody down so Mark can get the damage out. They're surviving for a decent amount of time, but even that Shaker kill, that is the best target they can get in these fights. Find the Shaker on the back line, take him out. You remove so much control. He gets the force out, and he's living. Now all of a sudden, this fight is super weird, right? There's going to be more fissures coming in. You have to kind of try and fight around your Phantom Lancer, but he's getting his ass beat. I mean,
yeah, it really was. Once again, BZM didn't pop the BKB right away. He got hit by the Visage stun as he charged in.
A little bit costly.
And that cost him the Earthshaker kill.
I mean, it's just so annoying. There's so much random stuns in this game that you can't see.
Yeah.
Anybody can be invis charging through. There's some bird's invis drops on your head. I feel
Arrow
for him.
hitting all the clutter.
Yeah, there's a random arrow in here, you know? Not an easy game.
And it's also a game where this PL hero, he's not really able to solo kill people because there are so many stuns on Dire. There's so much kiting, the Force Staff, the Invis, all this garbage.
Another Invis charge.
Oh, they found the Oracle. They had the vision. They get the charge, and they also hit Nisha at the same time. So both supports already dead in this team fight. Meanwhile, Yuragi, most of his time was spent being stunned. Visage familiars and the Visage himself dropping one after the other, completely stalled out any damage he could get down during that time. Tundra is going to respect OG here. They should. A buyback went out from the Oracle, so they got a lot out of that. No reason to push their luck.
How can OG supports play? Like, you can see what Tundra is doing. Like, OG has no way to actually kill heroes unless Tundra messes up some. They're spacing them, they're abusing the stun, the invis, the force staffs. Like, Yuragi is desperately looking for a target to lock onto, but he's just getting kited, and the supports are just getting exploded instantly.
Yeah, it really does. Maybe this is, we talked about the drafting and their plan for 9. I mean, both times they drafted a hero that gets to the backline. We said OG, part of their setup here, the reason they're able to play so greedy on their cores is having these backline supports, these healers and stuff. So Tundra definitely came into this with the game plan of 9 is going to be killing Taiga over and over again.
And now if he dies again, that's that buyback cooldown as well. Yeah. You're out for a long time. It's just hard to protect this backline for OG. There's just so many ways to get in there. The birds can give vision invis, you get the charge with the infest. What actually prevents that? You need detection down and you need to use this guy. He could be a BKB as well. I feel like OG needs to get that 2 big items in this game. It's got to be Abyssal on the Phantom Lancer and Hex on Timber. That is a very far way away. If they get there, I think now you have the disable.
Is there anything else besides items? Is there a way they can set up the fight? I mean,
find the supports.
Yeah. Well, the supports are going to be found. It's just the side of OG. Misha getting picked off there as Tundra once again really abusing this Moonlight Shadow. I mean, Smarana as a 5 position seems pretty value at this point.
At this point, you have no issue with the hero. It is doing an insane amount of work in these fights. You have limited detection, especially most of the time, you know, detection coming out from your 4 and 5. This is not a 4 and 5 duo that wants to front line to play in a sentry or something. Like, you just instantly die.
The core's got to do it because they're the ones who are up in front.
Yeah, and we actually saw OG had a gem earlier in this game. That's why they got it, because they knew they needed this vision on the front line. Yeah. That was lost a long time ago. Taiga's gem in the hands of 33 Visage for a decent amount of time now. Not easy to take these fights vision-wise, and Tundra looking for the pincer maneuver here.
Yes, they are. They found the real Yuragi. Can they get the arrow stun? Not quite. He does manage Doppelganger away to the side. They have the Fisher to stall it up, but at this point...
33 in the back, though.
Oh, he is in the back, and he's going to be able to catch. They spotted the Oracle. Their charge is coming through, and he's already dead. BCM, meanwhile, does manage to grab 33. They've broken him and managed to get through his cloak, but he dropped down into stone form, so he's good. And Skeeter now comes in with a cleanup. A charge on through. Bumping BZM. Gets the bash as well. He's good. Slammed on the Yuragi, and that is it. Triple pickup for Skeeter. Ultra kill in the end. And now it's time to go high ground. Tundra. It was looking a little suspect in the first 15 minutes. We weren't sure if they were going to be able to pull through, but they had a strong understanding of how to play up against OG. And now it's going to be lane. It's going to be straight up tier 4s. Are we going to go for it?
They are going.
That's a close call.
Amar buys out Ags. He's trying to get the extra damage to dissuade this.
Oh my god. The double chakrams are going to be thrown out. This could be really messy. This could be, you have a serious lead here. You don't necessarily need to do this.
If PL has to buy back hero, it would be a disaster for OG's item progression.
Let's see if they can hold. Double Chakrams doing so much damage. This buyout of the Aghanim Scepter, it may just be what bails out OG, or maybe Tundra can be done. Misha gets on top. The Visage is dead. He doesn't manage to get up the stone fort. They've already cleared through the ages as well. 9, he's going to have to jump away. The Shadow Blade back out. Saxa spotted as well. Oh no, Tundra. Now they're not even going to be able to get Elena Barracks off of that. They cleared out the tier 4s. No Infest. He's got an armlet toggle to work with, but he immediately gets grabbed. The charge on through. Denied. He gets canceled by the AoE stun from BZM, and now 9 is going to be in some trouble. Run down by the Phantom Rush. A chance of revenge. A charge away just in time. The last bit of damage wasn't there quite yet. Tundra still a massive lead. Don't get me wrong, but surely they would have felt very good having Elena Barracks up and not giving away those kills.
Man, that is one of those calls at TI. It's like, it's a nice edge call if it's worth it or not. They get that Phantom Lancer buyback though, so all things said, probably still slightly favoring Tundra here, just destroying that PL economy. I think you're happy to sacrifice your Lifestealer once for that, but
it's so
definitely feel good if you're OG.
We need to blink, we need stuns, we need to farm Hex. I don't reach, it's not about Hex only.
Oh, you're totally right, Avery. Stuns, big problem for OG.
Yeah, they need this Hex, they need the Abyssal. The Abyssal's just off the menu now, man. I mean, this PL is never going to get there, so even more falls to Amar. That Axe purchase was pretty clutch. Helps him defend the throne there.
No way.
He's on his way to Hex, but he is far.
Yeah.
OG trying to abuse this Lifestealer downtime as much as possible to get to that condition.
I thought maybe 9 spotting Uragi there. I thought maybe they'd go for it. That would be a dieback like that. Could just be game.
Once the game is on Amar, this game's on Amar.
Yeah.
Like this Axe, the double chakram has to connect with the shaker, with the Visage off of a stun. Again, limited stuns, you got to make the damage count. He has to connect these spells. If you're going to bet on one Timbersaw in the world to do it, it's probably this guy.
Yeah, they need some like sneaky wards that Tundra like walks onto. They have some ward hidden in the corner, and suddenly Tundra's on vision, and Amar gets this blink angle where he double chakras the guy and insta-kibs the shaker before he has time to react.
I mean, the Marcy rebound huge as well. Like that fight, Misha connects with 2 or 3. That's their best stun, right? That's going to set up the Primal Beast engage. It's going to set up the Timbersaw damage. A lot of this game might be coming down to Marcy. Yeah, some of these earlier fights, just the charge throughs and the chain stunning that can come out. If you're on the retreat from OG, you are not getting out for this one.
Well, all eyes then on the Misha-Amar duo. See if they can get the combination of the right initiating stun and the damage to follow it up to win a fight for OG. This is a great opportunity if they can get it. The snaking kill, maybe not so much, but the Earthshaker does manage to slip away. Now the charge on through, they couldn't even kill the pot up. Misha is now dead. Amar's looking for something to be able to hunt, but look at Saxa playing the edges here. He's ready to go back in. The charge is controlling up BCM. He's not getting anything off. Now they've got the Fisher. The chain's done onto the Phantom Lancer. Yes, a false promise goes off last second, but is he even going to be able to have the heals? He's got the heart pumping away. He starts to throw some damage over to 9, but it's just pitiful. He's going to get zonked out. The heart regen is not going to be enough, and GG is called. Tundra 2-0 over OG. They've done it again. They set themselves in a position to be able to match up against their rivals within the Western European region. They said, we are good enough to take you. They have lost some series before, but the important ones they've managed to pull through against OG, and they did it again on the most important stage of all here at TI.
You know, 4 years ago, Snaking was also top of his group, and that team had a choice between OG and LGD, and we chose OG, and it did not end well. This time around, the Dark Pact, or whatever you want to call it, has been broken to a degree, and he's able to overcome some of these past demons. It's very cool to see these storylines. I think OG put up a hell of a fight in that game too, though. Not an easy game to play. I think all of us underestimated how tough that game was going to get in the mid game. Yeah. Maybe even them a little bit. And once those stuns start coming out, what a hell of a game from 9 on the Spear Breaker.
Yeah, 9 and Skidder both, honestly, just super high impact in this game. You talk about Skidder's leaning in Nix against a Timbersaw, and he's like top net worth. He's highest damage. We expect low damage from suddenly just killing everyone. I think Skidder had like an insanely good game.
Great performances all around by Team Tundra, and I'm sure the panel has a lot more to say about this 2-0 over OG.
We do indeed. Thank you so much, Cap, SVG, and Quinn. Another 2-0 here in this upper bracket, but this is the first one where the team that chose their opponent actually won against their chosen opponent. So congratulations to Tundra for being able to break that curse. I am joined by Jenkins, Effie, and Lacoste. So we're going to break down this game. Lacoste, this was a game where OG had a way better shot at the game compared to that first game.
Most definitely. I mean, looking at the last pick, it was Amar's Timbersaw as their last pick, and I'm pretty sure that Tundra knew it was coming. You know, that's the one hero that always comes to your mind when you're thinking about OG, and they did have counters. Like in the laning stage, it wasn't that good because, you know, Timbersaw did manage to push out Lifestealer out of the lane, but in the mid game, I think we got to give credit to Nine. His Spirit Breaker being able to isolate the hero. How many times we've seen them stun lock this Primal Beast without Oracle ulti getting off? While Earthshaker's controlling, they had insane amount of AoE control, especially when Earthshaker picked up that shard, and also Spirit Breaker ulti pushing it away from Oracle, so Oracle cannot get into the range to use ulti.
For sure. I mean, that was a really great game, and hats off to Tundra because it was looking really hard for them, wasn't it? Especially in the first 30 minutes when everything seemed to be going OG's way. But once Tundra were able to hit their stride, get a couple of items on the Lifestealer, and enough on the Spirit Breaker to run around with that Agnes, they were just infest bombing all over the place, and they completely out-tempoed OG. I mean, it was just so difficult to watch, but I really have to praise them for bringing it back to the Spirit Breaker. Jenkins, you were telling me in the green room.
I'm glad that they weren't afraid to go back to what their comfort is. I think they prepared very nicely for the Oracle that was going to come out from OG, and then they were thinking, you know, we enjoy playing the Spirit Breaker. Maybe it's not the best patch for it, but it looked like an amazing counter. And I really like what Quinn said during the game. He said that Nine is just kind of silently carrying the game. We're like, yeah, sure, he's not doing the craziest amount of damage or something because he's an SB. But in every single fight, he was on the right hero. He was finding the pickoffs on Yuragi as well on a PL, which is not the easiest thing to do. Very patient with his charges. And also, the players played very well, but I do want to say that I think Owie has this idea against Timbersaw that allowed it to go all the way through the draft and be countered. And it's very simple. You just ignore him. You just don't go to the Timbers lane. Skitter went mid on Lifestealer, completely dodging the lane, and they just ignored him in fights and waited until the point where they could kill him before they tried to kill him. They didn't fall into this trap that other teams fall into, which is trying to kill the Timber.
Yep, they made sure that they were able to deal with that for sure. During that game, you also might have at some point caught some team fights here and there. We're trying to get the true sight feel during TI. And we got another clip for you here as we listen to what the teams have to say to each other during a fight.
6 window. I'll TP for top of if you're not fine. Super fine. Yeah, I can. Wants to charge.
I'm going.
How much you can fight? Can. Go. I'm scared. Can you heal? Pushing one. Shake yourself. I don't like. Please. I don't like. Shake too much. I die.
To me, it's very impressive to know that during a fight, there's 5 players, everybody's pressing their own buttons, having their own thoughts about everything that's going on. And for me as a viewer, it's always fairly hectic. And then the comms are calm. Yeah, there's like 2 people talking. Everybody's just doing what they're supposed to.
That's how it has to be, though. Like, that's always the thing is you think that there's some like crazy stuff going on because these players are the best of the best. But then when you hear it, like I remember I think Boom released their audio on YouTube, and you hear it, and it's so succinct, and they're saying only what's necessary, and that's why these are the best teams. It's because they can communicate only the important information. Earthshaker's top in the middle of the fight. Earthshaker's top, but I'm gonna die if I dive. Okay, everybody leaves, right?
Giving important information without talking too much.
Yeah, it's impressive. And everybody trusting that when Amar says, I'm not going in, nobody said, oh, but no, everybody just goes back.
Yeah, they trust them, exactly.
Yeah, there's a lot of trust. There's also a lot of trust, of course, on the side of Tundra. Trust in their captain, Snaking, who is standing by with Casey right now.
Snaking, congratulations!
Thank you so much.
I I am so impressed with the consistency of this team. You had a strong DPC season. You did not lose a single series in group stage. You either tied or won, and now you've 2-0'd OG, another strong team. I read that you have said this is the best boot camp you've ever done. How much of a difference has the mental preparation made in all of this?
I think we've always been a very strong team, and I think our biggest challenge was our own mentality, and like losing games and be able to recover from it was something that our team was not very good at. Myself included, who's the veteran in this game, it can be really tough, especially when the mood is down and no one's able to pick it up. That is something that I've been looking into helping the team, and that's why we also have a psychologist who's also been helping us with that, and I think it has really helped us a lot and turn the ship around.
Aster or Liquid are next. Any preference?
I mean, of course I want to say Europe, but I got to cheer for Aster because I want at least one Chinese team to be top 6 guaranteed, you know?
Okay, wait a minute. Aren't you going to play the winner of Aster or Liquid?
Yeah, I would enjoy playing versus China. It's a better headline.
Okay. You're speaking my language, buddy. Congratulations.
Thank you so much.
Back to you guys.
All right, thank you very much, Casey and Snaking, and very nice to hear that the team has evolved there for Tundra, because we know that during the Stockholm Major they did indeed have troubles coming back from a loss, as we saw then, but they definitely turned that around here during the CI in the right time as well. Now top 6 guaranteed, and we're going to find out who their opponents are going to be. Team Liquid will be facing Team Aster. It will be our final first round of the upper bracket. Let's bring on Team Liquid up stage first.
Team Liquid.
All the way from last chance qualifiers, so many games needed to be played to get to this very point, but it is upper bracket for Team Liquid here, and their opponents coming from the other group, it is the Chinese team, it is Team Aster. Team Aster coming fourth in their group. Of course, having some ups and downs during that, but when it counts, they do show up. At the moment, they are the last remaining Chinese team in the upper bracket, and so there is a lot of pressure on their shoulders. They're no stranger to that, though. I want to start talking about these two teams by talking about the off-lane duo of Team Aster. It is Baboka and XXS. Jenkins, these two teams, two players rather, have been playing together since what, 2015?
That's
something
right.
silly? In the same team every step of the way.
1,600 games almost, and 57% win rate between those two. They are the greatest bubbies in Dota history.
Speaking of bubbies, there's yours.
Yeah, he's actually, of course, did steal my name, which I had to change it back to Jenkins. But yeah, these two, bubbyism goes beyond any sort of other relationship you can have. They ride or die together, which is why they've refused to leave each other's side. They're even beating Fly and No Tail in terms of the amount of games that they've played together. Y and Faith Beyond, like all of these legendary duos that you can come up with, these two have played more than them, and it shows. It shows in their play and their synergy. And also another thing, Broodmother, very popular pick so far in XXS. In my opinion, this guy is arguably the best Broodmothers in the world. I think he's the best. I'm a fan, so I'm biased, but he's definitely one of the best.
Yeah, and we get to see this team playing Dota on LAN, something that they didn't do for quite some time, missing out on the first which was regional finals, second major as well, unfortunately, but then getting the third place at the Arlington Major and also second at ESL 1 Malaysia. So you know that this team is very hungry to prove that they're the best. Like, first of all, I think they want to prove that they're the best Chinese team because we're always in the shadow of PSG.LGD, sometimes even RNG, and they have a lot of things to prove here.
But I just have to say, I love this matchup of Aster versus Liquid because a lot of people well, it depends on which region you cheer for, but basically Aster are the Chinese Liquid, or you could say that Liquid are the European Aster, because both of these teams have a history of completely dominating within their region, right? Topping their DPC tours, but then choking.
The Aster curse.
Yes, choking at LAN. But recently, Aster seem to have shaken off that curse entirely because they've gone from third place to second place at the last 2 LANs that they played, and now we just have to see if they're going to carry that momentum, and it really looks like they are. Liquid, on the other hand, they've also had the same issue of not exactly playing that well during LAN events, but now that they're on this
broken it. They've broken it in this tournament.
Ever since Matu said that this is going to be his last tournament, it's like, oh yeah, we don't have much time to play with him. Let's do our best.
Let's extend that as long as possible, for sure. And for Aster as well, I believe they even commented on the fact that they were not consistent in the international scene itself. They commented that they do feel better this year, that they worked on that, and all of a sudden they come in the top echelon of every LAN they attend. So it's very interesting to see what they can do here.
So for me, this matchup is just who broke the curse in a more powerful and convincing fashion. We're about to see. But the funny thing about Aster is in China, they are referred to as the T team, right? And initially, we were told that it's because if you say Team Aster, that's what it is. But no, it's a meme from the Chinese fans who basically say Aster go to LAN, they have to go home early and just drink tea while they're watching Dota games because they get eliminated. So they're definitely not the T team anymore.
No, for sure. And you are very correct that Team Liquid indeed has also struggled quite a bit. Yes, this is the tournament that they've broken that curse, but that was all not in front of a crowd. So, Jenkins, we don't know yet how much of that curse is broken until this point, right? Because how much experience do they have with this 5 squad actually in front of a crowd?
Yeah, so for Mickey, Boxy, and Insania, this is their second TI. They unfortunately missed the last one, but they've got some Jarex, Zai, Matumba. They've played a lot. They have the experience. Hopefully they can do it.
Hopefully they can do it. We're going to find out how first game is going to play itself out together with our draft panelists. Let's get over to game 1.
Team Liquid versus Team Aster. Game 1.
Welcome. We are here. We are taking a look at the continuation of the upper bracket. Aster facing off against Liquid. I'm joined with 2 wonderful people here to break down the panel. Trent, Gunnar, how you guys feeling about this matchup? I think a lot of teams might not expect these ones here, but they're killing it. After group stage, they were able to make it happen.
Liquid's looked really good in groups. They've dropped a couple games, but they also took games off EG, when they were looking really good. And they've just been looking good. They look better every day, even since last rounds.
They're a team that likes to really build up that fan base and that hope. You know, I feel like everyone gets really excited. There's a lot of that Liquid fan energy coming out, right, in every LAN. And they struggle with that, much like, the Aster org, the Liquid org, similar sort of stories in the past couple of years, trying to make it happen on LAN. So this is their chance. We're out of the groups, then to the big stage. Time to win some games.
We'll see if they can make it happen. And of course, the panel went over so many of these different storylines that we've got to keep our eyes on. For Matumba Man, his last TI here is what he's been saying. For Aster, they're trying to sort of pick up from the pieces of last year. That this organization, they also have these players that were getting so close, top 6, top 4 respectively on their previous teams, and now looking to go even further here. We'll see if they can make it happen. Draft things that you're interested in seeing early on. Morphling, Shadow Fiend, where are these teams going? What's happening?
Had a rough day yesterday. yeah, getting a lot, losing, but I think Mickey's still 100% win rate on the hero during this tournament.
A lot of those record streaks are getting broken on the stage, though.
A lot of things are being broken on this stage.
Yeah, a lot of brackets, mostly, I think.
The length of the games, crazy ones. I think probably it's going to be more of a Liquid. They have the Lone Druid. They have a lot of specialty heroes, I think, for their team. Matu, Lone Druid, they play Primal Beast, they play Shadow Fiend. They both play Brood. Yeah, they kind of have to deal with the Liquid on the side of Aster, whereas Liquid can focus on their own game.
Well, you saw in the pictures there as well, of course, former podcaster slash panelist, our good friend there, Blitz. He's up there. He's grinding a lot of drafts, you know, getting ready for this. Of course, had some discussions with him about that. And it's just, it's not the best of one, at least, right? So you're going to have some chance actually on the stage to learn from the other team. But, you know, these teams, I'm sure Aster did the same thing, right? They're spending just like hours, right? They had the day off yesterday, just doing those mock drafts, going over and over. And so it's funny to have all that time, and now we're into the second ban, and you already see some of that reserve time being used, though, right? Like, even though it's just a couple seconds, there's so many variables that can come into play here just at the beginning of the draft.
Yeah, you kind of see if someone bans something you weren't expecting the ban, you don't know what to do. I think the bans are fairly standard. Marcy's in the pool and Dying's in the pool.
They give it to him. I think this is the thing, right? We saw the series today, earlier. I think Marcy went untouched throughout a lot of it. So they take the Marcy now, and then Aster are going to run back for the Sven Lesh. So we've seen the flexibility of the Sven and the power of getting that shard with Warcry, what the support can do. What are we seeing with the Leshrac pick with it that we like?
I think yesterday EG was doing Sven Shadowfiend in the first phase. I think this is kind of the evolution where Lesh is replacing the Shadowfiend for this mid safe lane flex value. I think people just believe in the hero more right now just because of what's happening on the stage. Team Liquid still believes in their Shadowfiend. They have Shadowfiend Marcy. So in a sense as well, Liquid's happy due to the mid lane matchup, Shadowfiend Lesh.
Yeah, I think that's probably what I would take away from this first phase, that both teams probably have something that they're very comfortable building off of. They're very stable blocks that they've experienced a lot of during the group stage, whether it's through their own games or even just seeing it around from all the other teams. Definitely no surprises right now. A disappointment as the Pudge does get banned, unfortunately.
They both have supports which can go both lanes. The Sven and the Marcy both go 4 and 5, and they both have cores that can go in the mid of the safe lane. Even the Lesh can go in the off lane. So it's just an open draft. People just pick heroes that they're confident that they don't have to worry about the next 3 heroes. The hardest in drafting is when you get to the later picks. You're forced to pick a certain type of hero, a certain type of strategy, and when you're able to just have good heroes and just keep picking good heroes, you just feel very good the whole time.
And it's Liquid who have that hot seat for this one as well, since they are going to be with the... they get that double pick in the middle, but the final pick is going over to Aster, so they have to be a little bit more cognizant of those lane matchups that are potentially coming out.
So a couple other interesting things to watch, taking away some of that cheese, the Broodmother that has been so prevalent all over the place. And then, of course, on the other side for Aster, they're taking away the Matumba Man Lone Druid that I feel like if you're Liquid, you're going to take that almost every chance that you get in the second phase. But still with the very open openings, we'll see which way they opt to go next.
Yeah, for Liquid right now, they want a core that goes in, which is why the Lone Druid and the Pudge are both banned. The Shadowfiend's going to end up being their carry. They have a Marcy already to buff it up. So looking at maybe some Mars, some Legion Commander even, just anything that will go in and body for the Shadowfiend in the fights. And that's primarily what Aster's going to try to ban and try to prepare their pick for.
I feel like for Liquid, they're 3-4-5 as well. Like they have such... like their identities stay very stable as the players. Like they always tend to play the same heroes themselves, right? You're going to have, of course, Boxy looking for this. Like I always look to the clock and the tusk, but the Marcy, of course, when she gets in, you want the Marcy. You got to be there for the sidekick. But he's always able to set up these great fights for them. He's never afraid to jump into the fog when he thinks there's going to be a good follow from his teammates. And that's where Insania, he plays like the exact opposite. He's like almost always way back on that 5 with that disruptor, or, your Witch Doctors, your Dazzles,
the saves, Oracle.
Yeah.
So one thing I was wondering about is we saw as an answer to this like Marcy Shadowfiend before, the Lich or other sort of buff ups, physical damage heroes. Do you think that that's something that they need to address at all, or is that something that Aster might pick up here?
It's a great hero out of this phase, like something that doesn't really reveal much. It's just a 5. It's a classic answer, as you said, versus the Shadowfiend, the Marcy. Pretty common.
I think even a Winter Wyvern, it gives you a BKB cancel for the Shadowfiend Requiem, but they go with Crystal Maiden. This hero's a lot of success even today.
Yes, yeah. She keeps on winning, so it is it is different though, because like we're talking about like this Lich as being something a little bit more defensive, and it's like looking to have some answers. Crystal Maiden is sort of the opposite when you're playing as a 5. Like I tend to think of her as like more of offensive potential. Like she has more capabilities in terms of just like even like running to a lane, doing a quick push, doing some ganks. So not this little defender to maybe enable this Leshrac more. This is more just like we want to kill a hero at the start of this fight right away.
Again, since Liquid want this body strength hero generally to be in front of the Shadowfiend, Crystal Maiden will be able to see cast spells. So in a sense, she's good versus these frontline heroes, and she's a little more sad when she has to play versus the Void Spirits, the Embers, the Storms. She just jump her and kill her for free.
Instead, Liquid now going to take this, what has often been a off-lane Death Prophet ranged hero, does have that flexibility to go towards mid as well, depending upon the matchup. And at least at the beginning, Liquid, a lot of big teamfight ultimates versus Aster, a lot more like poke, prod, get in there, try and annoy you a little bit, heroes.
Yeah, in the last game they played this with the Shadow Fiend, they did it for Matu. And it ended up being 14-3 and 19 ending the game as that Death Prophet, absolutely crushing it with Mickey having a great game with the Shadow Fiend as well. And that's where they had Zai making all the space on their Brood, but of course that's been removed. And no surprises here if we get Insania regular, but oh, there we go.
So the one thing about the Shadow Fiend is you either beat him by running at him and killing him, or by outranging him. So here's now the sniper picked, and this is going to kind of dissuade the Shadow Fiend from going mid. That's a very hard lane matchup. So the Shadow Fiend's probably going to try to want to go to the safe lane as well. Death Prophet doesn't want to lane versus sniper.
Yeah.
So that's probably in the off lane now. So Aster kind of, without seeing exactly what they're doing, has a feeling of what Liquid wants to do with their draft. So they can ban and they kind of can force Liquid into playing their game now.
I mean, in a way, that is one of the downsides of having such like a well-defined, incredibly strong group stage, is that people get a ton of film to look at and try and adjust and see if they can come up with answers to what you've been building.
Hey, you just keep winning, so you never had to adjust, and then they know what you're going to do.
True.
It's not for Liquid. They're going to aim for... Now they have to probably aim for a Spirit that goes in. I could see a Mars being pretty nice for them. It's good versus the Sniper. It's good versus the Lesh. Maybe even in the mid lane, it can lane the Sniper.
They're all in the pool. I mean, we got what our quote unquote spirit heroes. We got our Pucks, we got our Storms, our Void Spirits, our Embers. They're keeping an eye on that though, just saying there's so many spirits to ban. Might as well just look for the other options that are in the pool, perhaps.
Sometimes if there's 3, 4, 5 heroes that fill a similar role, you'd rather just ban the ones that do the special one.
Yes,
like the Naga. Nothing really can replicate what a Naga does for the draft, because they're going to get one.
Yeah,
right.
You can't ban them all. And Aster, they have the last pick, so they're going to end up getting to choose whatever they want. I think that this Lush is probably going to go to the off lane. Sniper will go mid, and then they're just going to pick a mid response to whatever Liquid pick on 23.
Yeah, I was going to say, I think it'd be interesting to try and run like Lesh mid. It doesn't really feel like it would be that great with the Sniper, because you kind of want to be like the...
Is there anything else that you guys can see as a steroid, or do you not think that's as much of a problem? They're going to look to make it work in a different route?
It's not too concerning, just due to the fact that they have so much team fight on the side of Liquid.
Okay.
They have the ability to kind of control heroes or kite heroes very easily. Disruptor and Shadow Fiend are some of the best heroes right now at kind of elongating these fights and always constantly catching heroes, slowing heroes. It's more an idea of whether they can win the fight after their BKBs. Leshrack's one of the best heroes right now if you can survive the BKB duration. And Liquid doesn't have the best way to save their heroes.
I feel like Liquid can just go anywhere right now. I would like to have a little bit more vision for the Disruptor if possible.
I think something like a Zeus could be nice. It gives them magic damage, it gives them vision. It doesn't do the front line or the catch job that they might want for the Sniper, but
that's actually exactly what I wanted.
When you have enough vision,
that sounded really stupid. And if I said Zeus, I'd get flames. But you can do it, so that's good. He's a go gunner. Yeah.
Sometimes when you provide vision, it's enough to kind of make up for not being a body.
Yeah.
To the fact that it lets your supports cast spells.
Yeah, if someone just dies, what lineup doesn't matter. If it's 5v4, it doesn't matter if your lineup's a little bit stranger.
And the Marcy already kind of has people to play with. The Death Breath and the Shadow Fiend both do want to walk in, so he'll be able to rebound. And I think vision is probably the most important thing Liquid need. Vision or catch. I could see something like a Void Spirit as well if they wanted to go more of a get in there route.
Yeah.
But it doesn't pair that well, I think, with either of their supports.
Getting down to the wire here in the reserve time for Liquid, and the last pick is going to be the Mars that you talked about. So do have that catch. We'll see if it's going to be enough. Also, a good way to stop the damage coming from Sniper with that arena. Always super helpful.
This Leshrack, yeah, I really hope it's not Leshrack mid. I feel like it would be a very sad Leshrack mid. But maybe they're going to feel forced into doing that.
I think they might end up just putting the Sniper mid and the Leshrack even in the safe lane.
Yeah.
And now they kind of get to know the safe lane of Liquid as either Shadow Fiend or Death Prophet or Mars. They can do whatever they want at this point. So they're just going to pick a stable lane, probably with the Crystal Maiden. Maybe some melee hero walks in. Tiny's banned. I was going to say Tiny could be very nice for Aster.
To me, it looks like if you get jumped as Aster, this is going to be a very bad fight. So I feel like, you can say the opposite as well, right? If Aster can just find something for that initial grab, start the fight off on good footing, then it can be very hard to find that sniper in the back line or something as well. So I'd be thinking more offensively, I guess, if I'm Aster right now than defensively.
That's been the entire theme of the draft so far, starting from that CM pick.
I think something in the sense of vision also works for Aster because of how Sniper really likes playing in vision. Also, Sniper has a lot of night vision, so maybe a Night Stalker for the side of Aster. He can always pop Darkness. I believe he can still fly over the arena during his ult, and he catches the Disruptor, the Death Prophet. Same thing for the Pango.
Okay.
Pango's very nice versus Mars. Anytime you have a BKB built in versus Mars, you can always just dodge the arena. You can dodge the Glimpse with roll up. It provides this go in here that they need.
He's like that combo breaker, it looks like. Like if they grab Ori, right, it's going to be up to XSS to try and get that save.
Look at that. They do put Ori on the Leshrac. Zai is going to be playing the Mars. A couple of switch-ups here with regards to the entire draft. We'll see if it is going to be enough, as both of these teams would absolutely love to be able to win this, move on in the upper bracket. For Aster, it's going to be the last Chinese team coming on in the upper bracket, and for Liquid, for 3 of these players at least, it would be the best placement they've ever had at TI. See if they can make it happen now. As we get ready to go into game number 1, Team Liquid facing off against Aster. So big thoughts, at least as far as this early laning stage goes. Is there anything that's super concerning?
I've been really liking the Sniper. Right now, every time I see Sniper, he crushes the lane. Shrapnel Max is so much damage and slow. But I think the Liquid level 6 timings are really strong. Disruptor, even without level 6, just playing with the Death Prophet, kind of forcing you, and you want to half defend your tower versus the Exo, and he glimpses you back in and you die. The Mars Arena, they have a lot of early timings, which I think Aster's really only big timing right now is the Pango. So I think there's going to be a lot on the back of the Pango to constantly defend the towers or has his team walk to him and always start the fights.
I'm looking forward to see how Boxy performs as well in terms of like heading towards this mid lane. Like all these concerns about the Leshrac and what that life's going to be like for this hero in this game. Marcy, obviously someone that can punish some of these more vulnerable heroes in that mid lane. So it's going to be interesting to see just how maybe greedy he kind of gets playing in the lane itself.
Well, we're heading out across the map.
It's dancing out.
They're ready for that one for sure.
Smoke prepped as well, so they might just look to smoke in the dire jungle. And Liquid's already smoked. It looks like they're probably going to walk to mid and try to have some lines being drawn.
All right, got ourselves a little pause to start this game, but surely we got underway in just a second.
Rotating booths and the settings still need to be fixed, guys.
Unbelievable.
We got it.
No, it's going to be an interesting thing to watch, I think, because you've got every single one of these Aster heroes have like a little weird, pokey, team fighty spell, which I like. You know, whether it's the Sven stun, you're throwing out some Pango stuff, it's all really nice there. And then meanwhile, on the side of Team Liquid, it's like you commit those big ultimates, and once those are down, it's sort of probably going to be the point where Aster want to look for a fight.
I think it's interesting that there's an opportunity here to play a little bit aggressive on both sides, but I also think that both sides would really like to just kind of like chill out for a while, you know, get some stacks going, farm it up. So this could be one of those games where things are very relaxed. But to me, if there's someone who's going to be like running the show, it's probably going to be Boxy on the side of Liquid to try and get things going. And if it was for Aster, probably has to be XXS on the Pango.
Yeah, Liquid's, their big time in this game is the triple BKB. Mars, Shadow Fiend, Death Prophet all want their BKBs, and then don't die to the Lesh, don't die to the Pango, the CM.
Yeah.
They kind of all just can walk away. And on the side of Aster, no one really wants to buy an early BKB on their team. The Leshrac wants a Bloodstone, the Sniper wants to go all of his range so you can't even catch him. So it is all on this Pango right now, to whether he wants to go Diffusal or Blink, try to set up with rolls and catch. And the scariest thing right now is how much Liquid can do with their BKB timings once they get it. If they can Roche with the Exo, if they can take all their towers with the Shadow Fiend, it's going to be a lot of grouping, and Aster's going to be happy just playing the farm game.
Well, you can see the decision right now from Aster to wrap around up on the top side. We'll see if Liquid do run into them there or not, as Boxy's already heading on up to place a ward up on that high ground and just holding steady in the mid lane.
Pichu's leading the charge here, just holding that hammer.
And now, drop down a ward in the jungle, as they're going to start heading down this hill. Chu spots out Matumbo Man.
Oh, whoops.
A little sight, and yeah, the pings are there. They immediately realize where they're at.
Just need like one more step. Yeah, just a little bit more that way, and maybe they get the follow-up Split Earth.
So no chance for a kill there. But do get some wards down. Liquid's unlikely to get taken away since they're sort of staying on their side of the map. And it looks like it's going to be a trade-off of 2 bounty runes apiece.
Liquid has this nice deep ward. next to Roshan. I think it's pretty cool because there's a chance Aster swap their lanes up. They put the Shadow Fiend mid, the Leshrac in a side lane, and maybe Liquid will want to swap their lanes up depending on what they see. So now they get to kind of see where everyone's going. Fortunately for them, Aster's just doing kind of standard lane, hang out with the CM top, Lesh mid, Sniper's going bot. So nothing out of the ordinary right now, besides the Death Prophet safe lane is a little interesting right now, this patch. It is something Liquid likes running.
Yeah, if they were looking, they're like, yeah, okay, they've just done this like very recently, so it shouldn't be too much of a surprise to Aster. And it's actually interesting. We've seen some teams less willing, I think, to swap the heroes and the players, in the sense like there's a lot of teams who would maybe put their 5 on this Marcy just because it's in that safe lane, which Liquid is, they're much more comfortable just doing something like this in this setup because they know that like for the vast majority of the game, Boxy has this identity on the Marcy that they really want to achieve.
The 4,
yeah,
right, exactly, which fits in how they want it to play for him. As you can take a look here mid, Shadow Fiend versus Lesh. Gonna get a couple of raise hits off on there. Just get one denied out. So Ori, I think it's worth noting that this guy, I feel like last year at TI had one of the best performances that we've seen from him in the entire history of his play. And
to be fair, Puck was really broken.
I mean,
yes. This guy's a really good player. No, not to take anything away from Ori.
Right. But when that happened, he ended up getting knocked out by the rest of these teammates here, and then ended up, coming together with them. We'll see if they can keep that type of success that they had last year going in this one.
Yeah, there's gonna be a lot of eyes on the bot lane right now. Sniper, once he hits his level 3, level 4 timing, he has some points in headshot, he has some points in shrapnel. That's when they can just kind of run down the Mars. And the Disruptor, a lot of the time, he doesn't save heroes. He just kind of watches him die. So if Sai walks up a little too far, once the Sniper hits level 3, it could be a little scary.
Yeah, I feel like since Undying started buying like 6 mangoes and decaying, doing the Disruptor thing just looks a whole lot weaker. It's just like, no, I can spam too, guys.
Everyone's doing that now. Yeah. They just buy 6 mangoes on the support. They just spam the Undyings don't buy tangos anymore.
Right.
Just 6 mangoes, maybe a Sal.
You don't need them.
Easy peasy.
Just moving on forward in life.
They do get a little bit of pressure there. Pullback now onto Bobica is a couple of punches, but Tumbaman trying to kill him off. And won't quite be enough there, but even with all those mangoes, at least they'll have some pretty good regen on the CM to try and get back into the lane quickly.
None of the supports have made a move towards mid yet. I think probably at the 4-minute water runes, we could see Boxy move towards mid. If he gets a jump on the Lesh, pulls him back, that's a pretty nice kill for them. Pretty easy on the Lesh.
Certainly the most mobile as well, right? We all know Crystal Maiden. She's
not the fastest hero in the world.
It takes a little while.
Yeah, Marcy gives some flashbacks to Earth Spirit from a couple years ago when every position 4 they pick Earth Spirit, they get level 2, they TP mid, roll kick, your mid laner's dead.
It's a constant play, and of course both of these heroes very susceptible to getting kills in the mid lane, depending upon their positioning. So we'll have to watch for that and any of those early TPs. But for now, at least, Aster looking good in all of their lanes, particularly the Lesh there. 4 denies. As Zai talked about it, is getting ran down a little bit by that level 2 shrapnel. Monet already playing a bit aggressive on the Mars.
The boots pick up on Zai is going to be really important, but he ends up going for Raindrop Bracer. I think he just wants to tank up. The Disruptor does have slows and glimpse, so he has ways to kind of push them off of him. It's more so once they're onto this.
Oh my God! Quick jump and kill, and that's the rotation we were talking about.
Yeah, that's Marcy, right? That's why this hero. All the phones popping up in the audience. Yeah, I see you all. Checking right away. Checking that email. Huh?
Oh yeah, that's what they do. Regardless, that first blood coming on out. And
someone got one. I saw they're celebrating. Nice. Good job.
As Matumba Man is also going to get a little bit of pressure there on XXS, and the pullback. Boxy ready to dispose and finds the body blocks. This Pango in trouble. This is one of those heroes that really can't get completely abused in the laning stage.
It's one of the worst feelings when you die after Swashbuckle too.
Zai, Chase, continued to run down. Monet right on top of him along with Pichu, but it's not quite enough. Dodges back behind the trees and keeps himself alive. Maybe a spear through the trees looking for a kill. Can they get it? Doesn't quite look like it as he was salving back up. Bobica dies in the top lane while all this is happening, but 3-0 start for Liquid.
All at the back of the Marcy rotations. He gets level 3, TP's mid, kills the Lesh, walks top, gets 2 kills back to back, and there's a lot of pressure on Liquid right now. It looks bots not the best. It's not terrible, but Sniper's having a great time down here. They're left. The Shadow Fiend just kind of crushing mid now.
Yeah, it's gonna be a really hard game as well. Like if Monet gets off to a good start, like trying to find the sniper in the back line, we don't have one of those classic counters. Some of those classic counters don't feel like very good heroes right now. You think about like the Spectre in particular. It's something that like used to be such an easy answer at the end of the draft. Like this year, like, oh, easy, but that's a good way to do it though. You catch them running.
That is stun there. Ichu keeps him alive and well, and now Monet chasing, looking to run down Zai again. Another round of the shrapnel. He's got to run through it, trying to escape, but Zai is going to be brought down. Monet making quick work of that Mars.
That was pretty much a defensive spear that he missed, right? Like trying to just like get the sniper further away when he went for the retreat.
It's really nice stun there to kind of break the glimpse spear off. Again, I think Aster right now, they're just playing for the Pango level 6. These lanes are not amazing for them, just outside of the bot lane. And they need the Pango 6 to be able to rotate to the side lanes. The Leshrac has some play on mid, but anytime the Shadow Fiend is just having a stable, strong lane, you don't really want to bring heroes to the lane and give them opportunities to get more kills.
Especially with a Mercy being there, as Boxy's already back.
And down bottom, more aggression coming out as Insania and Zai were trying to take down Monet there. Couldn't quite find him all the way, but Boxy moves in, snipes a courier. No chance for a kill, as they did already get that DD rune on Mickey.
And Boxy, like, he did run right through Boca as well, so they're going to know there's a ward here somewhere. Maybe he'll miss on the sentry, because it can be a bit tough to find it, but I'm going to keep an eye, try and keep an eye at least on these stacks that Boca's getting ready here for one of his allies.
Try and queue those ones up for sure. As, well, he'll take a creep along the way, too. That's what the CMs do. Exorcism popped up top. Matumba Man trying to get some good pressure onto this tier 1 tower, as XXS is just going to have to deal with this and should be fine. It's about down to half HP.
I really like this Exorcism. So I feel like it ends up waiting to like level 7 or level 8 so it gets popped anyway, but people tend to get it like at this part because like someone has to rotate. You're waiting for other allies to be ready to use it. Oh, that's good.
Oh, and in fact, if they can get this kill, this would be huge. XXS able to dodge the raise, but it has another one in a second. No. Couple more punches. XXS going to die.
They still have Glimpse here too.
And so down bottom.
Can't even TP in, right?
They're still chasing on Zai, but it doesn't look like they're going to be able to find him there. But Bovica glimpse back in, a couple more hits, and Mickey finds another finish. So 5-1, and in fact, after they make that move, they're going to TP bottom Matumba Man. Goes in and finds another kill. Liquid are just cooking here.
Yeah, Mickey TP's back mid right away too to catch this wave. So this is so much gold going to Liquid after these kills.
This is a really nice movement. All the sieges got defended. Zai kills the siege bot, Mickey kills the siege mid. They kind of alleviate all this 5-minute pressure that generally can happen when you play around the Leshracs. And then they just break the lanes apart instantly. Shadowfiend goes top, Death Prophet TP's bot. They keep grouping their cores. Every play now is probably going to involve 2 cores in the lane. Whether it's the Shadowfiend, the Mars Death Prophet, they're always going to want them to play together because they're the strongest heroes on the map.
And this is a big one. Requiem out, couple raises, gets the kill. Dude, Liquid are looking on fire this morning.
I feel like
it's to play.
Yeah, now Matu though at least is in trouble. Headshot procs are there. Yeah. Very unlikely to survive here unless Sai can quickly get 6.
Well, another couple rounds. The Spirit Siphon trying to make it happen. Is it going to be enough? Matumba Man living somehow, some way. Are you kidding me? Matumba Man walks away, does finally get brought down, but they got the kill onto the sniper. They do lose Zai. Have they gotten a little bit too big for their britches? Aster brought numbers back and forth in just a valley of death. Boxy 2 will fall, so it looked tight for a moment, but the penalty was big.
Yeah, this is where Zai just needed to not get 6, because, you know, the arena gave them hope.
Hope is the most dangerous thing, Trent.
At the same time, Disruptor's getting some beauty time in the top lane, almost level 6. Static Storm, anytime you catch the Pango roll is the fight right now. Every time the Pango shows up, the fight's going to be somewhat in Aster's favor. So if you catch him with a Static Storm, you catch him with a Silence from Death Prophet or a Mars Arena, that's how you kind of are aiming to play these fights.
And you can see that Aster's still keeping an eye on everything that happened top, because Bovica's running back there now with sentries. Like, he has not forgotten. He's like, we lost that fight there. Still some stacks that actually blocked off that same camper there as well. So Bovica, though, unfortunately, not going to find an obs this time. So
the scary thing right now for Aster is a lot of their heroes want a lane. Pango wants us in a lane. Sniper wants us in a lane. Leshrac's somewhat comfortable going to the jungle just because of how fast he farms, but on the side of Liquid, they're giving lanes to Disruptor for free. They don't really need they don't feel the need to sit in all their lanes. They just feel the need to group up and force plays.
And that's the power of Marcy, right? So like, I think that's why Boxy, like, it's just Marcy, Clockwork, Tusk. Like, it just lets them do this exact same style every time.
Scan was able to hit there. Liquid walk up the hill after the fact, and now going to try and contest this stack that's been built up a little. It's 3 camps, and one of them's the Mud Golem, so not easy to sneak that one. And in fact, Aster will zone back Matumba Man.
You can see how confident Boxy is, though. He just is able to walk up hills, and if you go on him, he just rebounds away, and not much to do. There's no...
Or rebounds on top of you, up top.
Now Bobica gonna get chased, and the dual supports come in to kill the other one. Ori looking for a little bit of retribution here. Will run into Insania, and while they have Glimpse, he's not gonna get Glimpse that far. They move in, XXS right on top. Insania in trouble and likely to fall. So Aster make a solid move, able to claim a kill.
It's good. This is what Aster needs to do. They need to group around. Probably the Lush and the Pango need to play together, try to force towers, force objectives with the roll. And anytime Liquid sees where the Pango is on the map, they can just go to the opposite side, force towers, force objectives. And Aster's either going to have to TP in 5 heroes and even still lose the fight, the tower, or they just commit to a trade.
Yeah, now they're going to bring 3 heroes to the mid lane as well here, so perhaps some quick action. They do have smoke if they want to, but they're seeing that there's no real rotations down bottom. They don't necessarily need to join up, so gonna wait till they push this out a little bit here before they start playing a little bit more aggressive. I'm sure they want to link up though with Zai since he does have that arena.
Smoke indeed as Liquid head down. Will run into Pichu here. Zai playing dumb. Well, actually find him as they're looking for the other kill onto Boca. So get the glimpse back, pull him in, stun, keeping him away, and actually just dropping Ori.
Ori just keeping the middle.
In some trouble. Ori likely to fall now in the middle of all of them. So they get 1 kill on the Marcy, but then lose their big bad Lesh. XXS shows up. This could be the fight winner. And with that, Liquid are going to get a little bit of a disengage. Zai trying to find a snipe with the spear. Doesn't manage to get it. And he too is going to get punished. But Aster, a little bit bold with the Lesh. They still get a couple kills in return.
It's a very bold TP.
Yes. There was I think a slight miscommunication with XSS because he sees the Pango there and he had roll and he's like, oh okay, like we're gonna have a fight together right.
I think he also
right?
sees everyone's going on the Crystal Maiden who's ulting. Like, they're distracted. Yeah. They're on the CM. They're gonna have to use all their stuns there, and have free reign of the fight. I think right now Aster, they need the Blink Dagger on the Pango, and the minute 15 shard for Sven is gonna be really impactful versus the Shadow Fiend armor and the Death Prophet.
Can see right here as well that they did immediately change up and left. They're like, all right, Boxy, you got that one right. As the rest of the team.
Yeah, there was a recent change now that the outpost TPs I think are default 7 seconds to start. So now there's just so much time. Once you see the TP, you have a lot of time to just walk backwards, go take the fight, and you see the idea. He wants to backstab the fight kind of and appear behind them, but a nice read by Liquid to just change targets instantly.
Yeah, no successful pincer maneuvers here, unfortunately.
They did still get Zai in that little engagement, though, and he has definitely been the most hurt of the cores in the entire game. You can see SF nursing that pretty substantial lead over the rest of the cores, and if you're Liquid, that's definitely what you want to see. But how much of a concern is it that you've still got that tri-core from Aster looking good there?
I think it's all on the Shadow Fiend BKB timing. If he gets it and they're able to actually force objectives and force timings, it'll look really good for Liquid, and their gold lead is just gonna skyrocket off the BKB. Shadow Fiend's BKB will give Death Prophet and Mars both of their BKBs just off the fizz. And on Aster, all they need to do is find a way to kind of slow the bleeding, slow the timings down. Because once they hit their timings, they hit the Bloodstone, maybe in another item on the Lesh. The sniper hits his Dragonlance Maelstrom is generally what people are going, or a BKB. Then he starts pumping out damage. The Sven gets shard.
Yeah.
Tango's going to get this. It looks like he's actually going to go for a Wraith Pact instead of the Blink.
That's a pretty cool idea to try and because he is just building into that concept. Like that, he knows what his idea is, right? Like I need to initiate and I need to try and some additional tank ability for my Lesh rack.
Yeah, he needs to somewhat carry the game in a sense of the amount of impact he's going to have in terms of the team fight, but his carry is just being in there, tanking and stunning. He doesn't have to damage heroes. He doesn't have to do much. He just has to exist there and create chaos.
The thing I've learned this TI is a Wraith Pack is a good item.
It's a very good item.
It's my number one takeaway, and XXS queuing that one up.
So right now, Liquid do not have a Wraith Pack queued up. The Wraith Pack advantage will be in Aster's hand.
Yeah, this is a pretty hard game to figure one out for Liquid, I would say.
Yeah, the cores have very important items they need to buy. Mars, you would think that the Vlad's is very good on the hero, which it is, but the Blink and the BKB are just too powerful for what he needs to do as a hero in the fights.
Oh, Foxy. Courier actually missed uphill there. Chasing, side, they throw out the stun, does a little sneak to the side from Pichu, and that keeps him alive. So still a very even game as we wait for these timings to come online. And Liquid hoping to control this side of the map with all the tier 1s now pretty much claimed.
Yeah, I mean, that BKB is on the way here very soon for Mickey, right? And then they probably go up the triangle, get some wards down, start prepping towards a Roche.
Liquid's, I would say Liquid's stronger in a sense of team fight / like holding areas. Anytime Liquid wants to walk to an area, take and say like, this is ours, you fight us, Aster's going to walk away. They're not going to want to take these fights. They're going to walk away, keep farming, hitting their timings. But Aster, you know, if Liquid walks too far forward, the sniper gets a nice shrapnel, gets a bunch of hits off. That's where Liquid just has to be careful of their amount of aggression. They have to control it. They have to keep just taking the small advantages, keep building, and then at some point, that's when they hit the Roche, hit the throne.
Olga has been given a lot of space in this mid lane. Already has drums completed, going in for the Aether Lens next. Just going to give even more of that power to just sort of poke and prod as Liquid go for the wraparound back behind the tier 1 tower. Won't run into anybody there as you can see Aster only leaving that one support mid and just keeping the lave shoved out whenever possible.
It's a dangerous place right now, this mid lane. You know, some smoked up enemies on the other side there.
The BKB is finished on Shadow Fiend, and they want this tier 1 mid. It opens up the map a lot. You can go into both jungles through the mid lane. You can actually push your creeps past the tower.
He skipped the blink.
Yeah.
Finished the full Wraith Pact.
All right, Pango gets it done now.
Liquid right now, I think he noticed the Death Prophet went for Yules first. The Mars is also not having an amazing game. He went Falcon Blade. So his game's not terrible, but it's not going to be a fast BKB. So he's not really going to have issues catching heroes with the roll or being forced to start the fights purely with roll. He just kind of has to be able to, you know, when arena drops, you roll in and save your team.
Yeah.
Or when they start kind of walking in up your hill, you start the fight with roll.
I think it's just interesting because now I feel like they don't have much initiative. I think it's very hard for, like, let's say they do want to, you know, take a fight. They have a good opportunity. It feels like it's going to be very difficult for Aster.
In this round, again, you've got the Blink Dagger done on Zai as the stun finds him just out of nowhere. Quick and easy with the smoke kill. Mickey was not prepped for that one. Can they find any more?
You just have a great ward.
That's a great ward to have.
That's just free fight.
Oh, pulls him out. Oh, it pulled him out of the arena. Tries to get out of there. Ori now finds one. Zai in trouble. This fight has gone terribly for Liquid as Monet is going to run down this Mars. Matumba Man still surviving through it, though. Can he do the damage the rest of his team couldn't? I don't think so. Matumba Man also starting to fall. Only the Pango has died. And on the other side, Aster take down everybody but the supports.
That was a nice, just chaining the plays.
Yeah, it was so fast.
Kill in the same roll. He keeps rolling down behind the tower. He forces his play, and he does his roll. He goes and he dies. He takes a bunch of spells. He forces Liquid to want to continue fighting, and the arena, the sniper, and the Lesh, but they have no damage now because everything's being used on the Pango.
Yeah, instantly like running towards that mid lane, dropping that additional ward down to give even more vision because, you know, lacking that Blink Dagger, it is the vision, right? You know, talking about like it's poor initiation at this point because he went for the full Wraith Pact. It doesn't matter. If Sven can run up smoked and just throw a stun, that's like the best case scenario as a support Sven, particularly, you know, aside from your shard, that's kind of your other big thing, right?
And you can immediately see that Mickey pinged out. All right, they've got wards up in this area. It doesn't quite connect, though, on any of those observers. We'll see if Insania is able to spot the other one or not.
Yeah, it's this really nice deep ward above the outpost.
Yeah,
Aster has. It just has this tiny sliver of vision of the camp where they just saw a Shadow Fiend. If he was like 10 units to the right, maybe he doesn't even get caught by that stun, but Insania gets the D ward.
Wow. 10 to 11, and you can see the replay here. For a moment, I thought that it was, you know, maybe even Pango could have survived through that since Foxy had pulled him just out of the static storm, but it didn't end up matter. He was still silenced the whole time.
They had to like chain the Death Prophet one additionally as well because of that. But yeah, Zai unfortunately not able to get the fight they want. Part of, like because it took so long to take down the Pango, essentially, right? Like he had no follow up from his friends in time.
Yeah, they have the Lusher and the Sniper are very strong. So when you're forced to use spells on just a Pango, you're kind of letting these damage cores survive the spells. And like we said, Liquid is between the Mars and the Disruptor. They're very, you know, 10, 15 seconds of the team fight. They do so much. They have so much control, so much fight, and then it's maybe on the Marcy to just continue to catch. Maybe it's on the Death Prophet to just keep being able to run in. But this 10 to 15 seconds of Liquid's fight is their strongest. So when you just force that all on a Pango and you don't deal with a sniper, he just gets free reign in the fight.
I mean, the good news is, though, is that he didn't have time to BKB and waste his 9-second charge.
There you go. All right.
They still have the Shadow Fiend BKB.
The positives.
Gotta look at him.
Matu's also finishing his BKB up. He's about 300 gold away.
Ooh, heads up there. Zai gets away just in time. XXS will not manage to catch onto that Mars. But a really good fight one like we talked about for Aster. There still is that bottom tier 1 tower that they have yet to claim.
The scary thing I see right now for the side of Liquid is that Zai just has a Blink Dagger, no BKB. And he's basically, he has to be able to blink in and stun and preferably survive when he blinks in an arena stuns. But there's so many different things on Aster that can catch him to either cancel his blink between like the shrapnel or a random swashbuckle, or maybe he just blinks in and gets instantly stunned by the Pango roll.
True.
And it's just a lot on the back of him to, if he gets these good spears, these good arenas, it's going to be great for Liquid.
I think that Aster as well have an excellent read on everything that Liquid want to do right now. Like, you know, you pointed out at the start of the game, like, this is their timing. They want these BKBs. It is something that Aster are also well aware of. And so the positioning of their heroes, with like always having like the Leshrac, the Sven, and the CM kind of like staying up front, while you then have this sniper just farming a little bit behind them. Pango sort of nearby as well, can join very quickly with the roll. They're shutting out that area of the map for such a long time that Liquid have missed out on that Roche timing.
Max amounts of force staffs getting picked up for Liquid. They have the Dragon Lance completed, full 1 Hurricane Pike, but you can see as Aster ready to move on in, Liquid, they have an idea that this is happening, but it's going to come too late.
Yeah, they had wards nearby, but it was too late.
They might still look to fight. Aster might not expect this fight.
Zai, he's running right into a Monet there. Have it, but the BKB, it's out already. Matumbo Man trying to survive, has the BKB running on top of Pichu, now trying to take down Monet. All 3 cores on top of him, but it's not quite going to be enough. The Static Storm, a good connection to the spear. They got him. Monet will fall. That's 1 life. Still a lot of exorcism left. And meanwhile, Boxy gets the stun with that rebound. Requiem up on the high ground, keeps chasing down Monet in trouble, wanting to kill him all off. Does he have enough? He's surviving the little sniper. He's so strong. He's so big. What did happen? Oh, Insania now turns. They didn't have enough for the 2nd life. That Warcry armor coming in from the Sven completely demolished them. And the root from Bulbaka, Liquid, they're all gonna fall.
Pichu came in like riding from down the hill. He had like 10% HP. I'll save you. Stuns up on Mickey, runs over, gets another Warcry off, and they turn that entire fight around. They couldn't quite get that last bit of damage after the Aegis.
It was looking really scary. Ori actually didn't get his ult off. So he got silenced with no ult running. He pops his Bloodstone. He gets silenced again. He doesn't get his ult off. So he didn't even lifesteal at all in that fight. He's like almost full mana. So
he did 600 damage. Really big carry.
Yeah. That is crazy.
And it still took them so long to take him down.
And especially the way it starts, right? Like they find Monet, he's forced to a very early BKB. All he does is hit Zai the entire time. Zai's going to back away. Yeah, into the bulwark. He's the back away. Wave the step. Great force staff play there as well. But then Zai eventually gets the blink in. But on this reset, it's so hard to believe that with a Requiem from the high ground like that, they couldn't get this finish.
Yeah, absolutely insane.
And Pichu, he just comes like running in from the right now.
He's like, guys, I'm here, don't worry. Just barely, and it's enough.
Yeah.
What a huge play from Aster as they are able to survive that fight. And again, very even in the live game right now. But things could start spinning pretty quickly out of control if Liquid aren't careful.
Yeah, a lot of that fight, I think, actually was on the Pango, even though it didn't look like he had much impact. He rolls and it forces the Death Prophet BKB and the Shadow Fiend BKB.
Yeah.
And they hit him, Shadow Fiend takes him down maybe 75% health, but he's fine trading roll for your BKB. He knows that if he uses his roll, he can still push race back, he can still be tanky, but once you pressure BKB, you can't really fight the CM, you can't fight all the stunts on the side of Aster.
Yeah, and now after that Wraith Pact, he's already picked up the shard, and he's just about to get his Blink Dagger there as well. So, gonna have a whole other level coming from XSS soon.
Well, Tier 1 tower taking a bottom, and Aster, they are continuing this onslaught here. 4K gold lead.
They're going to see Zai in behind now, catching that next wave.
Yeah.
So there is a glyph here as well from Liquid. They are going to pop it, just kill the wave. So we'll see how dedicated they are.
Ori is a BKB now,
first
so
Tier 2. Yeah.
It's very hard, I think, for Liquid to now fight, ever take a fight into Aster. Whenever Aster sets up, the sniper has heroes in front to protect him, the Pango's going to get his roll off. That's where it's scary. But anytime Aster walks into the stuns, the disruptor glimpse, they go too far hitting a tower and he gets glimpsed back. That's where Liquid just pumps out the damage.
Oh, Zai, big play. He catches the Blink Dagger Courier. It was flying on its way out to XXS.
Oh, that's real big.
Yeah.
Well, a nice little window here. I mean, again, there's no Roche for another 4 minutes at the very least, since that Aegis was immediately reclaimed. So likely to have a little bit of downtime here before a big push, but they could go for some type of a smoke play if there is that item timing that they wanted to hit, like the Blink.
Yeah, to me, it buys time for Zai's BKB as well, right? Like, he's finding all these waves on the side of the map. He just gets it now. So if they were able to force a fight now from Liquid, and he knows that there was a Blink Dagger on there, it could be a great timing for them.
4 of them on the map, all of them up and ready. 8 and 9 seconds. As Boxy also getting close. He's about 800 gold or so away from finishing off his.
Yeah, and right now the vision advantage is in Liquid's favor. They've been seeing quite a few of these movements here from Aster because of the ward that they have, whereas Aster have nothing. They can't see anything that's going on that dire side of the map right now, so they're going to rely on these waves finally getting pushed out to see if they can spot something.
My favorite thing right now is we're going back to the old days of Shadow Fiend, Shadowblade, Sniper, Shadowblade.
Jeez, that was when I started playing Dota. Every game was just a Drow building a Shadow Blade and Ricky's. There was just invis everywhere.
I mean, still pretty strong when you can build up into that break. Love to see that one. But
Sniper, all of his attack range will be gone.
So sad.
I think right now Liquid still has a lot of damage, even though they're slightly behind.
Force out that BKB. Zai might need to throw the arena if he wants to live here even.
Bag it up,
Get on out of there, buddies. Do use the glimpse. Okay. No Ori here in this fight. Could take another one after. McKay chasing. Invis. Monet is also gone and away. Can they do it? Doesn't look like it.
That's a hard grab. After already glimpsing, of course.
That was a cool little thing by XSS. So when he swashes without hitting them. Because when you hit them, it gives you vision, and there's a chance he gets glimpsed off of his swash backwards.
Oh, right.
So he does a nice little thing where he just swashes and intentionally does it in the opposite direction, so there's no chance they provides vision to Liquid.
Something we can watch for there later. They maybe catches himself out because of that. But for now, he's also got the roll-up completed. 10 seconds until his Blink Dagger is back and in his possession.
Liquid right now, they either need to kill in a spear. He hits a spear on the sniper, he'll just get blown up. Or they need to be able to survive the BKBs. And honestly, they want to try to hold the arena for after the BKBs. You saw in the fight in the tri-camp, Zai just kind of kept walking at him his entire BKB duration. And he ended up catching him after the BKB. And if it weren't for the Aegis, they would have won that fight. So right now, they need to find a way to force BKBs without pressing arena. I think that's going to be a lot on Boxy with his BKB to just jump on the sniper, pressure ult, kind of force his defensive abilities, his BKB. That's where Zai is just waiting, watching the fight, and then he blinks in, gets the arena after the BKBs, and Mick is able to do all the damage.
It has to be like a very quick follow-up, it feels like, where it's like Boxy and then like Matu's in at the same time, and that's when you have these like sort of side lane heroes like kind of waiting to come in, like the Mars, the Disruptor, and the Shadow Fiend.
I mean,
get their moment spotted.
It is worth noting, there's a reason a lot of people ban Marcy. This is one of the strongest timings in the entire game. And when you get that BKB, you can just solo cores if they're not careful and don't have friends nearby.
Phase Boots BKB, the scariest timing. So much damage.
It's kind of insane. As we will have a pause here. It's Boxy mid-flight. And it will be an interesting couple of minutes to watch, too, as we get ready for Roche to respawn. 1 minute and still it's capable of popping back up. And like you were talking about, that vision, Aster do have one ward up on the high ground right above the Roche pit. Meanwhile, Liquid have one right above their tier 2 tower up on the other side of the map as well.
Interesting, Boboko actually went for a Yules instead of I think he was going Aether Lens.
Yeah, he was for a while.
I'm kind of curious as to what's his goal with it. Maybe it's to try to get the Marcy off of his sniper.
That'd be my guess too. Oh, they just smoked on top of that ward. Boboko laughed. They have a jab. Oh, they have a jab. Yeah, okay. They saw it as they smoked. Like, oh, wow.
All right, that's fine.
Just a bait. It's fine.
If they go farm now, Liquid's going to still be scared.
Yeah, that's true. It's not like you can't just assume like, oh, they saw that.
Right. Gem purchase now by Insania as they're hanging out by another ward. So that is all of the vision pretty much for Liquid in this area, taking off the map. And with Roche capable of respawning soon. And in fact, it's going to be 1 minute away. Liquid need to be a little bit wary about that and their positioning to make sure they don't give up a free Aegis.
Everyone's just worried about getting their next timing due to the fact of how hard it is for either team to really jump the other one. So everyone just wants to be able to be the ones who you walk into them and you lose the fight. That's why you Mickey's just kind of farming a lot, and it's just because if he has the damage, he can do everything Liquid needs him to do.
I think Matu, nice choice here with the Shiva's card, right? Versus the Leshrac too. Very cool.
Really nice. Yeah, that extra regen reduction will be super helpful. So things to watch for here again is all of the vision into the favor of Aster. They get a Silver Edge completed on Shadow Fiend, and we'll see if they can, now holding that outpost on Aster, keep this area under control, but a smoke up from Liquid. See where they go.
Two big things right now are, if Pango gets roll-off, it's probably going to be good for Aster, and whether or not Zai's able to hold his arena for after the Sniper BKB. Those are the two big things, and depending on what happens, it kind of shows who's going to win the fight.
They're so blind. They're just running in.
They drop down a ward. That one is scouted. They had vision in the area,
They actually saw the
Aster
sniper.
knows. They know he's there. Getting broke right at the start, punched a couple of times, but Tumbaman completely obliterated right at the start. Zai tries to escape from there, but Monet runs him down. Liquid just ran into death.
It's so hard to try to take areas away, but they need to. You need to get control of Roche. You need to. They want to set up to defend the tower. You want to always be able to fight. It always feels very stressful when you keep asking yourself, you're asking the team, like, hey guys, when can we fight? When can we take this fight? And you don't get an answer.
Oh, that roll-up started just at the exact perfect time as well there, too. Thunder into the roll-up. Complete perfect chain stun. No saves there in time. Not a whole lot you can do unless Foxy's going to find a shard or something here, right? Like, he is stuck and done. And that is a free Roche now. Side of Aster.
Concussive grenade also picked up now for Monet. Has a little more space distance in the fights.
If he wasn't hard enough to catch already.
Right.
I think for Liquid, obviously there's an Aegis, so you're going to be probably thinking about your high ground defense. But again, all they really need is to be able to start a fight cleanly. They need to catch the Pango. They need to catch the Sniper without an Aegis.
Make it sound so easy, Gunner.
I mean, this is a tough one now, and Aster just looking incredibly clean. Each of the moves that we've seen them make around the map, it's been with purpose. They've had vision down early on. Liquid are the ones that are trying to come in and oust them from those areas, and as you said earlier, it does become a problem when they're already set up and positioned well.
I think anytime either team has a hill, has a kind of a ward or a high ground, and they get walked into, they're going to win. No, even though Liquid's down 7,000 gold, I still think they have the ability to fight. But Aster is they just are constantly forcing so much pressure between towers, between Roche, that Liquid are always the ones who feel like they have to walk into them.
An Aeon disc that I saw getting completed pretty soon too.
I did see XSS has one.
He has one locked, so he's ready. He's pretty much prepared. The only concern with it is he'll still die to the static storm if he gets caught.
Right.
But now the Mars can't really spear him and just blow him up. It's pretty nice.
Well, tier 2 tower going to be hit. This is the last outer tower for Liquid. With that said, they've been in this position many times. This lineup has had plenty of comebacks. We'll see if today is going to be another one of those instances, as Aster are now going to split up a little bit. Ori on the other side of the map. So Zai kind of in a pretty good position for a fight. They get the BKB off, misses on the spear though. Ichu caught for the moment, roll back and forth, catching onto the Shadow Fiend. What a great roll coming out from XXS and Monet. I don't know if they have the damage to bring him down. He's there waving, looking for a high five. And even without Ori, they take this fight perfectly. Chase down another. Matumba Man in some trouble, trying to get a little bit of separation, but they'll kill Insania to boot.
And all Zai's, the fight breaks down, he just runs to the creep wave.
XXS, he assembles it, and now in some more trouble. The ulti down, godlike Monet. Liquid do not have answers for this Aster lineup.
It's the same thing over and over.
Yeah.
Aster holds an area, Liquid feels forced to make a move, they walk into the ward, the fight gets hard. Anytime, it's just Pango. Pango's always going to get his roll off. You can't walk into a ward and prevent the Pango from rolling up.
It's kind of like they have the same weakness for both the Pango and the Sniper. Right? They just have no way of stopping the very beginning of the fight for their game plan to start. That was a nice concussive as well there from Monet for that initial distance. Make it kind of getting like baited in, right? Just like drawn further and further, and then XSS easy clean up.
Even if they hit the spear, they kill the Sven a little faster?
Right.
There's not enough control right now to deal with the sniper.
Monet has been playing such a fabulous game, and I think a lot of people, you know, it was back at TI7, LFY, the lineup that he was playing on when he first really made a name for himself. And, you know, after a lot of those other really well-storied players retired, he kind of found himself lacking a place, and now he's found it with this group of players, and Aster looking to continue their dominance in this upper bracket. We'll see if Monet can keep it up. The rest of Aster can make the plays that they need. Ori blinks forward aggressively, won't find anybody, is going to be glimpsed back. XXS still threatening a roll. What can they do? The stun, it's there. On to Matumba Man. Yule Scepter keeps him alive. Ori trying to run down Boxy. Matumba Man gets out. They pulled them into a fight with roll wearing off. Can they do anything? But Sniper, he's still always there, ready to plink away. Ho, ho, ha, ha. Chase him down again. Mickey, Invis, everybody that walks forward is getting blasted.
They're in so much trouble they can't even force a glimpse.
What a freaking destructive draft from Aster.
Butterfly's now finished for Monet. Look how much damage he's done.
He's done quite a bit, yeah.
He's done more than all the other cores of Liquid combined almost.
So it was a really nice sniper. Again, you know, it solves the Shadow Fiend, it solves the Death Prophet. It kind of fixes these heroes where they walk in slowly and they just keep killing everything that stands in front of them because he doesn't stand in front of them. He stands over the hill, 2 yards away, 2 blocks away, just impossible.
Well, and it was Matumba Man, if I remember correctly, that was one of the first people that was playing Sniper in this tournament. Yeah. He was one of the ones that showed the power that this hero can have if left unaddressed. And
he might be getting sniped right now.
Now he's over in the jungle, caught and going to be killed off. No help nearby at all as they will bring down Matumba Man again. Captain hitting the dirt.
No buyback either.
Stun. Oh my God. Ori gets the blink out before the right click comes in.
There's even a BKB. It was on cooldown.
Yeah, he's done a couple of
stun.
He's had some nice little split push plays throughout this game too. Kind of quiet a few times, but he has done a very good job of just like keeping up his own farm and providing the safer areas for Monet for the vast majority of it.
And Aster, keep the aggression going. There is not an answer. They don't have an Aegis, but they don't need one right now, as they will take down another set of racks. And you can see Liquid on the other side of the map just trying to farm up, get into that next set of items if at all possible. But Aster are not giving them the time.
They don't want to force a fight without Death Prophet. The game can look a little sad, but you always need to make sure that you're giving yourself the best opportunity to win. So now that their Death Prophet's dead, you just have to give up. You have to play for the last racks. You have to play for the winning the game. You can't just play for, you know, we have to defend this racks, guys. It feels bad.
Right.
You have to just make your sacrifices.
So when you say you have to give up, you mean give up the racks.
Give up the racks. Yes, yes, of course.
Okay. Well, we'll see now as Blink, Boots of Bearing, Yule's on the CM. Aster have gone for all of these great team fighting oriented items.
Maybe an actual moment.
This could be big. Ori jumped. Oh, they miss. And BKB, the turnaround. Boxy immediately TP's out of there. And they're going to cancel the TP in from XXS.
That was a really nice try. If he got the fear on the right click into the jump, they actually would have bursted him. You have to do these small plays. Anytime you kind of split up your heroes, you go to the side lanes. Heroes always want to push the lanes out. Or he's been doing it all game where he'll go to a side lane, he'll push it out past the corner, and Liquid needs to set up these kind of traps to catch the heroes out. And every kill means so much for them right now.
It is really your only chance, right?
Or legendary high ground defense.
Of course.
They still have the team fight. They still have the Mars Arena. The Mars Arena is one of the strongest spells to team fight with, especially once the BKBs are down. It's just the question of, are you able to force them to BKB without pressing Arena? And so far, the answer has been no.
Yeah, and Aster, I mean, they're feeling pretty secure about this, just thinking, yeah, maybe we'll wait out for Roche, see what happens, see if we can catch someone coming into their base. They're certainly in no rush right now.
It is always tempting, though. You get that DD on the sniper bottled up. No boots, no problem. But they're doing the same thing that they've been doing all game. Hold an area, wait for Liquid to run into them. And when that will not happen, the downside is that Liquid are going to need to keep these waves pushed out. They can't even really leave their base right now.
One of the nice things, which is why Aster has been able to hold area so much, is that Liquid doesn't really have any heroes who push the lanes without showing. Slowly. Which it's mostly been Zai the whole game. He'll run to a lane, he'll kill it, run to the next, kill it, and he's kind of just chasing them, making them chase him around and keep getting gold. But for Aster, Leshrac has boots of travel. The sniper can just shrapnel and the wave will die. The Pango can kill it in half a second with both his spells. And they're able to just push the lanes quickly and then regroup. Whereas Liquid kind of has to slowly show their hero, show what they're doing.
There might be many, but fuck it. Do you want to alter this guy? You need to stun him. Can we win? No? No, go. This is not going to happen, bro. Let's go.
It did not happen.
Yeah,
this is not going to happen.
It's one of those tough ones. Those moments are always so difficult to get everything working together in concert. And of course, just high movement speed on that hero as well.
It's also just, you kind of feel the pressure of the game, so you're trying to make all these moves, you're trying to make them work, and you only have half a second, 1 second to know exactly what you're doing.
Yeah, that moment is very fleeting for the side lane kill like that. McKay taunting it up there, has to pop the BKB.
Dodge does have that rapier queued up as well, so Liquid maybe a sign of the times and what they need, or at least feel like they need to win this one. They are just still incredibly in control of this game on Aster.
This is my guy right here. This is my play.
This is a very deep smoke.
Yeah, this is what you gotta do when you're 5, right? You gotta get these wards down. They're just like, there's no way they'd ever expect this ward to exist in this game state, right? So you can go for even the more obvious ones in this case, especially when they have a gems. You kind of got to YOLO on like the high ground ones at times.
They know that this Roche fight is, if they're going to make a comeback happen, where it needs to happen. Pinging out that Roche pit. I wouldn't even mind him standing over in that corner there, to be honest. Dude, that'd be crazy. Can you imagine?
The little Roche vision corner?
Yeah.
There's been some crazy things with that.
Well, ever since, techies.
Right, of course.
He's been gone. We don't have to worry about it as much.
Yeah, the greatest hero.
And you can see Insania, he did not take his gem with him on this mission.
He doesn't even have a sentry down. They could just have a ward of him. And
I mean, if they got you, right? Why waste an extra bit of gold?
I think nowhere else to be,
He's probably just, I would assume he's just playing to steal the Aegis. I don't think there's much more their team could do, but Matu TP's back. It looks like they might want to just smoke up and take this Roche fight.
They got the rapier on the courier. It's coming on out. We'll see if this is going to be enough now, as Aster have not left this entire side of the map with the exception of XXS, but they will head on in. Ori in position.
The greatest bait of all time.
Ready to go. They find them all. BKB's out. The rapier's there. Is it going to be enough damage, though? They turn onto him. BKB beats away. Now the damage onto Ori. Yul's trying to survive through a Requiem of Souls. A couple more punches. They did it. They got enough. XXS now still rolling back and forth on top of him. They buy back on the spend, try and get into the fight.
Money's coming.
Mickey, he's got to be careful. Sniper, he's blinking. He's running forward.
No
the break to run, but they don't have it. So they keep alive the Shadow Fiend, but lose everybody else except Insania. Another big win.
Live, of all people.
I don't know.
Comes in, he throws a static storm down as well on top of the sniper. Now, that was a great job delaying it, right? He kept the sniper out of the fight for a very long time so that the rapier could actually do a little bit of work and they could take down Ori, but still not enough to get an edge here for Liquid.
And now Monet feels so strong as they walk up high ground. A break, a punch, a kill. Oh no, the Yules! Oh, Bobica, he's so strong. He gets the blink out after. They do it in style. Aster, keep the pressure going. They're going to win this game here as Divine Rapier is dropped. He denies his items, heads on in for the base. GG is called.
It was a nice rapier. The fight looked really close. They almost killed the Leshrac instantly, but he had Stormcrafter, I think, kind of delays it, presses Yules as well. It's like 3.5 seconds. He's just in the air. They can't do damage.
It was a tale of maybe the execution in terms of just like what was easy for each team. For Aster, they kind of just got to lean back, farm it up a little bit, didn't feel like this pressure was on them to make these moves across the map, whereas Liquid, they felt that pressure, and they were unable to make those moves. And sort of the classic tale of Mars in a sense. Like, we still see him picked because he does have this opportunity for the spear in the arena, and when you hit it, it feels really good. When you can't make those plays and connect those efforts for your team, you see yourself struggle quite a bit.
I thought the biggest thing was the lanes were really nice, but the team fight was just... Aster was so good.
Well, that's what we're going to have to deal with going into the next game as they head on backstage, get prepped and ready for it. Liquid back to the drawing boards, and we're going to head back to the panel.
Thank you very much indeed. Drafting was good, but overall, it was, for me, Monet on his sniper. You could just sit there and just peep away. That was basically the story of the team fights for me. There was, of course, a lot of protection and everything coming together very nicely. I want to also hear from analysts what they thought was the most important thing here with Jenkins, Effie, and Lacoste. Lacoste, sniper, peeping. How could he just sit there and chill?
He had an extremely good front line. Like, you have this position 5 Sven. I'm becoming a really big fan of it, where the hero goes in, soaks up a lot of damage. Then you have Lestrak as well, and also Pangolier with the Wraith Pact plus a shield crash. I think this is the fight that did change things around. They did have Aegis on sniper, but the damage mitigation in this fight is just, it's way too difficult for Team Liquid to take a fight like this. Having a Warcry, like later on there was a Solar Crest on top of that Sven, and yeah, he just kept peeping.
He just doesn't die.
I mean, that was a great smoke, honestly. It's just unfortunate that they didn't make it to the Roche pit in time, because they did get that first life on Sniper. They just couldn't kill him after the second, right? There was the Wraith Pack damage mitigation, the lifesteal, and just the backup of his entire team. So
I like that Monet just stood his ground. He understood the rest of the team is behind him, and they can take that fight. Like, the understanding which fight they can take and how far they can push it, especially on Ori as well and Lestrak. Like, yeah, he had a couple of deaths, but he did realize that even if he dies, he needs to force some BKBs. Like, having no BKB on Shadowfin is what kind of win them the game.
You know, it doesn't surprise me that SF and Sniper are seeing a lot of play at this tournament, because I feel like when the recent patch dropped, where they reworked how the lifesteal worked on Vlad's Wraith Pact, like they basically reworked all the lifesteal in the game, where it's doubled on heroes and does a little bit less on creep. So it's in the end, it turned out to be more effective against heroes, not quite double. The heroes that just stand there and fight you with these items are the ones that are being picked, and we could see the effectiveness of it in that fight. And it's the exact same reason why SF gets picked too, but it just seems like Sniper, Effie was saying this backstage, that Sniper just seems like a better version of SF right now.
It comes down to this Sven having extra armor, extra 15 plus 7 from his shard, undispellable, and that most of the damage on Team Liquid is physical. Dead Prophet ulti, you have Shadowfin with the right clicks. The fights become very, very difficult to take.
What was the way that Liquid thought to be able to deal with the Sniper? Because I think only the Mars came out afterwards.
I think they just needed to, so they did have a lead in the early game on Liquid. Their lanes went well. They had a couple of really nice rotations, but all it took was for Aster to take one fight without the SF when the SF was dead, for them to turn the tides completely, because their lineup was just entirely dependent on staying on their side of the map until they needed something, right? They were content to sit back and farm. It forced Liquid to smoke into their jungle, and that's when they utilized the power of the Pangolier, right? He just countered that gank in the jungle, chain stunned, you had the sniper from a distance whacking away, and of course the armor of the Sven. It just felt really easy for them to do what they wanted. They were also able to hold the Roche areas when they needed to, right? That second Roche, they already set up all their vision in the Dire jungle. They had a really strong formation there, and Liquid had to smoke all the way into them from the bottom lane. They were more than ready for that one. So it just felt like Aster were one step ahead every single time.
Yeah, maybe they were prepared. Also, for example, for Boxy's Marcy, who tried to make some rotations. Here's Perch to talk to you more about those rotations Boxy made.
That's right. Aster did so good in the later stages of the game, but Liquid had a perfect early game. A lot of that was Boxy's Marcy. Yes, I got it. His first rotation here, Shadow Fiend called out for a nice teleport. Boxy ends up jumping in. He gets a triple raise off. That's the first blood. He ends up walking towards the top lane immediately afterwards, and the moment he gets there is the perfect timing. The Pangolier uses Swashbuckle. He's able to get the follow-up, and he body blocks to perfection, which gives his team a second kill. He even sticks around for a little bit more time after this, because CM is going to say, hey, look at all this free farm that I can take. And that's really good for him, but the problem is that sometimes that's going to lead to you dying and giving them yet another kill. So Boxy now been a part of 3 kills here, and we're not even at the 5-minute mark. And because they're playing this carry Death Prophet, your early game is even stronger in terms of your impact. So now Liquid does this incredible rotation. SF walks to the top lane, so does the Disruptor, and now all of their power is in the same lane. So they get this great dive off. They're going to kill Pangolier. They're going to dive and kill the other support, the CM as well, and they're going to take that tier 1 tower afterwards. So basically taking this early advantage that you get from the Marcy, they're turning into objectives that they're not supposed to normally get. And immediately after this, now Matoma Man says, I'm so far ahead, I can use my net worth to help the rest of the team. So he just TPs the off lane. It's like, okay, now I'm going to pressure where the sniper wants to go. And this whole time, SF is way ahead in net worth, and it looked so good for them until that one smoke gank that happened, where Aster crossed the map, they killed the SF, they took the mid tower, and then the game was even. Everything hard that they worked for got ruined by that rotation. So from there, Aster got to play Dota.
They got to play Dota, and it's crazy how fast something like that can indeed turn around, because it did start off looking so good for Team Liquid. They have to think about what they want to do for game number 2 to perhaps force out that third game to this series. So they're going to get a break. We're getting a break. Normally casters get a break as well, but not this time around, because this time around, Slacks and Casey are actually pestering them right now.
Hello. Yes, hello. We are here. Ladies and gentlemen, it is so cool to be in this arena. We want to show you what it's like being in the caster area. Guys, you're so close to the crowd. You're so close. I will literally show you how close they are. Here you go.
Whoa, okay, that was a fast. All right. Did you tell him what to do?
I don't really know.
Oh my God, he doesn't have a microphone. Slacks doesn't have a microphone. Everybody just drink it in. Okay, he's getting ready. Are you guys ready to cast him?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, we're getting ready.
You know, during our break time, like when we're not live, we'll usually just like talk about what you guys are doing. So it'll be like, you know,
warm up.
Yeah, like warm up. We'll like analyze like food tactics, stuff like that, you know, anything they go for. Do you see Slacks?
I think right now he's literally hiding behind a bunch of fans. Can you guys point to him out in the crowd? Can you point where he's at? Slacks, you can't hide from us. You're trying to hide away. This is unbelievable. Jake every single time there. Now you see he's following behind a couple of people. This is the scary Slacks jaunt of death.
Is this the wraparound game?
You're about to die. Hide away, people.
2013.
Unbelievable. Now you can see right there, he's lifting up the crowd. He's waving away. Hello, how are you doing, sir? Unbelievable.
Real
the big jump,
right
the big
there.
move. Now, Trent, can you break down a little bit for me what he's doing at this point?
This is a mating ritual that he's going with another participant right now in the arena. As you can see, kind of like those birds that do the big dances. That is also how Slacks goes for it.
You know,
Slacks is losing, though, unfortunately. He had to walk away in a shame.
And next up right now, he's just literally stolen somebody's coffee away from them. That costs a lot of money, sir. Now, I think that Casey is about to go and get this guy back because
at
this point, he's starting to take him away.
Spirit
Oh, God. They're looking. Now she's running in. She's trying to chase him down. Casey, hoping, trying to kill him off. Then she's got him up in the air. Oh, my God. Unbelievable. With absolute no regard for human life. Slacks takes down Casey. Unbelievable as they run it back through. We witness murder. Ladies and gentlemen, all you people here at Singapore, what a fabulous performance. We're going to head back to the panel now.
That was some top-tier play-by-play of indeed a human tackle happening in the Suntech Arena. Definitely no break for the casters during that one then, but the players do have a break, and I want to talk about that because they're preparing for game number 2 here. Aster looking hot in that first game. Lacoste, what do you talk about? And you get to choose which team you're going to be when you're going to talk.
Yeah, I think it's easier for Team Aster. Yeah. They do have the buff on LAN. They do have a coach that is called LAN M, so things are much easier for them, you know, talking, especially after winning game number 1, you know, just do what you did in game number 1. We got a couple of different heroes here and there.
He's so good that he gave the between-game speech pre-game, which led to them winning the first one. Back to you, Schieber.
I thought you had some great stats on Lanham, actually.
I do have great stats on Lanham. He's been to 9 TIs as a player, and this is actually his first as a coach. So this is, you know, there's a few coaches that are, they've coached a lot of TIs, but this is like, this guy's been through the grinder every year, you know, he knows what it's like to lose and to win, and like, hey guys, yes, we won. This is a good team we're up against. Don't get too confident. We need to go into game 2 with the same attitude of game 1.
Yeah, and then on the flip side of that, Effie, we got 3 coaches on the side of Team Liquid.
Yeah, I mean, we've talked time and time again how powerful and how, like,
Majestic?
family... Majestic. How family-like the Liquid environment is, right? They all feel like they're this giant family. If you follow them on any social media, it seems like their support system is out of this world, and they have each other to rely on even when times get bad, which is why they were able to make it this far, to finally make it to TI through the LCQ. I don't know how effective having 3 coaches versus having 1 coach is.
Well, they actually have 4, because technically BSJ is the Team Liquid streamer, and he spends a lot of time with them in the gym.
Then what about
Asa Butterfield?
And Asa Butterfield,
what about
so that's
Koifa,
5.
6?
And Koikva, 6. So they have a lot of. Oh, speaking of which, Here's Asa Butterfield coming out.
Jenkins. Anyway, these coaches, obviously, they all do something different for Liquid, as far as I know. I think JRX is the one who's helping with, is it drafting or gameplay?
In game. So when we're looking at the draft, it will always be Blitz joining them for the draft for that.
And Jabs, I know, plays more of a motivational role as well, but he also helps with the analysis. Like, they all give different things to them, but they function as a unit. So I do think that what Liquid have seems to be working for them right now. It's just a matter of, will they bounce back from that loss? And I think that they will. They definitely have suffered far worse losses than that over the years. But to beat a team like Aster, you have to figure out a way to break their formation. Aster is such a formation-heavy team. They emphasize so highly on team fighting, on playing together, on holding areas of the map, and they don't really play individually like a lot of other teams do. So you have to figure out how to find the cracks in that kind of gameplay, and you have to do it now.
Yeah, it's pretty crazy to, we just heard Perch talk about how strong Liquid was in the early 10 minutes, first 10 minutes of the game. They went so well. And then Aster still, like at the end of the game, it still feels like it was a smackdown. So how do you deal with that? Because that is not just draft.
Yeah, I think Team Liquid needs to get Radiant because they do have 87% win when they're playing Radiant.
That's insane.
That's
so high.
They did play Dire this time around.
I think at this point, they maybe try to look to fit in their Pudge or their Lone Druid in this game too. That's probably the best thing that they can do right now, and potentially put Mike on more of a playmaking type of mid, just to see how they can fight into Aster's tempo once they pick it up, right? Because the lanes for Aster aren't where the issues lie. It's afterwards when Aster finally group up. So if you can just pick heroes that can exploit that laning part and make it difficult for them to hit that stride to defend their high grounds, then you can potentially just run them over with something like a Lone Druid, right? You just take all their towers.
Yeah, Matumba played one game of DP during the group stage. So, obviously it's something that he can play, but it doesn't really seem like a Liquid staple like the Pudge has seemed to be one of their favorites. The Sniper, the Lone Druid. I guess those heroes are not only are they heroes that have like the flair of something like the Death Prophet as a safe lane, which other teams aren't doing. It's like they also just pick them more and seem more comfortable with it. So, I love the Pudge SF if they can get it. The problem is both of these heroes are arguably like first phase heroes if you do want to get them.
Or a second phase banned.
Then Pudge was second phase banned in the previous one because, of course, you look at Liquid's drafts, every single time they go for the SF, they try to get the Pudge as well.
All right, well, we are going to find out what the teams have in store for each other in Game 2 of this series as we are heading to the draft.
Team Liquid's turn to ban.
Team Liquid
Team Aster
versus Team Aster. Game 2.
So far, every series in the upper bracket, teams that started in the upper bracket, all have been 2-0s. It's been sweeps, and I really, really hope that we're gonna at least have a little bit of a difference for this one, or if they do 2-0, that it's a close game. We like the close back and forth, and then I don't really mind if it's a 2-0 as long as it's good Dota. I mean, a little bit of a cost time. Give me a 100-minute game, 107 minutes. That sounds about right.
I think Liquid will come out swinging this one.
Well, let's see. They swing with the Marcy once again. We got Lick the Shrek coming out for Aster. Openings in terms of bans are a little bit changed up because Primal Beast is still in the pool as well as Visage. Those are the two bans that Liquid did previously. And oh my goodness, they're going so fast, Lacoste.
It is. It's going really fast. I mean, this is what coaches were talking about. They made the draft already pretty much. We also, like during the DPC, we talked about a lot about practicing, especially OG, because they did mention it a couple of times, I believe, when they talked about just practicing the draft. If they pick X and Y, we're going to do this and this. So one of the reasons why these drafts are going so quickly.
And Insania was talking about it during ESL1 Malaysia when he was on panel briefly. He said that these teams, before they go into a game, their coaches spend so many hours just running through 50 potential openings of them. So they are prepared for almost everything that comes out. And when you see a team taking their time, it just is a discussion internally. Not that they're not prepared for it, but they want to go between some of the options that they are debating about between each other.
Yeah, and I think there's an element too of not wanting to overthink something that you've already like broken down and analyzed. I mean, in True Sight, you can see a battle between the things that they had discussed before and new ideas that were happening in the series. So it is, of course, a balance, but especially I think it's true for the first phase picks because there are just much less permutations that can happen there. Where it's like, okay, we did the analysis. Like, let's just trust this. Once we get to the second phase, then we can start addressing some of the new things that we're seeing in this draft that we didn't address in the analysis because we couldn't because it's just too many permutations.
Yeah, I do want to point out I was wrong. Primal Beast is still banned out. I was just a little blind. That's all. We do have
that first one is always hiding that first.
It is. We do have Pudge banned out once again, and we do have the opening for Team Liquid. It's Marcy Shadow Fiend. They opened with it last time, but they believe in it still.
Of course. I mean, these two heroes are some of the best heroes you can get in the first phase, right? They got first pick, so of course they go for Marcy. I don't think any team in that position would not want to go for this hero, but Aster already had their response prepared. We saw a lot of teams go for the Lich yesterday versus Marcy, and this is mainly because the Frost Shield negates most of her damage. Most of the damage that this hero provides for the team is through her sidekicks, so Lich can kind of erase that, right? So it makes it so that there's a minus spell in Marcy's arsenal, if that makes sense. And of course, the Leshrac is an Ori specialty. It's what Aster have played the most during the group stages, and it's what enables their style of gameplay where they can 5-man.
It's cool that Sven and Lich are such different heroes inherently, but it seems that Aster is picking them for the exact same reason, which is just the armor versus Marcy. Like you were saying, I was not super convinced by the Lich prior to the tournament as a hero, but then you mentioned it, Effie, and then seeing it, it's like, yeah, Lich might go in and die, but he'll get his Chain Frost off and he'll armor somebody, and then Marcy can't just solo kill whoever she's going on, which she normally actually can do even as a support, and then you know that Marcy's going to be picked with another right-clicking hero, especially SF who has minus armor. Yeah, Lich prevents all that, so does Sven.
One of the heroes that you definitely need to be careful about your positioning. You can't just run in and use Noah on someone because that means you're going to die. So it's all about using the Frost armor multiple times plus getting an angle on a Chain Frost, and that's about it. Like your laning presence is really good first couple of minutes, then it tends to fall off, then it again goes back up once you hit that level 6, but very difficult hero to play.
I feel like you could honestly consider if you're Liquid going for a purge. Like that's how good the Lich seems, is that you want to purge the armor. Maybe like an Oracle.
They did ban out Shadow.
The SD would have been really good too because it's like the permanent purge. I'm going to focus this guy, you press R on them, they die.
Exactly. Usually when you're playing versus this Lich, you just pray you get a Witch Vein or something that can just dispel it later on in the game, because the thing about Lich's armor is it's not one-dimensional. It has a lot of talents that buff it up. It scales with the game. It's not something that you can just itemize against in terms of like increasing your damage output, because he can do the same, right? The duration goes up.
The duration scales now too. It went from 6 seconds flat at all levels, I believe, to 5, 6, 7, 8. So 2 extra seconds on that. It's got such high uptime now.
Now, if I told you, Lacoste, that at TI, Lich and Crystal Maiden would be first phase heroes,
I would say maybe next TI. I mean, I did expect some Crystal Maiden to be played, but not this extent. It's just, the heroes too. When we saw the hero being banned in the first phase, also being first pick and like last pick, the hero's good.
It's all the Frost heroes except for Ancient Apparition. That one's, Entity increasing the win rate of that one.
I mean, that was AA with 2 Divine Rapiers.
And Moon Shards, I mean, that's pretty good, Upping that win rate for sure. There she is, Crystal Maiden and Beastmaster to follow suit straight up. So we are still having the flex potential on the Shadow Fiend. So we're either looking for a Mickey hero or for a Matu hero on the side of Team Liquid.
I think it just feels more comfortable for a Liquid to play the SF on Mike. He just has such a stellar win rate with it from the group stages.
Yeah.
And it feels like Liquid styles, they just put a hero that hits towers on Matu. That's always what they do, right? Whether it was the Lone Druid or the Juggernaut when he had that phase, or the Death Prophet carry, what have you, it feels like that's what Matu does best as a carry player, and they just let Mike do the farming.
Matu, one of the few carry players that did not play Shadowfiend at this TI. He has a different variety of the heroes that you mentioned, like very specific, like the Lone Druid, Naga Siren as well. I mean, Naga definitely not a pick here against all this AoE damage that Team Aster has.
But But already what Liquid have going for them that they didn't have last game was their offlane hero can buy a Wraith Pact, right? Their Mars.
Yeah, it feels necessary.
Mars needs a lot of items before he can buy a Wraith Pact. He needs to be able to get a blink, oftentimes
Probably
a BKB,
maybe
then,
even a refresher.
And at that point, you're playing versus a Wraith Pact and you don't have one on your team, and we really saw that effect last game. Like, the Pangolier bought it, he didn't care at all, and it did so much for them, so already looking better for Liquid.
You know what Terrorblade needs? More armor. Pair it up with Lich. He's literally immune to physical damage. So they do have a Beastmaster. Shadowfiend is a mixed damage, but having Marcy, like Crystal Maiden, they might be a little limited, especially the damage that goes through BKB. If they're not able to just focus down this Terrorblade, he could easily take over the game.
I think Liquid probably wants to put the CM with the Beast and just spam out axes in lane and play off of magic damage against the TB instead of putting some Marcy Beastmaster, which makes me think that Matumba's hero will probably be some ranged hero that can play with the Marcy in lane. Or it doesn't have to be a ranged hero, but some hero that would like to play with Marcy in lane.
Is Sniper still in the pool? Oh no, Sniper's banned.
Drow seems amazing here. It's really good against Lush.
Banned.
Banned? Oh, okay.
The only ranged heroes other than Death Prophet that he played, I believe, is Luna.
Luna, but it's terrible against Terrorblade.
Yeah. So what are your traditional counters to the Terrorblade? The only one that comes to mind is a PL.
PL, but you don't want to play into Leshrac.
No.
Yeah, that's a
They covered a lot of stuff with this Terrorblade Lesh Lich.
Something cool that they could do, but we said that Mati still hasn't played the SF, but if they just put the SF on the safe lane with the Marcy and pick something like a Zeus for mid, they would have a hero that lanes well versus Leshrac, something that defends towers, and then something that would absolutely crush TV. So from this angle, that's what's looking like their best option.
That looks reasonable.
Even picking up something like a Storm Spirit, because there's a limited lockdown on their side, but I like the Zeus option a bit more.
I'm sure that Mati can play SF. Sure he can.
I mean, sure. Yeah, if you're at the moment a position 1 carry player at the international and you don't know how to play SF, you got a problem. I think.
But this might be the only team that might not be true for because of how much they lane swap. That's the thing.
Sure, they do run a Shadow Fiend safe lane sometimes, but then it's still Mickey playing it.
Yeah. You could just have Mickey play it on the safe lane with the Marcy and then just give the TB counter from the mid lane to Matu. Yeah.
Sure. There was one interview stuck in my head during DPC when they picked the hero for Matu, and he was like, yeah, I did not play that hero for like 3 years.
It was Alcat. Yeah. That was actually at the major. It was at the major. He played it for the first time.
But he would play that as well. I mean,
they won.
It's Matu. He's had a long career. I'm sure he knows how to play Shadow Fiend.
Yep. Another approach that Liquid could take is to just try to play really fast with Lone Druid is banned, but they could go Death Prophet again if they're still feeling confident in that, and just try to end the game relatively early.
They are discussing what they're going to do here.
Well, they don't have a lot of time left to do so, though, because this is already their reserve time.
What about some QoP, like safe lane QoP, or, heavy physical on their side? But this also opens up the Roche for them quite a lot, having Beastmaster, Shadowfiend, plus Ursa.
Yeah, objective central, like this is nuts. If they win a fight, they can get towers, they can take Roche.
Also, Ursa's a great hero. One of the only heroes who can comfortably out-damage the Frost Shield, even though it's mostly physical damage, right? Because his scaling damage with the Fury Swipes is a little bit too much to handle. It also gives them the ability to just run out Terrorblade early on. But once Ursa gets this BKB timing, the supports are food, right? Lich is food, Snap is food, Leshrac is potentially food, depending on his itemization. So it is nice conceptually, but I am worried that all of their eggs are in one basket, which is just this physical damage. Get the first stages, take the map, and if they mess up even once or twice, they have no counterplay.
That's a Brewmaster. Coming out for XXS.
It's one of his signature heroes as well. He does have quite a lot of them. Broodmother, Batrider, Legion Commander, and Brewmaster as well.
I like it. You just throw the Ursa up in the air.
Yeah.
It's a really good solution, as simple as it sounds. And it's also their Wraith Pact hero, which we talked about how important it is for a team to have. It also gives them that added bit of team fight. The only issue would be having to weather the storm of Liquid's early game aggression. There is a Beastmaster, but I think that Aster honestly has something really solid going for them.
Well, we're going to find out.
Yeah, Aster is cooldown dependent. Like you need Brewmaster ulti, TB ulti to be able to fight. Like even Snapfire's Kisses. On the other side, Ursa, Beastmaster, Crystal Maiden, like these heroes are able to fight all the time. Even Shadowfin, like yeah, you need a BKB, but you're not required to have a Requiem for the fight to win it.
That sounds like an action-packed game. I know who I want to listen to when we're having an action-packed game. It's none other than Gunnar, Trent, and Lyrical. Let's head over to them for game 2.
And welcome back again. We're here taking a look at game number 2. You wonderful people out there, what are you giggling at?
We didn't have the hand of God, the voice of God, so we just had the nice stare of us. Good.
That's perfect.
Yeah.
We do have a freaking awesome game, though. We've got the Ursa as the last pick. I was not expecting that one. I was thinking some crazy, like, Tinker or magic damage hero. Yeah. And they're just like, no, we're going to go and run at Roches and take down buildings. They're going to make it work. What do you guys think of the draft?
I like Liquid's way more faster paced. I think they're actually able to group up and fight. They have Beastmaster for the Vision now. They have the Ursa to force Roche and take objectives. They didn't get Aegis last game, I think.
No, they did not.
So now they actually have the opportunity to kind of group up and ball.
Yeah, they certainly wanted it very clearly. Aegis would have been great for them in these circumstances. So part of the issue was they were required to go for these initiations to start these fights, and they had a hard time doing it because they were certainly at a vision disadvantage, and you're hoping to sort of get rid of that problem here with the help of that Beastmaster.
Yeah, I think the biggest difference with the Beast to the Mars is that even if the Beast doesn't buy a blink, the Hawks give you vision. So now maybe the Marcy gets a catch, maybe the Crystal Maiden gets a slow. It's sometimes a vision is a stun enough.
A stun enough. I like that. It's a good way to describe it there. And on the other side, for Aster, you've got a very different, in some ways, looking draft, and some things that are similar. So still running with that Lesh, and then a support that mitigates the physical damage. Last time it was that Sven with the Shard. This time, it's going to be that Frost Shield. And then the other big last pick that I think is really interesting hero nowadays, and what we've been seeing from it, is this Brewmaster with the Aghanim Scepter build. Really cool stuff.
We've been seeing it pop up. There's kind of two different styles of the hero I've seen. One is that they just rush Wraith Pact, and they pretty much just play to drop Wraith Pact, drop splits, just no one takes damage in the fights, you just exist and you can't fight them. And the other is where they rush that Ags, and they play more of it just gives them a lot of plays. Either you can have the Fire Panda to farm, you have the Earth Spirit Panda to kind of just give you vision, give you a stun, or you have the Wind Panda, which catches, it dispels. Very nice for a lot of the Liquid heroes. Kills all the summons from Beastmaster, purges the Ursa, can lift the Ursa. The Storm Panda itself was actually probably the best thing about Brewmaster in this game.
Yeah, and that's very interesting too, because that's been a long talking point in terms of the Wind Panda and like this idea of like, oh, you can get rid of the summons and the dispels, but of course you were always limited to it being during the ultimate, and then in that downtime you didn't have those options. But now with the addition of the Aghanim Scepter build, it's actually something that can be far more reliable on the hero, and at this point it's actually brought him into being one of the more reliable heroes with a dispel.
Right. Yeah, which again, the Ags is where you can choose one Panda to always have, even if you're not on the ult. So you can just kind of run around the whole game with the Panda, and it's leash to you similar to a Lundred Bear, where if it goes too far, it gets silenced. But
look at that wall of text there. It is a very complicated hero, if we're going to be real about it.
Okay, here's my big advice to Dota players. If you think a hero is too complicated to play it, just play it.
Yeah.
You'll get better. Everyone has to start somewhere. So don't be scared of the complicated heroes, because they're really fun.
I think I just teared up a little bit when you said that, Trent. What a brilliant thought to end the day off.
Just don't be on my team.
Okay, all right, got it. Though you had to ruin it, didn't you? As we take a look at this mid lane, a couple of denies there coming out from Mickey. A similar story to what we saw before. And then the big mix-up again is that Terrorblade that got taken by Aster at that 4th pick for them. And I'm kind of a little bit concerned if this game goes later, what tools they have to deal with this. Is this a game where Terrorblade can just carry if it goes late enough?
It can. He's the type of hero, especially for Shadowfiend. He can steal the aura, which is actually very under talked about, where you just steal this minus armor aura from Shadowfiend, and that's one of the big things. He does so much damage because of that, and now you have it. And he does do the same thing where he outranges these Shadowfiend type of heroes, and he can kite the Ursa, but Team Liquid just does a lot of heroes that will latch on him and can just kill him either through Sunder or even after the Sunder happens.
Yeah.
Like the Ursa, the Beast, he gets roared, he gets attacked by the Ursa. Ursa presses BKB, and he's just kind of sitting there without much save.
It's not a safe looking Sunder this game. If it gets off, I feel like there's still a lot of concern that could be there for you.
Still have the stacks of Fury Swipes even after that Sunder. So
the biggest reason, one of the big reasons they pick it in this game is Beastmaster is one of these Zoo heroes. He has summons, he pushes lanes, he gives a lot of vision. And when you're constantly pushing lanes, The creeps just themselves give you so much vision. If people are farming them, if they're not. And so now that the fact that he, by himself, is able to summon illusions and kind of counteract that and even push into the Beastmaster without being there, it kind of evens up the vision game for Aster.
Yeah, it makes it so that you're not caught off guard as much by the Beastmaster, because like they want to like take you off even footing by just like, trying to upset your lane, so someone has to rotate and go deal with that. And so if you can do it with the illusions, you're gonna be a lot happier. And it's another case of potentially even getting an aura taken from a Beastmaster.
The biggest question is pretty much going to be the tempo and speed of Liquid. They have Beast and Ursa and Shadow Fiend. They're all heroes that hit these very early 10-minute, 15-minute timings where once they get that, they're able to fight for the rest of the game. Just keep fighting, keep fighting, keep fighting, keep fighting. And Aster, again, this Leshrac, they always want to go Bloodstone. They always want to hit this like nice mid-game timing where they're just constantly getting stronger and stronger. And whether or not he gets the Bloodstone in time is going to be the big question.
We'll have to watch for that. How his laning stage plays out right now, a little bit behind the SF, 17-5 versus the 12-2. Nothing to super write home about as they're doing some more of the lane pull shenanigans up top there. And the other big thing to watch for is, are we going to get some stacks? Because both of these heroes deal with it really well. As XXS just getting beat down by Boxy. Marcy's still an incredibly strong hero, and you can see he doesn't even feel like he can connect that fully through. So a bit of a tough one. Will get the Cinder Brew ignited and follow up with the cookie, but you can see XXS just wants to keep farming while Boxy is going to head off to the other side and maybe make that rotation towards mid.
Yeah, we see this nice move by Boxy. He does this a lot where he kind of pressures behind the tier 1 tower, either like trying to aggress on the pulls or just bully the offlaner. And because of that, he ends up in the tri-camp. And now he's just behind the mid tower.
Chase, a couple punches, and Ichu able to pick up that first blood. So while everything's happened top, down bottom, take care of business.
And you can see even Boxy, he just secures the water runes now. So that Mickey's they're gonna try to fight in the water runes.
Oh, good stun. He steals it away. Bobica, but they pull him back. Ori, he's in some trouble. A couple more hits is all they need. Looking for the long range one. Can they bring him down? It is there. Mickey hits on 3. And Boxy, maybe even going to look for more from Bobica. We'll see how it goes. But that's going to be at least one of the water runes picked up for the SF.
Some flashbacks in the last game.
True.
Mickey had a really nice game. He was 4-0 in the early game. Yeah. He also killed the Lesh with this Boxy rotation.
Boxy was all over the map again as well, securing kills everywhere.
This is the Marcy factor. Yeah. Anytime, every game, especially with Marcy SF. That's why we keep seeing this combo so much. Even past the sidekick mid-game of the Shadow Fiend timing, it's just the mid lane.
I think it's funny too, because they also had these same wards, like through the river last game as well, spotting these rotations from Boxy, but Marcy's just so mobile that sometimes it doesn't even matter.
It's so fast. Even you can just TP and always be there.
They've actually watched Boxy walk this entire way up here, and he still might die. This would not be good. Oh
good kill as they bring him down.
They watched him walk there.
That's what needed to happen. It's a really strong combination, and playing together with that Ursa is pretty devastating. Now, this has come a little bit at the cost of Zai not having a perfectly great lane, but likewise, the other two aren't doing too well either. So, Terrorblade, good start. The rest of the heroes kind of suffering.
Yeah, Zai got 16-17 is one of the harder. He gets instantly counterpicked by the Terrorblade. He doesn't really get to ban. He's just kind of thrown there. He's like, have a great game, Zai. Just go, try to go even in your lane.
See you at 15 minutes.
Yeah, that's good enough. Just maybe press a Hawk. Give us some vision at some point. So, all in all, his goal is mostly just get the Helm of the Dominator. And at some point, probably kick the Terrorblade out of the lane with a rotation.
We'll watch for that one for sure.
And took a lot of damage up there trying to go toe-to-toe with XXS.
And they canceled the TP too. So I'm not sure if anybody scouted that one or saw that, but Matumbaman going to be a little bit under pressure here if he's not careful.
Yeah, Boxy was worried that he was getting dove, so he might have to show up, and instead he just wants to lurk around mid because the 6-minute runes were coming up, but the positioning for Liquid just it was favorable for them. He does get the jump in there though at the
round back. 2. Raise connects. Another one is there. Mickey, when he comes out, this is going to be easy peasy. Walking right up close and personal. Mickey finds the kill, and yeah, Boxy's been the story. He's been doing everything.
This is also his first year playing 4, right? He just switches roles and he's crushing every game against Marcy. He just body blocks people. He always gets the rotations. Last game he had 3 kills within 5 minutes. Similar story here, 3 kills in 6 minutes. Yeah, constantly move around the map.
4 is for the offlaners that they don't have the ego. They don't need the farm. They don't have to hit the creeps.
There you go.
They actually just want to kill people.
Chase, look for another. have the pullback, dispose, couple more leaps, jumping around all over the place with this matchup. And XXS doing a good job of keeping his Snapfire alive. This combination of laners, they've been together for so many years and have each other's backs.
A lot of body blocks so far.
True.
Yeah, just constantly, everyone's just, you just see it, the evolution of Dota. People just get so much better at these little small moves.
They went in again.
Up
I
top.
think they thought Boxy was, or Boba was gone.
Chase,
yeah,
looking for the kill, get one. That's going to be a hit. But Boxy did go down for that one. Man. Yeah, they just keep running at each other.
Full health, full mana. He's probably going to TP mid, fill the bottle.
Mid-game, come on, spam it out. I'm coming.
Maybe look for another go onto Ori too if the opportunity presents itself. And yeah, immediately refill bottle there. And XXS being a little bit zoned out there by the Tumble Man.
Likewise, though, of course, the Boba going down. We'll do the same thing for Ori. Get the juices flowing and the arcane runes complete there. They're going to find Insania. That's a juicy Crystal Main. And, well, she's got wind lace, but, you know, she has no boots to lace. So she's still really slow.
That's true.
It's a 3v2. The 50-50, who wins?
Oh, Mickey gets it. Regen too. That would have been huge for Ori. And we'll head right on in and start stealing some of these camps away.
They play around the Shadow Fiend really nicely. They're always constantly bringing supports mid, securing his runes, but
now they're around the Shadow Fiend, though.
Okay, in some trouble. Do have the rebound, but I don't think they're going to be able to keep him alive. So they do make a solid move by Aster. Take down Mickey. 9-5. And everything just happening around mid. That was a split too, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, it was a split. So, I mean, worth, obviously. Early split to kill a mid player, you'll take.
Zai is now level 6. He's holding his point. They don't really want to go to him before the Helm of the Dominator. So Monet is just going to kind of be very confident in his lane, farming up very nicely. He's top of the net worth and the last hits. So it's going to be pretty much up to Monet. It's his choice of, oh, do I want to go jungle? Do I want to go top? We could even see him maybe in the next minute or two with the next split, TPing to the off lane, trying to pressure the Ursa out of the lane. Because again, Ursa does not jungle as well as a Terrorblade. So breaking down these safe lanes is kind of going to be the next big goal of these teams.
Well, they are bringing a couple other heroes up to the top side now. CM making the rotation as Boxy is already over there. Don't know if that's going to turn into anything.
I feel like Boxy's just trying to force a TP. Like, yeah, he's just been under a ward for a long time. They do come out and skate it out. Nice job from Insania. Gets the D ward there with the help of the Courier. Doesn't have to waste his Crystal Nova mana because you need every little drop of mana you can get on the CM.
It feels like everyone's trying to force rotations without making them. Both of the supports sitting next to their carries in the safe lanes and they're poking, trying to make them be like, oh, we have to TP. And then that's when they flip the map.
Yeah.
But right now, everyone's just being very careful, being calculated. No one's doing anything too crazy. No one's diving towers.
I swear, this is the longest I've seen a TB in lane in quite a while.
Ooh.
I feel like every time I'm watching TB, he's getting set. I mean, he usually was like more of a draft priority, I guess, right? He was getting banned more often. So now that he's picked a bit later, actually getting a chance to farm the creep waves is pretty crazy.
And in the meantime, Zai is just farming up that stack right there. A nice little injection of gold for himself as he's going to try and claim the rest of these. 3 points up in the axes. And the CM Aura certainly helping along the way as there's also a good ancient stack there. So this is going to be the Helm of the Dominator coming out for Zai while we are still waiting for that push out of that safe lane. And you can see that Monet has made a bit of a rotation into the jungle now.
So this game, Liquid is actually going to play for a slower timing. If anything, it looks like Batu is going to go for a Battle Fury on the Ursa. So they're playing to not feel pressured. The one really nice thing about it is now Brew cannot end a split early. The Ags doesn't give you the ability to end the split, so it's always the full duration. So once he gets BKB Battle Fury, he can just clear through the Primal split, and there's nothing he can do about it.
Big smoke down bottom, and Aster won't manage to find anybody except for maybe Insania here, who's hanging out mid. They run into him. Cookie won't quite connect, does have the split earth, but it's not there either. So Aster miss on everything. But Zai, in the meantime, you see he's going to finish off that ancient stack. They'll use the glyph here to take down the tower.
They are glyphing as well for the Radiant, though, of course, because mid lane, they got the Catapult, they got Shadow Fiend, and Boxy's hiding behind the trees, but it's a Brewmaster, and he goes instantly for the split.
And Boxy gets a little bit of a separation, haste away from SF. They're clear and clean and out.
He was trying to hope to dispel the haste, I think, but Mickey got away, and Boxy kind of made the space for him to be able to run.
Yeah, there was even a sentry down, too, in case he tried to go for, like, a Storm Panda play or something.
Monet makes a move.
The worst to, like, not get a kill with a Brew split this early, I feel like. You defended the tower, right? It was a one-hero rotation to ensure that it stayed up.
think it also feels good just because they were able to make a move to their safe lane and take the tower. So again, now Moday's kind of, once you take this offlane tower, your carry's able to freely leave the lane. It's a lot easier to push the lane out so that you have way more time before your tower gets hit. Now he can just TP, he can farm the Ancients.
Snapfire ulti down onto Mickey, trying to catch him. Slowed down for the moment. Boxy under fire will get brought down, and Mickey dropped the Requiem. A quick connection for the kill. As, again, supports die, but a bunch of big ultis used on Aster.
Okay, it actually feels crazy to me that an Ursa takes the 1.75 mana regen with a Battle Fury and a Crystal Maiden on this team.
Yeah.
It's really the reset time's that bad? Is that how bad that talent is?
It depends on a lot of the matchups in the game, mostly. It's more if you can't really latch onto a hero. I've seen it a lot for second Medusa, because when she pops her Stone Gaze, you have to reset.
Right.
You have the ability to take these really long fights. But I think Liquid's kind of hoping to just be able to roar someone, he gets on them, and that's all that matters. He just will kill them in a roar.
He just wants to spam. He just wants to farm it up on this Ursa. So Matu, just all the mana in the world for this bear.
And you can see that Zai also going for a little bit of a unorthodox build from what we've seen before on these Beastmasters, going 4-4-0. So not really opting to get that physical damage boost up. They still will get some good pressure onto that bottom tier 1 tower here now.
Yeah, a lot of the time where Beastmasters, when they're getting early picked, the idea was that you'd pick an illusion hero because that would be able to kill the boars in the lane and it would kind of, counter them. So the change was that Beastmasters started maxing axes because the illusion heroes have high armor but low health pools. So it's pretty much just a change to deal with the Terrorblade in the lane. That's why he was actually able to last it, and that's why his game is actually not terrible. If anything, it's actually better than the Brewmasters.
Yeah. Right.
So it was a nice adjustment to the lane in the game.
Bounty.
So Aster, as they move up towards the north, Boxy runs in a Boba cut.
The instant turn.
Everybody's afraid.
That tells the tale of this game, huh?
Yeah.
We're just relaxing here. Vision-wise, it's Liquid have a slight edge in terms of those deep wards. It's kind of been the constant throughout this whole match, but Aster feeling comfortable enough still to make this move to the top tower. Even with the lack of vision, they can always just send out some illusions because they've got some questions.
Dire's top tower has fallen. Radiant's
Down bottom, Success queuing up, trying to finish off that Wraith pack again.
I think, again, this game, Liquid is going to be the team that's playing for controlling areas of the map. Shadow Fiend doesn't have a jump. Beastmaster doesn't go blink for a while. Ursa has a Battle Fury. They want to hold either their jungle with their Ancients or they want to hold, probably the Radiant big jungle in the bot lane. And on the side of Aster, they just hit their timings and they want to just keep going. Every time they have split, once they have this Bloodstone, once Monet, every time he has meta, he's able to walk into Roche, he's able to walk in towers. So we're going to see Aster's going to try to do a lot more of the aggressive plays, and Liquid's going to try to keep getting their timings, keep farming up, play a slightly slower game, but they always want to be ready to fight.
I feel like these fights are going to get pretty wild once they start happening, though. Like, look how this Lich wants to play this fight, right? Yeah. Like this Chain Frost just bouncing around, as well as the Frost Shield, doing so much work in this game.
The Lich is a similar replacement to the Sven from last game, where it just kind of enabled his team to walk in and just never die to the physical damage, specifically from the SF. And now there's SF and Ursa, so there's so much physical damage that this Ori's able, with his Bloodstone, I think he can probably just walk into 4 or 5 heroes and probably survive.
And they need to clump, right? Like the Ursa, the Marcy, and the Beastmaster, they tend to really get in there. And so
even
if
all the summons,
that Chain Frost goes in there, hopefully the summons are going to have to tank some of this up, right?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, that's going to be the thing that they hope to have happen. The other thing to watch for, again, is that whereas Sven in last game, you had that AoE extra survivability. For this, it's just that Frost Shield and a single target. So maybe can, change up their target prioritization a little bit depending on how it goes.
Ooh, excess rating.
Okay, they get out the ulti. Can they get away on Matumba Man? With everybody rotating in, this was a nice move by Aster, and they'll take down the bear. Huge kill.
This is where Liquid would typically run it out. They're hesitating, right? They're thinking about it. They start going, they stop, go, stop.
Can they find one in return, though? Insania right on top. The stun, it doesn't connect, but the Requiem. Very nicely played with the Dispose. Double ulti for the kill, and now more chasing going on as they do have a stomp available. XXS kind of in a weird spot now. Connects with the stun. The rest of the team trying to catch up and get into position. They're a little ways away, but they got him. The pullback. Have Dispose for round 2. Pull him in. Insania's there. Cookie for round 3. Can they kill her off? Yes, they will.
And at the same time, Mickey takes that mid tower with the help of a catapult there. So Liquid getting a lot done in those moments after losing their Ursa, taking advantage of the fact that Bruce Split was down.
Another interesting adjustment I see is that Mickey actually went for a Falcon Blade this game. I think usually the Shadow Fiends, I think even last game he went for the Dragonlance before the BKB. So I think that's also kind of an indicator of how they want to play. Generally, you go Dragonlance because of the value adds when you push towers.
It's bitten off a little bit more than they could chew there on Ori. There's no SF means not an easy chance for a kill, and of course, as we saw, the Frost Shield makes it tough.
But now Roche is starting to
and there's no secrets here. They're seeing everything with the wards they have down on Aster, so they're going to move their way right to the pit.
Starting to build up. 2 stacks so far. They hit him with both. Chain Frost round 3. Can they get him? Yes, they will. Ori goes down. Now looking for more. XXS backing away and does have to run.
Look at Boxy go.
X, dude, still chasing. He's so low. Such low HP on Boxy. Trying to get away. Might just be able to the rebound. How is this hero fair? Oh my god. That was so sick.
Zai was trying to send in the Centaur as well to help.
That space created because this Roche is going down. They're so close to finishing off. XXS wants to run in, but now they're committed. Monet chases forward. Good setup. Can they do it after the kill? McGay in trouble. That's 1 kill, 1 time dead. XXS brought down low. Insania doing a bunch with that ultimate. They pull back in that Shadow Fiend. McGay, Requiem to buy a little bit of space. The chase down. They keep on wanting to fight, but Tumbleman on top of him. Chase dead. Monet, he doesn't have any more Metamorphosis left. I don't think they can chase anymore, but Liquid, they win the Roche. They win the fight.
Oh, Boxy. This guy, I don't even know how he does it. No HP that entire fight. Keeps coming back in for the rebounds, abusing those low cooldowns. And Liquid, I'm sure, getting a little bit worried there as that was starting to end, but taking down XSS and really, again, punishing the lack of ultimate on the Brewmaster.
It looked a little scary. BKB was cooldown, so when he dies the first time, there's a chance they burst him, but no stuns, I think, were available. And also something...
This was so long ago now, it feels like, when this all began.
So much damage from the double damager. They actually just chew through the Frost Shield.
I think also, you know, that's a moment where as a Lesh, you might feel like you're safe, but as soon as that first raise hits, the second one comes in and you're slowed. I mean, look at this.
50 HP, wands and 2 charges, gets back out.
Man.
Radiant's courier.
Then he returns twice more as well from Boxy. Just absolutely ridiculous.
Well, and that's so important because the Marcy just being able to give that sidekick over to these cores is so much of what makes this hero insane in the later stages.
And it's what helped finish the Roche off, right? And then this is where things look scary. Tina gets to have a full ulti. Thing just keeps on going, helping to bring down XSS despite having the Frost Shield on top. And then manages to walk out as well at low HP.
I think one of the cool things, which is it's actually what started this fight, and it's why Boxy lived, is that he has a casual cloak. There's actually 3 of them in this game. Both Ori and the Lich, I think, have the cloaks right now. So you can see a lot of the teams have started to they pick a lot of these early game damage heroes. Even Shadow Fiend does so much magic damage in the early game. Not just these casual cloaks can turn these fights. He has 50 HP. That's purely because of the cloak he buys. And it turns the whole fight around. Boxy being able to live there.
Yeah, well, he's feeling very magical right now as McKay eyeing up the Arcane Blink as well. It's come up after this. Has the Fairies Trinket, so the full mage build is in effect.
Certainly, we would love to see a game number 3, as we always do in these pivotal matchups here for the upper bracket. See if it ends up happening or not, but a BKB completed on the Ursa. And the next couple of minutes, I want to see where this item progression goes for the Terrorblade. What he ends up looking towards next. That Scotty, obviously, really important for stopping any of that extra regen you get from the sidekick, steal all the rest of it.
Yeah, the Scotty really puts the pressure on your initiation as Liquid, because if the fight's not good, you don't get a great burst on an important target. That's where a Terrorblade can really start turning around this fight with that Scotty. You just get kited out, you can't finish things off the way you want to.
It's probably going to be a BKB after the Scotty, just to never get feared by the Shadow Fiend. If you get BKB off before you get roared and the Lich armors you, you also probably won't die. You always get your Sunder off, but now we see a smoke from Liquid.
And that Radiant scan connected, so they knew this was coming, and instead they're trying to counteract it. They are going to make the call to head down for this bottom lane. They run right into Mickey. He will back out of there. Zai also still standing steady. But everybody just back behind the tower. Now, Terrorblade is not here. Can TP into the fight? Might be a little bit scary. Insania.
They just saw the Leshrac
Root, Chase, Mickey, big ulti, but he doesn't get it off in time to stop the split. It might still be enough. The Tumba Man trying to beat through those Brewlings, but they didn't get the Earth Panda. Now, Snapfire Ultimate still has Enrage. They get all the big ultis out. But the BKB
the worst for Aster. They used 3 ults, but they at least got the fight to be forced. They used Liquid to press their BKBs. They defended their tower, so they might even look to smoke out and try to catch the Shadow Fiend off.
off guard.
Feels scary though without Bruce split. It's not easy to have a good fight.
I guess the danger of having the Leshrac and all the power that he can bring to the fight, if they can get on top of that SF, could be pretty huge.
They're just going to play the game to get this Leshrac BKB. He's going to get it in 300 gold, but yeah, this Arcane Blink on Shadowfiend is pretty interesting. I think the idea of it is either A, to try to burst the Brewmaster before he gets ult off, or B, burst the Terrorblade before he gets spells off. It's pretty much just a bursting tool to kill one hero. It's similar to the Yule Future Travel Blink 1000 HP Shadowfiends that were running around back in the day.
Those are still in all my games. What do you mean? Is that not cool anymore?
It's not as cool these days.
Well, apparently it's pretty cool. Mickey is making it.
He's going to no Yules. No Yules, no Boots of Travel.
Okay, fair enough.
It's a little mixture of a build. So this one, it actually scales relatively similar to how the physical does in terms of strength, but in a very different way. So
Foxy setting this up. Expose, big jump, big burst. Does have that Wraith Pack down.
For so many misses.
That's just
and immediately just going to run away.
Is under attack.
But bottom lane, they're getting some good pressure onto that tier 2 tower. We'll throw out the Frost Shield to keep it alive a little bit more against the Helm of the Overlord.
Man, they get punished for the lack of ability to chase as well. Without the Bruce split there, like they couldn't do anything. They just walked away. Like Marcy and Ursa, they're all just kind of like hobbling up there with a Terrorblade and Leshrac, and they just gotta watch them go.
Yeah, I actually think Ori might buy just a blink this game, just so he can blink BKB and try to force a fight to happen around his hero. Because Brewmaster doesn't really want to buy a blink. You don't want to blink in and then try to ult in front of the entire enemy team. Terrorblade as well just wants to exist somewhere in the back of the fight. And the supports are just ranged heroes. They don't want to go in.
Yeah, XSS's blink is just going to be him getting an Aeon Disc. And, hoping that lets him get his ulti off by just being in the middle of things.
More blinks in tow as the Ursa is going to finish his off. Coming out on the courier now. Still hanging on to these mid towers, too.
Zai has purchased an Aether Lens instead of a blink, which is pretty cool. It means that he doesn't have to enter the fight. It's a little different because now it seems like they're not trying to play off the roar. If you don't have a blink, it's hard to just say, I'm roaring this guy, go, go, go.
Okay, goes right away. Frost Shield, keeping Ori alive. All that damage mitigation. The stun comes forward, but they got him. The burst was there. Matumba Man was not prepared.
That Shard Cookie Hop looks so goofy.
Like a big old arc up in the air.
Sinister Gaze.
Pretty
strong. It just like, the cast point of it is so fast, it always catches people off guard. I think even to this day, people are still surprised when they get Sinister Gaze by a Lich.
Yeah, I would agree. Usually they're like hanging back or they just die right away. You don't really expect him to be a Shadow Shaman.
This Arcane Blink is now going to be completed, and with Roche capable of respawning another minute, we'll have to see what the avenue is that they want to go. But Shadowfiend queuing up the Aghanim Scepter afterwards, so max burst potential. An interesting option, and definitely going to need that Terrorblade to get into the BKB now and have reactions.
The level 20 timing is also very good when he goes Magic and Ags, because it increases the amount of time you can be feared. I think by like 1.2 seconds or something max duration, and the fear goes back in. So once you Arcane Blink with an Ags, it's about 4.5 seconds.
Ori, they got him. He's dead. Completely destroyed. It happens in an instant. As soon as that stun hit, we knew.
It's funny because like Cookie's a save, but like even if the Cookie's there, I don't even think it's going to impact in time.
The travel time of the Cookies is slow. Yeah. It's 0.8 seconds of cast point for the Shadowfiend ult right now.
Just like that, you can see the value of this Arcane Blink. I don't think I've seen an item to get picked up and then used immediately that effectively before in a while.
Well, unfortunately for Liquid, it's not the dream scenario where it's an instant Roche or something for them. It's going to be a bit of time, but halfway, the minute and a half timer.
You can see queuing up already some of the answers to this Arcane Blink. We saw the Aeon Disc coming out now for the Brew. That's going to need to be the answer.
Radiant's middle tower.
But he's finishing up his BKB. He's just been kind of silent past couple minutes. I think he's just farming. He's pushing out lanes, dealing with the Beastmaster. And there hasn't been really much. Again, Aster doesn't have the greatest jump. Ori has queued up that Blink. He is going to try to be the guy who goes in there and starts the fights for his team. But they're just kind of hoping Liquid walks into them. And they're able to take the fights like that.
Yeah, I mean, it worked last game, right? That's
true.
Even on the bot rune. Bot 2 walks up on the high ground, they get 2 kills, and they just walk away and get more farm.
I mean, I think the big benefit and the change that we're seeing this time is, of course...
Pulling him? Okay, not.
Dead. Fucking all dead.
Let's run into this hill now and take
All dead. Everybody's dead. That's great. I'm glad we were on a similar page there. I think the big difference this time is, of course, going to be that Beastmaster having those Hawks get sent forward, so they get a little bit better vision before the fights start off.
Yeah, the vision from Liquid is really nice this game compared to the last. On the last game, they just kept blind walking the War. They blind walk into the Pango. He always gets roll off. Aster, the Brewmaster doesn't have the same instantaneous impact of the roll. Yeah. Where it's just constantly stunning. He's a BKB tier you can't kill. Even in this bot fight around the tier 2, the Shadow Fiend ults and almost kills the 2 pandas instantly. Even though he doesn't catch the brew, he almost kills the ult. If the Ursa Panda is the only one alive, it doesn't do anything besides stand there.
Especially versus an Ursa. You know, if he spots that Panda, the thing's just gone.
Oh, for sure. Well, still playing around their vision right now. And Aster, they bring out another Blink Dagger. This time, I believe this is Ori. So mass amounts of blinks, looking for the outplays. And as you mentioned, the casual cloaks here and there might turn those into bigger items eventually. Smoke up as they're going to head up north. As Roche has respawned, we'll have to see if there is going to be that big pivotal fight or not around this ward.
See if the evasion can save XSS here. He's got the talent for the +1x brood up for the evasion.
Sensing danger, moves right in, finds everybody. 4 staff, gets some separation. We'll get hit with the stun. And that will be the death of the CM, but do they still want to fight? Dispose, pulls back XXS, looking for a chase. They buy back on the CM. TPing in for this fight. Mickey looking for the blink. They still keep them backing away, and XXS in trouble. Aeon Disc summons, thinks about popping the ulti, but doesn't drop it yet. Snapfire ultimate, 4 staff, separating this. Zai in trouble, roar. Immediately, Mickey gets it, the stun onto everybody, but it's not going to be enough damage. Ori survived through it. They need to run away now, but Tumbaman TP's out, will manage to secure that one. But so much used by Liquid, and they still ended up losing that fight immediately into the pit from Aster.
It wasn't enough damage on Monet. He has the Titan Sliver, so it takes a little less magic, a little less stun from the fear, and
they don't want to give this up.
This isn't how they want to go out right now. There's great vision here from Aster, though. Ovs and Sentry nearby, going to spot those Hawks, see what's going on. They take it down immediately. Still in the pit, looking for their setup here. No Requiem. They need a big play.
Jump forward. Boxy right on top. It's not quick enough, though. They went too early. Now the axe is getting thrown. Mickey in trouble. Right on top of him. Blows up the Shadow Fiend. And Matumba Man does not have an option. This Frost Shield is impossible to fight in to for that Ursa. And Boxy, Chain Frost bouncing back and forth, takes him down. Liquid committed everything for this, and they're going to get nothing.
Oh, Boxy. A little bit of help there from the neutral creeps, carrying on that Chain Frost right from Insania to Boxy and the trolls nearby. Into the pit they go, and Aster, after on the back foot for so much of this game, waiting for that perfect moment, they find it. What a great way to bait that entire fight staring at the outpost.
Unreal, and a little bit of that early commitment there ends up getting punished.
That blink, I mean, you can see the big difference it's making for Ori, right? He's able to get into the most important part of that fight right now and force all that attention next to Mickey. Leaves Monet by himself. He can clean up some of these summons that are nearby, and once they take care of Mickey, even with the buyback, he can't get back in time.
I mean, the biggest question now, I think, is the Ags is really important. Mickey needs this Ags. It does 2 things. It makes the fear come back in after it goes out, and it also reduces the cooldown, which means that you can use it every single fight. You don't have to worry about it. And the biggest thing as well is that they use the Shadow Fiend and they don't get a kill.
Yes.
Yeah.
When his whole build is centered around using the ult and you use a stun and you don't get the kill, you kind of feel bad. This re-engage fight at the Roche pit, he doesn't have BKB, he doesn't have ult, or he just blinks on him and he has no plays. He doesn't have the physical damage to deal with him. He doesn't have a pike. He doesn't have a way to kind of disengage from the fight, so he's just stuck there.
1,500 more gold for Mickey, and we'll see if that's going to be enough to get him where he needs to be. Does hit that level 20 now, but still not an easy position to be in. As May runs into the SF, no way to break that TP, obviously. And man, yeah, this Lich, you choose so many of these times, has been the difference maker, it feels like. You talked about that Frost Shield on the Leshrac. There really hasn't been an answer for it.
It's just really nice versus all the Dire Heroes, and the adjustment they made with the Arcane Blink is really nice versus it. It gives them the magic damage to kill, but it hasn't really been enough, and it's actually just been enough to deal with this Ursa.
Yeah, it kind of reminds me of just like last game where they sort of had a good idea in terms of like how to make it so they're not under so much pressure, but by going for this magic build in order to solve that problem, it actually recreates that pressure issue through the ultimate, since it's so dependent on that to work. And I guess it just comes back to vision again, right? So like make sure you get that perfect setup and everything goes right now. Speaking of vision, it does the
no Lich there, and he is dead.
Oh.
Wow. brilliant play. Immediately get in there and find him.
Ori got away with that the entire time last game, right? He had so many split push moments exactly like that where he'd be at the tower completely by himself. And now they have that big burst damage.
Well, this game still on a knife's edge. They have the Aegis on that Terrorblade, but we've seen the power that you can have with both split push in this game, as well as just one big burst if everybody is not in position. So Aster get punished. A DD rune spawning bot though.
This is the same timing Aster had last game. Monet just picks up a butterfly with an Aegis. He's probably going to look to wait for Ori to get alive and then try to maybe even push the mid. Rex, I don't really see a way from them to kill him twice. I think to kill him once, they have to use the Shadow Fiend ult, and that means that when he respawns, he's kind of free, especially if he hasn't used his BKB.
Yeah. Feels like it's one of those situations where maybe you can try and get everyone around him.
Boxy needs to get in towards some help. Cookie forward, but the jump away. And as y'all mentioned, the Aghanim's completed. Aeon Disc still sitting there on XXS. You can see that still a very even game here. And Brewmaster is going into that Aghanim Scepter himself next. And they will kill off all the creeps.
Blink being there.
Yeah, at the same time, Aster doesn't feel the need to force plays if they don't feel comfortable taking these towers, taking this tier 3. Because, again, they still have a Terrorblade. They have so much of the map under their control. They're still kind of getting a gold advantage. So their lineup scales. They're not on a timing. I don't think either of these teams are actually on a timing. Both of them are playing for different items, different levels. That the 25s are really strong. So it's kind of up to whoever is feeling their strongest at the current moment who's going to want to take the fights.
Both supports behind as well as XXS, but Monet in very far. Gonna get stunned. Matumba Man goes forward. They don't want to drop the Requiem for nothing. Rooted, Manta. Matumba Man trying to deal with these illusions as Monet down to half HP. And the chance, a burst, and but the Sunder, it came out perfect. There's gonna be the fear. Matumba Man turns the sidekick, keeping him alive, but the Spaghetti is doing too much. Slowly burning them down one by one. They need to jump in with Mickey in a second, but I don't know if they have the damage. Mickey thought about it, gets the blink canceled, has to run away. They buy back on Matumba Man. They're coming in for the racks as Aster want to siege this down and take a substantial lead in this game. 8K gold lead already. Monet builds it up. Manta touch to get away. They don't have enough. Sunder 7 seconds off cooldown. If they're not careful, he's just going to be able to get another round of it. And in fact, he's just going to walk away. Aster, come in, get what they came for, secure that first set of racks.
Actually just like teasing with the Aegis the entire time there, right? Trying to commit you to this bad fight so you can jump on Monet, get you convinced that, okay, we can get the kill without using the Requiem, right? That's what we need in this case. But Aster, the entire time through the series, like the way that they read the fights, it feels perfect. They correctly analyze the threat levels that are coming from each of these heroes and the positioning by Ori. Like I feel like he's playing on that perfect little bit of risk, right? He's assessing where can I blink in, where I'm so close up to my allies, but I'm creating a major problem inside Liquid. And that's what happened to Zai. He just blinked on top of them that fight, forced to throw out a roar. They couldn't coordinate any of their efforts. That's what gives them the racks in the back.
It's also, they use the Aegis at the most annoying timing to push with an Aegis.
Yes.
There's about 50 seconds to a minute left on it.
Oh, yeah.
So you kill him and you're like, okay, well, we just wasted spells. We didn't gain anything from this. It's not like, he had 4 minutes left. It's about to expire, but then if you don't deal with it, you just take the racks for free.
Of course, that is what ended up happening this time around. It's going to set up for most likely another pivotal Roche fight for the next couple of minutes here when that does come back around. But a 10K gold lead. Aster was able to secure off that with a couple of buybacks spent to boot. Liquid, you got to be feeling a little bit afraid at this stage. But they do get the BKB completed on the Beastmaster now. Many BKBs online.
It feels like this next Roche for Liquid is the big one.
This Roche is really important just because of how kind of committal Liquid's lineup is in terms of they need a BKB versus every single hero on Aster. They need to use Shadow Fiend ult to get a kill. They need to use Roar to get a kill. So anytime they have 2 lives, they have buybacks, they're fighting, even if they're fighting in the Aster base, it's really scary just because of the amount of stuns that Aster has compared to Liquid.
And Liquid currently no gem, so no way to try and go for D-wards or anything, and there is some pretty valuable vision still remaining outside of Aster, so we're spotting out like when Zai's rotating through those Ancients. That could give them the edge when it comes to prepping and setting for the next Roche fight. Scythe as well there too, so all that pressure of the perfect fight for Liquid, great item for breaking that up. Your combo breakers, the Aeon Disc, but at the same time, you're going to have that Scythe just catch someone off guard in engagement.
They instantly smoke out. They're going to try to catch them in their own jungle, just Roche isn't alive. It can't even start spawning for the next minute, so you just want to kick them out.
This blink scythe is just... It's
Careful. Insania, it's the first one they find. The cookie away, that gives some vision, but they're barely able to catch. The Sinister Gaze is enough. So Boxy will go down. Liquid are going to be thankful it's not more, but Aster, keep this pressure on.
They know where they are. They saw the couriers moving through their ward right now. That's why they're running up here and catch that ward from Liquid as well.
Get the D ward up on the high ground. As Aster continue the bully. And an AC almost completed on XXS.
The hardest question right now for Liquid is what is their timings that makes them feel like it changes anything? And are they too far away? So Mickey's going for a sheep, which I think will change a lot. It lets him actually kill these heroes by himself and not have to worry about the stuns. And Matu is going for an MKB, but they're both about 3,000 gold away from their items. And I don't think they'll have the time to wait for these items, so they have to decide whether are they giving up Roche and taking the items, or are they going to try to force a fight and just take a proper positioning fight, which is also another option because, again, Liquid can win a fight based on positioning.
Yeah, if they get that big jump.
If they get the jump, if they get the burst, the Terrorblade dies, maybe he doesn't have a buyback. He is buying out right now. He's actually buying a full Daedalus, so he won't have buy if they kill him at this Roche fight.
Well, it's a similar timing here as well for that Aegis, but halfway through, so see if they can find that positioning, and you have Daedalus is there delivered.
And you can see the Hawk scouting for the Roche respawn time. It is a minute away right now. As Aster going into the pit, they check it. That was spotted by Liquid. And it does look like they'll have at least a little bit more time now to get in towards those items. Not sure if it's going to be enough, as you said.
Also, something cool is Monet has a Blink Dagger. So I think his idea is, even if you blink on the Shadow Fiend, if he doesn't get the Arcane Blink buff off, his ult is not as strong. He can't use it as fast, and you kind of force it so once Shadow Fiend can never get gone on if they want to win the fight. He can't get clipped by anything that cancels his blink. He can't get hit once by the Shadow Fiend or slowed or anything. He has to be able to be like completely free and get a jump when he wants to get the jump. So all these blink daggers on Aster now and both the cores of the Lesh and the Terrorblade are going to kind of cancel that out.
It kind of, unfortunately, feels like a lot of their cores feel that way, you know? I mean, I guess Zai is the one who can maybe be in there a little bit with the help of some creeps.
It's pretty much the only one. And of course, you see those Hawks flying over the top. They do scout out that Aster is sitting in the exact same spot where they were last game. They get into the MKB for the Ursa. A couple of other items getting picked up.
They're putting down floor rugs. They're hanging some nice decorations on the walls. Some great pictures of the family, you know? Really furnishing the environment. It's nice.
But
there's interesting. The Timeless Relic is given to Insania, which is really nice for his slows, and then the Spell Prism for Mickey.
Looking for a big wraparound here from Liquid as Aster on the other side of it. We'll have to see if they want to head on up and find a way in the pit, but the Terrorblade already seen that Roche is back up. Monet's just going to keep fighting. They're waiting for them to come to Aster.
They just need to catch the right hero on Aster. If they catch the Brewmaster, sad, he has a hand disc. If they catch the support and you have to use your ult on him, it's also kind of sad because now you can't use him on the cores. So you have to catch the Terrorblade or you have to catch the Lesh. Aster is just in such a nice position that Terrorblade illusions are breaking everything so they can't sneak Roche. They're playing under their wards, they're playing as 5, so you're going to constantly have to walk into the team. They're even pressuring the base with the illusions. There's just so many things that is kind of pulling Liquid apart just around the map.
He also just had his buyback as well on Monday as well, so that very small window of what could have been hazardous is now gone too.
A minute and a half left on Ursa's, but doesn't have the gold to get there once it comes back up again.
It's actually impossible to jump at first. Look at how he's sitting. He's got heroes on both sides. He's ninja geared there, just smoked up, hanging out, making sure that the Hawks don't spawn anything. He's not the guy you're going to get. They fully recognize that's the only way they lose this fight.
This is the most defensive play that I feel like I've seen from a team in forever. It's because they know.
And that's after last game.
Exactly, right?
The exact same thing.
They know that this is the only way it works. And there's creeps hidden in the tier 4 towers. Like, Liquid need to deal with this. They're literally going to lose their base if they don't make a move. And Liquid, they just can't. They're stuck in a chokehold. Matumba Man heads back, and now they're all alone.
The second they see the TPs, they just walk into Roche.
Aster, ready to go. Matumba Man and the rest of them are going to need to get back out close and quick, but it's not going to come quickly enough.
I believe it's Shadow Fiend himself who says, outplay. You know?
Unreal.
That's how this feels.
such clean Dota being played by Aster.
Oh, he wants that Agnes Blessing. He's taking it.
And now smoke up from Aster. We'll see if they make the move.
I'm the Shadow Fiend now. I got the Terror Wave.
They find one. It's XXS. That's not who you want at the start. Ori moves on in. BKB already out. Matumba Man runs away. The Terror Wave. Walk forward. The Frost Shield. It's not quite enough from Matumba Man. And now the Hex. The turn. They chase him down. They kill him out. No buyback for 2 minutes. And just like that, Aster take a dominant control over this game. 20k gold lead now with that Aghanims in tow and the lift up there. They found Mickey. Can he manage to escape? The BKB runs on in, pulls him out. Nicely done. But the chase
on the Marcy.
And they're ready to go for the next round. Up to the high ground. Aster, they can feel it now.
His eyes in behind, but no roar here. Just has to watch, see if they can find a plan. He's just in the fountain.
Open for something. Matumba Man does have buyback and 400 gold, but it's not going to come soon enough. Aster, they're not going to give him the time. The Force Staff keeps Insania alive, but on to the tier 4 towers now. Aster, the last team in the upper bracket from China. Head on in. Mickey goes with the big ulti. Is it going to be enough, though? XXS pops it immediately, turns to fight, looks for some more. Monet, he's actually not hitting the throne right now.
Here he comes.
But they move on in, and Monet, ready to battle, heads on towards the Ancient. They start beating away at it. Eyes on the prize. The Chain Frost back and forth between the two of them. And with that, wait the fear, they move away. Another round of it. Jump forward, but GG is called. Aster, they win the game. They win the series 2-0 over Liquid.
Really nice performance from Aster. I think, especially the way they play the mid game, the late mid game, when they are slow in their holding areas in the map, and they force the lanes. Always pushing the lanes out with the Terror Blade, always forcing Liquid to have to TP back, make moves out, and then Aster's always getting the things that they want.
Yeah, Monet played a fantastic macro game there on the Terror Blade, right? Like, both this concept of like how important he is in the fights and where his position is in terms of the stack of the priority, the kill that needs to happen there from Liquid, and always being in a safe position, but still keeping those lanes in a state where they're always in an advantage. And again, that patience. I mean, I don't even remember last time I've seen like that early in the game. That was like a 60 or 70 minute play, you know, where you're sitting there for that long. But to do that at this point in the game was very impressive.
Well, Aster, they keep up this momentum as like we said, last Chinese team in the upper bracket. Liquid will drop down now after a really powerful group stage. Going to have to collect their bearings and get ready for those matches as well. But for now, as the players congratulate each other, we're going to head on back to the panel. As we see him actually one last time again, the crowd really appreciating the pressure that we've been seeing from him. You know, the thing to me that I will just mention real quickly about Aster is this is a team that, again, they were enemies previously. Last TI, you had Monet that ended up, you know, needing to sort of make a really solid change. Ori that was a standout performer. I think that at least now, top 6 guaranteed. It's been an amazing year for them.
Yeah, even the last major, I think they got top 3.
Yeah.
So the group stage, I feel like they were one of the silent teams in the group stage. They were always at the top 1 or 2 of their group. They were always looking really good, but no one really talked about them, I feel. It was always on like EG's destroying, Liquid's looking really good. Tundra, top of the group.
That's what we do, you know, Europe, NA. You know,
so I feel like Aster's just coasting by. Maybe that's what you want. You know, you don't want to be the silent team that no one knows what to do about.
It's been a classic one. I mean, you talk about like no one knows what to do about. Like, what is the big thing we always bring up? It's like they're positioning the team fights, which is very like, kind of like an abstract concept. But if you start to watch that and like watch the replays, you really do see it. You do see like it feels like the communication is incredibly crisp and clear, which is something that, you know, obviously we have a language barrier there, so we don't necessarily know what's going on. So it's very impressive to see just like how consistent they are in that regard. It would be really interesting to try and find out if that's something that they've worked on.
Well, we might be able to find that out now as we head on back to the studio.
Thank you very much, guys. Yes, so Aster claiming a really important victory there, 2-0 over Liquid. They'll be moving on to play Tundra. I'm here with T-Governor. And of course, that means that, yes, Liquid will be, I believe, moving on to play Entity in the lower bracket. Was that an expected result for most people?
Yeah, I think Aster was looking like a very strong team. I think coming into this, I know the panel before mentioned how Aster and Liquid had kind of the same pedigree. In the regions, they were dominating, and then when they get to LAN, it kind of falls flat a little bit more. But Aster, at least in previous time, they've leveled up a bit, getting third previous, or 2 majors back, then going to second place. And, you know, in this game specifically as well, I think Liquid, they got the Roshan around the 17-minute mark. They had a little bit of maybe like a momentum play to go for, but Aster, they just had their patience. Their Brewmaster itemized really nicely, going for this just Tranks, Wraith Pact into Aeon Disc, super unkillable, being able to just soak up that initiation. And then, of course, I think the hidden gem so far of TI is just this Lich. They mentioned again in the cast, this sinister gaze, the cast point on it. You get caught off guard so many times. The amount of times that Matu would be blinking into these vulnerable positions, get instantly gazed, and then it's like, wait, how I don't have the damage? They've already forced stuff away, they've disconnected. And yeah, unfortunately, you see on the kind of the scoreboard here, Matu wasn't really able to get that Ursa game that kind of dominates and gets you through these game twos of a best of threes, and yeah, only 4-4 and 3, but yeah, very much Aster, Monet, the 8-0-6.
8-0-6, yeah, perfect game. And of course, the Cyclone as well from XSS, another way to control Matu. Matu's been one of these players on the team that really is like, yes, I will trust, I will play what you want me to play. There's a little bit of there was a cheeky kind of moment in the group stages where he got another Slark.
Another one.
But what do you think about this Ursa kind of and Matu on it? Was it too much for because he is one of the best carries out there and one of the most versatile? Was it would you prefer to see him on something else?
I feel like in this draft position they've already got the Shadow Fiend, the Beastmaster. When they're 23 picking an Ursa, it is kind of sending a message to Aster, which is we will take these early Roshans, we will try and just be in the face of you, right? They have so much damage with a CM Marcy support duo as well. So I think they were just fully subscribing to that idea of we want to just dominate this kind of mid game and then try and just remove you from the game. And we've seen time and time again now that these teams, they fall flat in this just converting the game that quickly because teams are getting so good at just drawing out games.
Well, we're going to hear a little bit now from Aster, the victors here, as we're going to go to a winner's interview with Casey.
We're here with Picho, formerly known as Siamese Cat. Congratulations. This is your very first TI. You're playing with a bunch of veterans. You're playing with Burning as the owner of your organization. What's the best advice that some of them might have given you for playing as well as you've been playing this entire tournament?
啤酒这是首先恭喜你们赢了这场比赛，然后这是你们第一次，这是你的第一届 TI， 然后也跟很多老将一起在那边打，包括也有 B 神作为你们的整个组织的领导，然后就想问你他们有没有给你什么忠告，有没有给你什么意见，让你发挥得如此好？
我觉得其实我打线下赛或者打 TI。我的气场感觉完全凌驾于我的4个队友之上，感觉他们都是我教他们线下赛应该要怎么去打，要怎么不怕，要怎么不怕打线下赛，不惧怕这些场外因素什么的。然后我觉得我的第一次打 TI 这种经验比他们可能还多一点。
So even though this is my first TI, I feel like I'm the one who's actually giving all the advice to my teammates. I'm the one telling them, not to be afraid, not to be fearful of the opponent, to go for it, and it doesn't matter win or lose, just go for it. So I feel like I'm the one giving the commands to the team and telling them what to do at this point.
Nice. Congratulations, and thank you so much for talking to us. Sheshe. Back to you guys.
Thank you, Casey. Yes, welcome back to the studio. Huge win for Aster, and really they're the kind of almost torch carriers for China right now, right? PSG in the lower bracket, RNG out. We're going to be quickly getting into the next game. It's going to be Beastcoast versus EG. How hyped are we?
Massively. We got to see, is SA going to take EG out of this tournament?
Who knows? Sorry, I interrupted. People saw it because they're ready. And why shouldn't they be? This is TI. First team up, it's Beastcoast.
Beastcoast.
K1, C-Smile, Whisper, Schofield, and Stinger have got a match ahead of them that will really solidify their kind of legacy in this TI. We'll see if they can take on their opponents as they get ready to sit down. Their opponents, of course, are Evil Geniuses.
Balance
representing North America. Arteezy, Abed, Nightfall, Crit, and Fly as an organization. An amazing group stage performance. You know, certainly I think, you know, wherever you go in the world, they are sometimes just these crowd favorites, and a lot of it is due to Arteezy, but, you know, Crit really stepping up, and there we go. Okay, we've seen what's happened here. But that's, and now I don't get to interrupt you, Sheep. Sorry. You know, this TI has been quick. It's not only quick for us, you know, production, it's quick for the games. Many 2-0s. But this match coming up, you know, hopefully not a 2-0. I want to see it go to 3 games. But what do you think, Sheep?
I mean, I love watching Beastcoast play. I think they're one of the most fun teams. So if this goes to 3 games, I'm absolutely stoked for that. They're just so kind of freestyle in how they play. A lot of these other teams can look a little bit more meticulous. I think Liquid kind of strike as a team. Like K1 thinks that too. Oh yeah, this team plays by the books. But Beastcoast, they're crazy. Schofield will just be like on the other side of the map to his team, trying to play some deep ward down and feeding. And that's just like a common thing, and it works for the team.
Yeah, if Liquid, if they're in the class, if they're the nerds, like Beastcoast, they're the rebels. They're sitting at the back, you know, they're just having fun and they're doing their own thing, which doesn't necessarily have to be a bad thing at all.
No, yeah, I mean, they picked the low percent win heroes to get beat Hikori to get here against EG with the last pick Batrider. T, what have you got for us?
No, I mean, it's also the fact that they currently have the second biggest hero pool at this TI. They've got 53 unique heroes. You compare you know, get into lower bracket, that versatility might either be your victor or the bane that kind of holds you back because you're getting a bit too creative. But I think it's always fun to see Beastcoast just in the moment. If they feel a hero, like I remember speaking to Chris like at previous majors, like, yeah, I wanted to play Venom mid. I told my team in the draft we're the best of one. I just picked it. We just played, you know. So it's just very cool seeing these like just wholesome moments of if they believe in each other, they're just gonna pick it and see what happens. And Arteezy is squeaky clean ball. Oh, very cool.
Yeah, he's done it. The man.
He's trying. I mean, we'll see in about 2 hours, 3 hours if it actually worked or not, but
we'll see. And then talking about the offlaners here, Sheeps, you know, you kind of, I would say, you know, we talked a little bit earlier, you inform me about stuff, I bring it up, but about the offlaners, Nightfall, you know, going up against Whisper, what's that matchup like between these two teams? Because I think that's one to keep an eye on.
I think they are both insanely talented. Whisper constantly topping the charts of MMR. Like he is just by and far like the best player on Beastcoast team. And Nightfall has come into EG and really kind of taken up this mantle, this play style that we've seen in the offlane, where he's more of that carry. And I think EG in the past struggled really hard to work with that play style. It felt like they were kind of having this power struggle between Arteezy and Nightfall wanting to be the carry. And this tournament, they've really adapted to it.
Because he was the carry, right? Like that's the problem. There's something about EG always picking up these Eastern European offlaners and putting them carries and putting them into that offlane position. Nightfall, last TI, what was he? 5th, 6th with 3P. This time around, he comes in with EG, probably looking towards making a little bit of a better run.
Yeah, no, certainly. EG certainly have it in them to go all the way, even if it is the lower bracket. What they've shown in the group stages was amazing. But matchup to, you know, head-to-head here, T-Gub, these teams have played before.
They have, and if you look at EG versus South America, they've got like a 65% win rate in the last 2 years against any SA team. Like, EG's got SA's number, but against East Coast, not so much. The last 3 times they've met, only played best of 2s, draws every time. So this is very much an even series, not like, you know, historically EG versus South America.
Yeah, and it's not like they played against each other a long time ago. It was at the Arlington Major. They played in the groups. They tied over there as well. And even though I have a feeling that the general consensus is slightly favored towards EG, it's Beastcoast and it's lower bracket. Like they're the lower bracket kings.
Well, we have to see what will happen. Is I do believe that the players are almost in a lobby, and there is Bulba, of course, the coach. How you know, Bulba's been in with a while. I mean, every time I used to go to TIs, if I saw Arteezy, I saw Bulba. You know, they're always together. Yeah. But you know, how has that kind of dynamic, you know, moved forward?
Well, there's a tiny little bit of hate from the community towards their coach, right? Whenever they lose, he is the one that takes all the flack, but it's so far from the truth as well, because he brings way too much to the team. The dynamic between the two of them, like, inseparable.
I mean, if anything, I actually want Bulba. I still need to send him an invoice because at the last major, he spilled food on my shoes at dinner, but I never washed them. So in case they win TI, I now have like a shoe stained by Bulba ready to put on eBay. So I'm really hoping that they can make a lower bracket run so I can convert that stained shoe into a profit.
Have you already put in a bid for RTZ's hair?
It depends on the shoe sale. I need the income in to go with income out, you know. So we'll
Stop
see.
talking about his receding hairline, so he's really going to need that.
I'm impressed. I'm going to probably do it too one day.
Do you have any kind of just favorites? Well, we'll get favorites a little bit later because you know what? The teams are ready, so we are going to be going to the draft and then over to the commentators. Enjoy the match, everybody.
Beastcoast versus Evil Geniuses. Game 1.
You're spoiled today.
Hello.
You get to do the draft.
Oh, let's go!
Yeah!
I was really hoping that OD Pixel and Fog were going to do the draft, actually. Because I know OD Pixel loves to do the draft. It's like, we have to put it in all his contracts.
You actually you just can't get enough of them. The amount of work we had to do to get him away from the draft.
I know, but so if anyone's trying to hire, OD Pixel in the future, please. He loves the draft. But we're going to be doing it now. So, okay, the teams are ready. But what we can expect to see from the draft here? Like, what are you looking out for when these teams are matching up? And it's, you get game 1, you get to try a little bit something new. And maybe is that important for EG? Because they're on I believe, a 2-game lose streak. Don't want to say that too loud.
I would even say that this lose streak is maybe good for them because they're a team that really likes to stick to their colors, to the play style that they have, to the drafts that they have. Infamous 5-game Storm Spirit Singapore Major, anyone recalls, like SF has been kind of a similar story for them over here, but they've already lost with it. Their perfect score with the SF has already been broken, so maybe they'll venture out into the wild a little bit.
So you think the couple of losses are good because they should change a little bit?
I believe they are a little bit.
It doesn't work like that, guys.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking.
It doesn't work like that.
Well, I'm just like, what?
Okay, you've got Bulba, you've got the draft, like...
He's going to stick to the same thing.
Yeah, no, because like the reason why they do it is because they believe in it, right? And like with the Storm Spirit days, it was good. There's just other factors why it was sometimes losing out. And I feel like it might be the scenario again where it's like Shadow Fiend is good.
They're going to lose again.
Yeah, okay. But anyways, they're going to probably give it a go.
No, I agree. I completely agree. You don't just give up on a strategy because you lost with it a couple times. There's so much in play. They've had time to look at the replays and see what went wrong. And obviously, as the tournament goes on, people do sort of figure out these heroes. That's why you see the snipers and the drows and other sort of long-range heroes that have come out to fight against each other, right? People are figuring these heroes out. And you have to adapt with that. So I'm not saying you should drop it completely, but you do need to sort of adapt to it and move on and get other things. I think another hero that will be big is Brood. We haven't seen her in a while. She gets banned a lot.
So do you guys think that all the teams have adjusted to the SF already? So if they do choose to pick it, do you have to adjust the bans perhaps? Like something like a Sven needs to get out?
I think just the way that Thunder Awaken played against it, like Thunder Awaken, they're the only team at this TI to not even play Shadow Fiend once. But they go against the Shadow Fiend and they demolish it 2 games in a row. So I think that's the best replay now, where it's like best SF team versus the best team who hasn't even played it but can just demolish it. If you look at how they play, the pace, the speed, the fact that they're fighting top, TPing bot, they're not giving any room to farm this 20-minute BKB, forcing multiple engagements. So Shadow Fiend's like, guys, I want to be over here, but I'm not there. That type of play style, that's what EG needs to adapt to be able to fight into.
It looks like Aster also copied a little bit of that, right? Like in the last series, they played against the SF and to some success.
TA ganked that SF so much. I really love the movement of like you bring a support mid to either refill bottle or contest a rune, and then you shove out the wave and then you smoke to the top lane where the SF is and get that kill, because the move is so fast and the wave is pushing into your mid. It's hard to know like what are they doing. Oh, are they going to farm a camp? You don't have the vision on them to know. So that's why that kind of fast move with the support is so effective, and I really love that against SF.
Well, we'll see hopefully when the first bans and picks come out. But for EG to really play their best, who is like kind of on fire? Because I always see when they're like dominating crit just being the most annoying position for.
It's the beautiful harmony between crit and Abed. I think when Abed has a good game, be it like on his Embers, his Pucks, these kind of playmaking heroes, at minute 10 he's behind tier 1 towers in the jungle, tier 2s, like just doing so much stuff that it allows your double carry side lanes of Artesia and Nightfall to be able to get.
I like the way you said carry in air quotation.
Yeah, I wish I was on camera to be fair, but alas, you enjoyed it. And then,
because you don't necessarily need a playmaker in every single game, right? And if you have these two kind of greedier cores on the side lanes, your mid lane definitely needs a lot of help early on, because he will be the driving force in that mid game.
Okay, and then on Beastcoast as well, when they're running on all cylinders sheet, who's really kicking off for their team? Who's the playmaker?
Sorry, for Beastcoast, did you say?
Beastcoast, yeah.
I mean, Whisper, I'll just say his name 100 million times. This guy is way too talented.
You can start now.
Okay, baby, Whisper, let's go. Whisper.
And another one, there we go.
He's so good. Whisper, this guy, honestly.
You just said something other than Whisper. I'm a seasoned professional at saying things over and over again.
Yeah, that was insanity.
But as you were saying.
No, I think that he's really strong, and what he gives as well is he lets K1 play his comfort heroes. When we saw PL, we think, oh, it's not so good of a PL game, but because Whisper is dominating his lane, it gives that space to him to get the net worth needed to reach his hero's timings, because a hero like PL can be run over. We have seen that in other games. Because Hector is just going to pick whatever he wants. He's going to pick it. He's got his Sven carry, his Wraith can carry. He feels something and he goes for it. The way he describes his play is it's like a ranked game, man. You just go on instinct. You just start going, go, kill this shit, and then you run at them, and that's like what his comms are like in game.
No, you'd be surprised at how many players still play like that, just by instinct. Even in the drafts, like when they give input, it's like, I feel that this hero is good and I feel that it isn't. It's not necessarily that strict, like, okay, he's bad because of this, and this. It's more like a feeling kind of a thing that you get after playing 100,000 games.
It's almost like a wise man once said, the beauty about Dota is anything can work.
Exactly.
No tell, there you go. You are a wise man. That's definitely not verbatim. Okay, so looks like we're actually getting some bans in, so they are going to be on the way for game one. So I will let you guys focus on the heroes and what potentially could happen, and listen very intently.
I mean, ban-wise right now, Thunder Awaken probably going to look to the
Thunder Awaken, that's my favorite team.
Sorry,
Brood, right?
Oh my gosh, my teeth. Yeah, Beast Coast, sorry. I was looking at stats of Thunder Awaken, but yeah, Beast Coast, because the Broodmother and the Primal Beast are the main prominent bans against Evil Geniuses, so most likely, giving it through.
Switching it up a little bit.
Which is fair. I guess the reason there is EG is second pick, so potentially wanting to second pick a Broodmother is like a strategic opening where Beast Coast, if you do that, we still have pick 8, the final pick of the first phase, to respond to it. It's not as disastrous as EG being first pick and getting to close out the first phase of the Broodmother.
And is this Slash, is this Silencer now being banned out by EG? Because these are the ones I see being banned out against Beastcoast most of the time.
There's a lot of heroes. The ones you mentioned, I'm always scared of Marcy.
Marcy as well, yeah.
Yeah. I don't know what they want to give away. They have to obviously think, if you are letting something like a Brood through, you need heroes that deal with it. The old counters don't feel like they're as effective anymore because Brood's kit has changed so drastically over the patches with all these different reworks.
Oh, damn.
Okay.
That must be... So because Beast Coast have the last pick of the phase, I think they are thinking that EG want to take Broodmother and they want to get rid of a counter that they feel is the most problematic that could be picked. And Hector has been playing Nagasar in this tournament, so it is definitely out there as a threat.
Yeah, 100%. And EG, when they have picked the Brood before, their bans instantly after have been the Naga, Tide, and Ember. So of the three, they picked the most prominent one. So EG really kind of warning Beast Coast, we're probably going to go Brood.
Yeah, and this Crystal Maiden pick, I think, is really good as an opener because we've seen Crystal Maiden and Jakiro primarily as the pos 5s that help to deal with the Broodmother on the lane. Because one of the reasons the Broodmother is so strong right now is because of the heal that she gets from Insatiable Hunger. She is able to trade in the lane and then use the heal afterwards to get back up to full health, as well as take trades with it, secure last hits, and all of this relies on her being able to hit. So if you have supports in the lane with spells like Crystal Nova and Jewel Breath that reduce attack speed, then that is really good in Brood lane.
And are there any carries that can match up against the Broodmother right now? Usually you'd want to have, back in the day, it was the trolls, right? It was anything that makes her miss, anything that makes her unable to get her HP back. Are there some new ones in the meta right now, T?
I mean, it's pretty much I'd say it's the offlane department. You can go for these axes. You can even throw the mid Pangoliers and stuff. They picked a Mars because you can eventually put in there. Broodmother is like a two-pronged assault where you want to have a really strong lane against her that you can kill her before she hits 6 and gets the spiderlings, and then you want to transition that hero out of the lane, and then you want to put a new hero in there that has the levels from elsewhere that can then
defend the tower.
Exactly, defend the tower and the spiderlings. And the cool thing as well with the Brood Hoodwink, for example, is once Brood inevitably wins the lane, having your position 4 that can also just be super active on the map. So previous combos for Crit have been a Shadow Shaman. Now he goes for a Hoodwink. These heroes, if they play within territory that's easily controlled by a Brood, they get to play such a free game because they get to run between the bot lane to the mid and bot and just kill anything under the protection
also,
of the Brood.
there's an additional thing that you get from Hoodwink, because you don't actually have to play on the Brood side, right? Like, as a Hoodwink, you can play on your own, you can defend the tower forever. Meanwhile, Brood is assaulting your side, while a single Hoodwink is defending the tier 1 on top.
I really loved watching Brood this tournament as well, because she is so versatile in what she can do. I've seen Broods that haven't even taken the tower yet, using their webs to connect to mid and play around there. So if the supports are playing around mid, it's easy for Brood to connect too. I think the most important thing for Beastcoast right now is to make sure they win this lane against her and kind of shut her down. So Brood, one of the reasons that everyone is picking her right now is because you are able to get a really early Wraith Pact and play around damage reduction. And then you can buy this pipe afterwards, which nullifies most damage from the enemy, and you get this Wraith Pact timing around 13 to 14 minutes, and it's really hard to deal with. And another thing to look at is in the group stage of TI, if Brood got her Wraith Pact pre-16 minutes, the score of her win to loss was 12-1. If she got it after 16 minutes, it suddenly became much more even, around 7-9. So making sure Brood doesn't get this early Wraith Pact timing is huge, insane.
It's very telling, because if the Brood does get that level 6 fast enough, she's usually rolling over the lane and you cannot stop her that easily, right? Which is why you get that Wraith Pact a little bit earlier. Also, it reminds me of Enigma, the way you play the Enigma, but you don't have to rely on that black hole. You aren't just the Wraith Pact and the Eidolons. You bring much more to the table.
I'm just trying to get over the fact that she said she enjoyed watching Brood.
I mean,
that's like saying you enjoy Tinker. To me, I enjoy watching Tinker games. So
I think the way the hero has evolved over the years is just really interesting to me, because she used to just be, I'm going to dominate the lane and buy carry items.
Yeah.
And she sort of reminds me a little bit of Nature's Prophet of like Arlington Major patch, where everyone was picking him because he was so versatile. He could push, he could connect to fights, he could carry and scale. And Brood is sort of similar to that. Late game, you can go for more carry items, or you can go more utility with this Hex.
And there's something that I've noticed from this TI, from how the game's evolved. Breaking smokes seems to be that's why we saw a lot of nicks. Brood still has a little bit of that in her, right? Like as a hero, or not so much, would you say? I'm okay being wrong, Sheep. You can tell me I'm out of it.
You're right, Adam. Like, I wouldn't say wrong. It's like she uses her spiders as the main primary source of vision, because they changed the way the control group works, so now you can send out spiders everywhere across the map. So it's more about knowing where people are or where people aren't, so you know if there's smoke.
Yeah, exactly.
It's always giving vision, and
I love being wrong and right.
You're beautiful, James, no matter what.
At the same time, like, she brings even more than just the smokes, because of the way the shard and axe have been reworked.
Oh, the axe as well.
So with that axe, it's not only about you can even catch in with heroes. So it's not only about breaking smoke. You can set up traps. It's basically more annoying techies at this point.
Yeah, and to give reference, the axe, it's this like invisible snare that you place inside your web, so you don't see it, and then you walk into it, and then you suddenly just get rooted, and then other people get rooted, and then you can just spam so many. And if you get into an aggressive position and you're putting them on the high ground entries, you're mentioning smokes. Even if you do get a successful smoke out onto the map, you then walk into a high ground area, but you're instantly rooted, and then it tells EG, guys, they're there. It's so much aggressive vision through indirect spells, basically.
And the spell being picked up here. T, you've been a coach for teams. What position would you rather be in here? Would you rather be, you feel like EG of kind of, leading the way on the draft, or, Beastcoast have got plenty of answers?
I think right now, EG is just making a statement with their draft, because they are picking heroes that are forcing Beastcoast to react. So when you're entering a lower bracket game, not having full control of the heroes that you want to pick always can be a bit more annoying. And in this situation here as well, it's like EG picks up the Sven, so now you can't give K1 his Sven against a Broodmother who could be an aggressive laner with CM. You just take it away. Beastcoast, okay, now we're going to think of another hero to pick. So yeah, EG just being really forward thinking with this draft. So I think I'd probably lean EG right now.
Meanwhile, Beastcoast, they snap up. No pun intended. They take that snap.
This guy.
Yeah.
When I made a fun, everyone just shit on me and called me a wannabe Lacoste. When he does it,
the delivery, the smooth, silky
right.
tone.
That's true. It was beautiful though.
All right, so.
Oh God, he got silky.
He's got more.
It's versatile. It's versatile for them, but most likely it will be the support here, right? Or maybe it can even be played on mid, because they have done that in the past.
The Sapphire is very versatile in this region. It was more Thunder Awakened last sort of DPC tour in Arlington, where they were playing it on multiple roles. skills. Off lane is usually like where I've seen it, but it strikes me more as a support here because you want to pair it with that Mars.
I think one of the concerns right now for Beastcoast is we've mentioned the itemization of Broodmother, the Wraith Pact, the Pipe. Most of Beastcoast's early game damage is going to be this magical damage. Sure, you have the Lil Shredder and Snapfire to instantly kill through the hit count on the Wraith Pact, but if that interaction doesn't happen, if you don't see that Lil Shredder come through, then you're not going to kill the Wraith Pact because it's super hard for these melee heroes to get in. CM, you can't rely on her. And then the Pipe. So I'm a bit worried, Beastcoast, if they don't come out ahead in the lanes, they're just going to be on the back foot a little bit.
And everything that you were talking about stands as long as you can interrupt the long-range damage that Mortimer's Kisses bring, right? But now you get the Ember on the side of EG, so you can deal with that as well, not only with the Snapfire, but also with the Crystal Maiden.
This is what I love about EG's draft, though, is how they're covering their bases. We have the Wraith Pack and the Pipe for damage reduction. Sven, his Warcry, it gives armor to the team.
Yep.
EG have ran this strat before. Fly plays it typically on the POS 5 Sven, and you build around this one core who becomes incredibly tanky and just kind of can't die, and that's what I like about this Brood and this Sven. What are you meant to draft towards in terms of damage?
I think, we've been praising EG and how they've set up this draft to be super aggressive. The flip side will be, if Beastcoast does survive through this very mid-game centric kind of annoying lineup, their heroes with BKBs, items, and just scaling in, they will always have the team fight. They will always have the we can just hold this position and fight you if they can get around this Broodmother Ags and stuff. But it's still very much leaning more towards EG of the team that should be able to set the pace of the game. Unless their lanes go disastrously, then sure, Beastcoast, they have a plethora of damage, but...
Oh, I just want to say, actually, we talked about the snap flexing a bit. I'm just realizing it's Beastcoast, and I know that Schofield hates ranged fours. He has played the snap, and he can play it, but he heavily prefers pause.
Some Chris Luck snap, or...
Well, I'm thinking it might be a mid-Mars and an off-lane Snapfire with the Tiny. That would make the most sense to me in terms of their players and how they play. It's
5 seconds.
It's what makes sense to me for Beastcoast.
That sounds way more fun for sure. Like I'm checking here, they have played it already at TI. They played the offlane snap, they played mid snap. There's a lot of flexibility with the hero, and they need something that provides more aggression, because like if you put Mars mid, you're going to secure his levels. So we mentioned how the Broodmother needs to have that anti-wave clearing hero to go against her. That's going to be the Mars now. If you put it in mid, it's easy to transition that Mars from the mid lane to bot. It's not as far as the off lane to safe lane. So I honestly like that adaptation.
The only problem that I would see with that is that you're kind of tying up your mid laner, the one that's supposed to do the most in the mid game.
To one lane,
tying him up to one lane that's just defending against the Brood. For me, the best way to do it is some 4 or 5 that can just spam out the spiders, make it annoying for the Broodmother. But then again, the new Brood is kind of difficult to stop that way.
And EG does have the final pick in the entire draft, so Beastcoast, they're going to be entering this final phase, kind of picking a little bit of blind here.
Yeah, there's still the troll available if they want to play the lane that way against the Brood. Hector does play a lot of different heroes. Who else is still in? Do we have like Faceless Void?
Is there not like a Pudge scenario here?
Yeah, that could work with the Vanguard rush.
Yeah, exactly. Just go for some Vanguard, get an Ags, you park yourself there, you're aggressive in lane, CM Pudge, you have the root, you can then hook, so before Spiderlings come into play, there's some kill potential in this Brood.
I like that a lot.
And they don't necessarily have anything great against the Pudge at the moment. They would have to answer that with the carry. I actually do like the Pudge idea quite a bit.
It's kind of like a hero that you can kind of dangle in the middle of the fight, and all these like spell casting heroes, they're not going to be too aggressive. And for EG as well,
he can also be way more active earlier on, and he can be an additional hero that can park in front of the Brood once that Vanguard is up.
A tanky enough hero to allow like time for the rotations to come in as well. That's another thing. Is if you pick a weaker carry who dies so quickly to a Broodmother when she hits 6 and that pressure.
Would you be worried for their burst amount of damage, or is Tiny Snapfire good enough?
Yeah, I think that's good enough. I think Beastcoast, they're playing a game where they want to try and be really aggressive in lane, and then sure they will fall victim to not being able to play as quickly as a Brood and Ember, but they'll eventually just scale into the game nicely.
No, they go with the Slark. This is it, right? Like as Sheep mentioned, if he wants to play that Slark, he's going to get his Slark, he's going to play his Slark. And this hero has been picked quite a bit recently. Like in the Chinese region, they switched up the whole kit on the hero. Like first item Radiance, that's been the flavor for at least a couple of months. Not going to happen here, most likely.
Hopefully not. But we mentioned how EG doesn't really have team fights. They're relying on kind of annoying heroes to just win in these mid-game engagements. Slark's the hero that if you survive that style of play, you can dominate. And EG...
I feel like TB was the answer almost no matter what.
They've done this so many times before. They've done the Brood, they've done the Terrorblade. Yeah. Their play style is get into the enemy side of the map. Terrorblade skips waves, Brood skips waves. You have no map to get out on. It's a classic thing EG's done a lot of times before. It's a good carry-to-carry matchup.
So who do you fancy just based off the draft? I guess the question is...
Beastcoast is so good at spellcasting, and their entire lineup is just spellcasting, running around team fighting. So I think it definitely plays to their strengths as a team, but this late game is a little dicey.
I'm worried there's not enough map for Beastcoast to play, where they rely surviving for long enough to get items, and a Terrorblade and Brood, they can really choke you out of a game just through just shoving waves into you.
Yeah, I'm gonna go on a whim here and go with Beastcoast. I have some faith in the lower bracket SA Slark.
You don't believe in the boldness?
Well, there was one guy that won going bold yesterday as well. So.
See?
Are we overdoing it?
No. I'm just quite excited. I know we get to hear a little pre-game interview from Bulba in a moment, so I'm just waiting for that to come through. But
well, it is mid-tiny. That is one thing we got wrong.
Oh no, he's still got the headset on. I was like, if he's walking over, he might now be able to hear us. Oh, let's say hi to Bulba.
Yeah.
Hi Bulba, enjoy your interview. But again, he's got the headset on, so we'll wait a minute.
When he's ready, I'll know, and then we'll send it over. But it's definitely for a game one. It really seems like EG, you think, controlled the draft. They're going in slightly more comfortable, but it's like, as you say, Hector just gets to choose like, hey, I want Slark, and it's going to work.
Pretty much. From the get-go, they're controlling the draft, but Beastcoast also are in their full comfort zone.
Okay. They do struggle to take objectives a bit.
We'll see how comfortable EG are, because Slacks has got an interview with Coach Bulba.
Thank you so much over there on the panel. I am here with Bulba, ladies and gentlemen.
Feels good.
There we go. The people love you, sir. Very confident draft. First pick Broodmother, and then countered by Beastcoast by a lot of AoE. Do you think that you guys are going to be okay? Are you happy with the trap that you have spun?
I mean, hopefully we're happy. I think we're happy. Yeah. So yeah, we didn't expect them to give us Brood. So, but I think we haven't lost with the hero yet. So yeah, let's see if they have their ideas good enough.
All right, fantastic, sir. Well, I think the crowd has a lot of confidence in you guys, so thank you very much, and we wish you the best of luck there in Game 1, and we will get right to that now with Owen and Fogged.
Thank you very much, Slacks. Yes, very much looking forward to this one. Evil Geniuses versus Beastcoast here in the lower bracket. We heard it there, Fogged. You know, Bulba very happy that they're able to get the Broodmother and be able to build a draft around that. Would you also agree there's reason to be confident in getting that through in the way they've closed it up at 3G? Or do you feel that Beastcoast will have the means to deal with the Spider?
It does look like they have a lot of answers because they've seen it so many times. We've seen them play it, I think, 5 times. They did drop one game, I believe, versus Liquid when they had the Brood, but they do have so many answers. It seems like every single one of their heroes is to respond to that, and also to respond versus the Wraith Pack build that we've seen pretty much every game. They have the Snapfire. Of course, you have that little Shredder to kill it off, so it does look like they answered it pretty nicely, but let's see what's going to happen with that last pick Terrorblade.
Well, let's get ourselves into the action. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Game 1 of Evil Geniuses versus Beastcoast. And in terms of the way that they ended the draft, your Fog closing up with the Terrorblade, what does that sort of say about EG's strategy overall in terms of the timings and strength they're going to look to play towards against Beastcoast?
Just doesn't seem like he's going to be able to get enough distractions on the game, because he has this Brood, he has this Hoodwink, he has this Ember that's going to be causing problems across on the other side of the map. So maybe it feels like he can get all the space in the world as this Terrorblade to be able to get this scaling. But looking at the draft, of course, from Beastcoast, they have a lot of answers, of course, too, for TV. Mars has traditionally been seen as one of those heroes, even though it's gotten nerfed a lot of times, has done well versus TB, and they have a plethora of burst damage and nuke that we saw work pretty well versus these pretty squishy agi cores a lot of the time.
On the side of Beastcoast, obviously, finishing with that Slark pick here for Hector. If you get anything here as both teams.
Look how much information they're giving. Just because that Slark standing on the high ground, that night vision, can see so much. They can actually sneak into this enemy jungle nicely.
And indeed, it's able to pick up the ward there, Gojira. See here, the battle begins. Sun here around the mid, K1. Not going to want to stand around too much.
I don't think I've ever seen that happen, actually. At least not in a TI.
No.
Get their mid ward just walked up and snatched. because of that night vision.
Yeah, wow.
So, all right, that's going to be pretty cool to set up.
They'll be happy with that one, Beastcoast.
And look at this approach. The start of the lane right away, they're going to actually put the pressure onto the TB. I think they look at this lane and they're like, this is a lane the TB can definitely get punished. This Mars, this Snapfire, they could definitely shut this down since there's just a Sven behind him. All right, let's see how it plays out. Yeah, I can't believe that happened.
See if it has any sort of implications on the way they're able to set up this early vision, and indeed the lack of it that EG might have these first few minutes around certain areas.
This is that melee versus melee matchup, so sometimes, it can be like a range versus range where you want that high ground ward to be able to play with them to pull creep aggro and stuff like that. So it's not that, of course it sucks to lose your ward, but could be worse if it was him like on a range or something like that in a disadvantageous matchup.
So the weather this lane starts down bottom, so which core is going to be happier at the beginning out of K1 and Nightfall down here?
It's pretty tough to bully out Brood nowadays. With the new way that the web works, you don't really get slow ever. You have so much health regen. When you get that second point in web, even if you drop low on HP, you're pretty speedy, and you'll be able to get that, of course, that HP regen that builds. And so I don't think Nightfall should be too worried. He also has crit always behind him, so I would say if anyone has to worry, it's Stinger more than anything in this lane.
For sure, yeah, has to be careful how far he steps up, especially once the level 2s are there. Crit could look for a quick setup and have that damage.
Just a lot of harassment that comes out with the Blightstone and then the spam that's going to be coming out from the Silken Bola. We'll see which choice actually Nightfall does go for, because also you can actually go for either. Any of these builds could go for just 1-2-1 or something like that, so he can trade with Hector. Or K1, we should say, of course.
Of course, on this top lane then for Arteezy trying to lane against the Snap Mars duo that Beastcoast are putting against him. Is he going to be fine up here, or is there potential for kills to be found by Beastcoast?
From what we've seen, these Svens are able to secure lanes pretty nicely, but it looks like
a good setup here. They will indeed. First blood for Beastcoast. Nice little combo there. Of course, between these two heroes, Snap and Mars, they'll be able to pull off much more of that to come here in the laning stage.
And they can do that to Arteezy pretty much any time too, so he always has to be careful. It's a death that's kind of needed in a way. It's going to happen there for the Sven, and it's better that he dies than the TB dies to this big burst damage that comes out from these two. But they're going to keep going for that. They're going to always go for these double nuke plays onto either TB or Sven if they're out of position.
Of course, whilst the meta's unavailable, very hard for EG to get aggressive in return.
But so far, he's farming very well, right? 13 and 3, even though he did lose to Sven.
Not being slowed down so far.
None of the cores, really. Mid lane also, see C-Smile versus Abed. Pretty much dead even. And bottom, Hector, a little bit behind, but it's a tough lane in a way versus the...
Yeah, I feel sort of across the map, he's the one that's going to have a bit of a trickier time when it comes to getting up to the CS.
Actually, it feels like both of the carries might start to be in some troublesome positions, right? Like Arteezy, it does feel like once these nukes start leveling up even more, will be problematic for him, but they do actually get a stacked pull-off. That's pretty rare. So they're going to lose a whole wave on Beastcoast.
Radiant structures are fortified.
See what Gojira can try and do about this. See if there's a chance to maybe look for a kill between the two of them here, Whisper and Gojira. Going to set up onto Fly, but quick with the man going the stun, make sure the Whisper doesn't get the chance to line up any follow-up.
That hurts, though. They lost literally the entire wave there to that double pull, and Arteezy's able to free farm under the tower, so really good play from Fly. His bottom, yeah, just constantly seeing them spamming these spells back onto each other. All the trees being cut on the side there, you see K1 constantly Quelling Blading. Always going to be watching for those Quelling Blade plays, of course, also versus the Hoodwink to cut down that Acorn shot.
On the top. Once the meta's up, it's definitely a bit trickier for Beastcoast to try and make that play between these two.
They still do have a lot of burst, right? If they can get the chain stun, even Arteezy could go down.
Absolutely, yeah. If they can land sort of the lineup to get that good angle with the spear, be almost certainly death for one of EG's members on that top lane.
And they are hanging on to a lot of stick charges up here too. 5 on Gojira and also 9 on Whisper. But lingering pretty low on HP.
I'm not opposed to taking the occasional bounty.
Down bottom, K1 able to rely on Stinger to continue to bring in the regen whilst he's working his way towards that second set of tangos here. Picked up. They then get the angle. Looking to follow up. It's another kill. Beastcoast combo here, proving to be very strong, and as best as EG are trying to avoid getting caught in these situations, flying Arteezy, Beastcoast still able to find these opportunities.
Yeah. It's pretty unavoidable. Like, they have the CM aura, so they're always able to spam their spells up here, too. And they might even go for Arteezy. Top.
He's on his own now. Underneath the tower. See if they can do this here, but Fly back in action and TP at the ready. He'll manage to turn up and make sure that the dive cannot continue, but really feel it already. Beastcoast finding these great chances to just get under that tower and aggressive. Right, Cookie as well, under to Whisper to close the gap, but the stick charges will keep Fly fine. Beastcoast will have to reset a little bit. They're starting to fall low on the two of them.
But the rotation's coming in. Look how low these heroes on our EG are.
I mean, yeah, Fly and Arteezy have to be careful. Here we go, Chris. He's looking for Fly.
He saw him?
Be able to catch him with the avalanche. He can. Fly's not going to be able to run away from this one. He'll pop the war cry, but a final blast from Kajira gets another. I mean, in the rune, he's going to be able to. Oh, with the remnant. Oh, he's in and he's out. Arbed will manage to still pick that up before Chris swings back towards the mid.
That would have been some pretty fortunate scenarios coming in. Of course, Rune spawning top right when he's rotating. Does get the catapult last hit on Chris Luck. Good start for him. Level 6 early on. Quick, easy rotation. Doesn't find the Terrorblade, but again, finding the early kills. 3-0 ready for Beastcoast. And the bottom lane, they actually haven't died. They'd weathered everything. And as you mentioned, Slark, sure, he's a bit behind the counterpart. 400 behind the TB. 800 actually behind the Brood, but they haven't died down here.
No. And this was going to be the toughest part of the map for Beastcoast in this laning stage, no doubt about it. So they're dealing very well with the pressure and the setup that EG set up against them. And now with this movement from Gojira, they might find a chance to make a kill onto Nightfall. And with the pounce, the blast to follow up, into the cookie, and indeed the spider's gone. Beastcoast, they are doing an excellent read of where they can make these plays in this laning stage here. They're not letting a kill miss them at all here. 4-0 now.
It's similar to the way that we saw Thunder, the approach that they took versus EG, just this constant aggression. Really nice moves coming after them, and now K1, soon to be getting level 6, so should be able to withstand down bottom on his own. Yeah, really smart moves. And we see a pretty clever ward, of course, too, from Gojira. Actually places it in the river down bottom after he makes the rotation, so gonna spot any rotations that Crit makes as well. Maybe guarantees that 8-minute power rune for Chris Luck if they do linger in the area.
Definitely want to keep control of that power rune for sure.
They're actually going for the play here on mid.
Get the toss back. Cookie as well to follow things up.
It might be, oh, so close. Almost gets the frostbite on Abed.
Same time up top. CEG now make a move on towards Mars. Look to threaten Whisper. He'll be able to spear back Arteezy, but Flying Crit able to finish him off as EG finally get themselves a kill on the board.
Yeah, lane's starting to break pretty early on here. And Rune will spawn, and yep, Gojira, since he's staying in that area, will secure it with the 3 heroes. That's K1 in a 1v1 versus the Brood. Much better for him.
He's happy now. Yeah, he's hit the 6. So when it's Nightfall alone down here, K1, very little to be concerned about. Should be able to start closing that gap in the farm.
And we do see Nightfall, most of the games he's gone for that Wraith Pact, but I think he's starting to realize, they have the Snap who's gone for the early points in the Little Shredder too. He can actually go Wraith Pact first item, so gonna go for the pipe. Also the item that, all these Broods do go as like the first, second item. A lot of magic damage, so.
Absolutely, yeah, he needs it to be able to protect his army this game.
Exactly, and to protect the TB if he does show up early. There's so much magic burst that's on Beastcoast, so we like that. Seeing Abed kind of cutting mid lane as well, and they are looking to make perhaps some rotations too. So trying to divert all that attention off of the top lane.
Want to go for Nightfall. Nightfall is playing very cautious under the tower. Same time around the mid, they'll look to dive in for Chris. Chris able to get the free-man avalanche off. Time's being bought for the backup TPs to come in. The Stinger turns up. And EG, they won't be able to continue the aggression onto Chris. He'll be fine.
He's very tanky.
Now still had, it's pretty much a full stick there. 10 charges and a fairy fire. So really a kill that EG was going to be able to get, even with the 3 of them turning up.
A scary place to overcommit to. I think they knew that the Mars wasn't going to be able to come in, but the 2 supports could be around there just to back him up right away. And now K1, level 6 is online. Treads are done. He's just going to get to the jungle a little bit here. Another move for mid. Not going to be able to get Gojira, though. Although, 4-1, EG still leading in the net worth.
Yeah, Bomb's still good.
The 3 cores still looking very good with their presence. And Nightfall, now the pressure is going to start on the bottom lane. So let's see what Beastcoast does to react versus this Spider. As we mentioned earlier, their draft does have a ton of ways to clear them out.
They'll try for the catch onto K1. Will scare him enough to pop the Shadow Dance immediately in return to the Bushwhack coming in from Crit. Top lane, Arena was dropped here. Looks like they made an attempt, but weren't quite able to pull it off this time. Arteezy remains safe. We'll be able to continue to farm underneath the tier 1 top, underneath the tier 1 bottom. trying to dive in past the tower. They know that K1's got no ultimate. He's already used the Shadow Dance. Further TP's coming in, trying to pounce away, but Crit able to time it perfectly with the Bushwhack, pulls him back. They take down K1. Lose flying return. We'll see if the rest of EG can get out. In fact, they might not want to get out because backup's arrived. Arbed, he's also ready to dive underneath the tier 1 tower, but indeed he's hit the 6. They turn with a stun. Gajira, they just able to turn with a kiss. His takedown. Arbed takes down Crit. It started off as a smooth move from EG to try and pressure in, take down K1 whilst he didn't have the Shadow Dance. But then they tried to go for more, and that was not the move that they were going to get away with against Beastcoast there. A perfect time to hit the 6. Beastcoast turn it around, and Arbed, he's going to wish he didn't come down here at all.
Oh, yeah. A beautiful latch from Crit here to start it all off, getting him in mid-pounce. But yeah, I don't think they expected so many rotations coming. I don't know if they expected the snap to be that 6 either. And yeah, Whisper had just used ult top, so maybe they thought he wouldn't come here either. Beautiful moves. This Snapfire really kicking it this early game. 3-0-3, 6 of the 7 kills.
Yeah, I mean, just excellent setup there as well from Gajira, using the cookie for Whisper, getting him on top of Arbed, and then with that opening stun, easily able to find time to get the follow-up spear. And it just locked down Arbed for the whole ult that was coming in.
And the crazy thing is, too, look at the tower HP in that bottom safe lane. After we see the Ember perhaps getting gone on a little bit.
We'll see if they can get it. They might. They might
be able to.
Again, the 3 stuns are there. Arbed a couple of times now, back-to-back in this area of the map. It's not been a great place for him to be.
No, and then we do see the tower. It is 100% HP. It has not been touched. This is a Brood lane. Near 12 minutes, that dive not working out at all.
See around the mid. Chris ready to set up more, gets the toss back onto Fly, and of course back up. It's there. It always is here from Beastcoast. The 3 of them take down another. Fly falls. We'll see Arteezy turning up to the mid. This is quite an aggressive fight for the Terrapins to be involved in. I don't know if Arteezy wants to be here. The arena's there. What's going on, from Arbed? Dying 2 times down on the bottom. Arteezy suddenly turns up to a very premature fight in the mid. 12 minutes in, he's stepping up to the mid high ground. You can't do that against Beastcoast.
He just had popped his meta.
Definitely feels like, you know, at the start, you know, EG, whilst they were sort of losing in terms of kills, they were getting the farm. They've got to be careful not to sacrifice the space that they've been able to maintain on their half of the map, but for going for these aggressive plays and losing these huge kills.
That's devastating. They're trying to look for K1, perhaps. See Crit trying to, but no, he gets in the tree lines.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
This is looking like a very good start here for Beastcoast, of course. Almost a blink even on the Mars, so... The distancing for TB, like usually the way he wants to play in backlines and hiding in the jungle, pretty much farming for most of the game, it's gonna be a lot harder now with Whisper having this type of start. Blink at 13 minutes in your offlaner.
Quick setup in the mid, Chris.
Boy.
Arbed will be fine. He's got remnants to play with, but taking a heavy bit of damage.
Only, I think, misses one of those globs. A super farm Snapfire.
Some power in 9 seconds. Beastcoast, they'll want to make sure that Arbed doesn't get a hold of that.
They have the blink on Chris as well, too.
And the rune, and it is coming bottom. Arbed able to grab it inside.
Chris is out of mana. They're trying to chase.
Kind of hard to chase though between these two. Yeah, further TPs are coming in. He'll latch on with the searing chains, but Arbed knows that he's got to be careful. Whisper turns up.
Arbed might still be in trouble.
I mean, he is indeed. The remnants, it was laid down in a bit of an awkward spot, and of course, no struggle at all there for Chris to make sure he's there, ready and waiting. That's Arbed dead again.
And I mean, they did not have the damage at all to try to go for the time. They had the Sven and the Ember, no Flame Guard. That was...
And the kills, they're just going to keep rolling in, by the way. Beastcoast, they find Fly out alone. It's 15-3 here, 14 minutes in. Beastcoast, there's just no slowing them down here.
They're oppressive on every single one of the lanes. Anytime somebody shows on EG, they get cleared out. Oh, look, some spiders as well, too. Whisper says, thank you. Level 11 already on this Mars. Anytime anyone shows, it feels like they can die now because of these double blinks that are set up, and from these over-leveled supports, they're always going to be able to get the catch on EG.
That's some terrifying stuff here from Beastcoast so far.
How does EG really get things together now, right? Like, who do they really want to rally behind? It feels like it's going to have to be like when the pipe comes out for Nightfall, which he does have now, so let's see what they can do with it.
They're going to try and get something going here off the back of a smoke.
Feels difficult still.
for Chris here around the mid. TPs are going to come in. See if they can take down the Tiny. Stinger on the side, able to lay down the ult. EG there attempting to reach in to take down Chris, but Chris, he's out and he's alive. He's going to be fine. K1 charging into the front of the fight. He's in with the pounce on top of Arteezy. Avalanche as well onto the forward. Arteezy will be able to get the sun drop onto Fly. Arteezy back up to full HP. Abed out of the fight. The arena's down. Spear will miss. So they won't be able to hold Arteezy in position. Arteezy's going to be fine for now. Now turns towards K1. Pounce back at the ready. Chris, he's in with the jump though. They've got the combo. The follow kisses Arteezy melting to the deck. And the snap fire. Gajira takes him down. So Abed, is there more for him to find? He's going to try and keep the fight going, Abed. Jumps over towards Chris. Chains and the further remnants, but the Avalanche is back up. Chris will still die. They get a kill and return, EG. Anything more for them to find? I mean, K1, Stinger, and Gajira, they're ready to continue this fight as well here. 4 versus 4. They want to keep the action going. They get the bushwhack set up. Onto Stinger, stun. Into the angle of Crit Salt. EG find another.
Ooh. I mean, they're pretty durable. You're definitely seeing that pipe coming into play. This 30 HP regen Broodmother just never getting low.
Now, Cookie,
let's see.
Blast, but no further ability to send them back under the tower quite yet. So EG, they may lose Arteezy in the fight, but they do take down 2.
Yeah. It started, I mean, it looked almost kind of disastrous at the start, but I think the Sleight of Fist actually canceled Whisper's Blink Dagger, and then he had like a little bit of an awkward jump with his ult and spear. That's why it ended up missing. So he's still going to keep going through these plays too.
Yeah, EG, they're trying to play with the momentum that they were able to get going a little bit around that mid fight. Do end up losing Crit Bottom.
It does feel like EG is actually more cooldown reliant. Even though they're playing into a team that has like Mars ult and the CM ult, it does feel like EG has to be pretty careful if they want to, because it feels like they have to invive Arteezy when they go for these type of pushes, and he needs to have meta available. So it does feel like they have to play pretty slow on the side of EG versus Beastcoast, which is scary because Beastcoast is not going to play slow at all. They're going to just constantly look to hunt. It's going to continue to accelerate too because K1, he's got a couple components finished already of that Aghanim's. 3 pieces done. That's going to make it even easier for him to just stick onto that back line, get onto Arteezy.
Absolutely, and to be able to kite him out if things get dangerous when the meta's up.
Okay, Whisper opts to go for a shard early on since he's playing versus that TB. Tends to be one of the most valuable options when you're playing versus Illusion Cores. He's very farmed, so it doesn't hurt him too much to go for that this game.
See Beastcoast ready to set up around the mid. Let's see if they can get the combo off onto Abed. We're going to try with a slight immediate reaction. They still find the Avalanche toss combo, but that quick little dodge at the beginning, meaning that the full lockdown couldn't quite be there from Beastcoast. Abed will be fine. I mean, Gajira's going to go with a kiss. Whisper tries the arena, but won't manage to get the catch. This time, EG able to dodge the combo. Still to the side though, Fly will be finished off. EG, they try and attempt to fight with the arena being missed. Abed, Remnant at the ready, will be able to dodge out of the range of the Crystal Maiden ultimate. EG, they'll keep that distance for now. Arteezy looking for an opportunity to step back in on this, but Beastcoast, they're out with the retreat. They pop the smoke and keep their distance.
That's a fresh meta. He just popped it. This could be dangerous position here still for Arteezy. He could still just get popped. He has the pipe aura around him. He's going to need that near him. But all this time, the meta is just taking down. Not getting any farm, not getting any pressure either. It's tier 1 still standing. All tier 1s on the side of Beastcoast standing.
What have we here?
Saw a quick move there from Chris and Whisper down towards the bottom. Maybe seeing if they could catch out whoever turned up to clean up this bottom lane. It is Abed.
Not the spear just yet. They definitely have enough damage to control. The max frostbite is at the ready.
Yeah. If Abed shows again, that could be Beastcoast's key to go. And here we have it. Chris is in. Have a large toss. Spearback TPs are coming in, but it's not going to be soon enough to save him. Abed taken out by the combo once again from Beastcoast.
It looked like he kind of maybe saw them, maybe thought he was going to be tanky enough, but no, way too much damage, way too much control that Beastcoast does have down here. Again, just continuing to make all these beautiful plays. And I think that is going to be, the Axe is going to be done now for K1 for Hector. He's having a phenomenal game, and they continue to shut down Abed. 0, 4, and 3 on this Ember Spirit.
See what sort of a defense EG can put together around these tier 1 towers. Now the Beastcoast are amping up the pressure on these lanes.
It's pretty astonishing, right? The team that has the TB and the Brood are the ones that haven't been able to take a tier 1, and they've actually lost pretty much all 3 of theirs in a second here. Beastcoast just really bringing that early action these first 20 minutes. Not really giving any opportunities for that Brood. As we mentioned, as Bobo was talking about it, they've gotten this Brood a lot of the times, but Beastcoast, they answered it pretty much with at least 4 or 5 of the picks in their draft, and so far you're seeing it work pretty damn nice.
Absolutely. I mean, we saw obviously the other day in the series that EG played, right, both games, they were able to get their hands on this SF that they've been winning through the group stages throughout, and it was clearly something that Thunder Away could have planned for. You've got to ask yourself, with the Brood being let through this game, it's probably something that Beastcoast had a pretty good idea of how to deal with, and so far it looks pretty good. Top lane, Whisper and Chris continuing to just pick up these kills wherever they go. I mean, as long as Beastcoast pretty much have a combination of any two of these heroes, they've got excellent kill potential.
Damage and control more than necessary. Whisper continues to have this crazy game. He's top net worth still, somehow, on this offlane Mars, 8-1 and 7. I think it's something we've gotten used to, of course, with Whisper in some of his games where he just totally pops off, but this is ridiculous.
EG finally able to get some pressure onto the tier 1 themselves, bottom. This tier 1 should be gone. No interest here from Beastcoast to do anything about that one. I've seen K1 get into the triangle.
He's got Arteezy at 0 mana, so they know that Arteezy can't fight now for the next few moments. They might look to pressure even harder. Or they might even just look for him.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
That's the full BKB right now here, Arteezy, so we'll feel a little safer in the team fights as long as he's able to get it off before that first jump.
They might just walk in triangle though, right? Because Terrorblade, no mana. They know he can't fight. They're going to just try to claim this area, maybe get some vision in the area too. Everyone very afraid. They're like, let's rally around the pipe. Everyone stand near Nightfall. Make sure that we're okay versus the burst damage.
EG, see there, I'm thinking about trying to set things up onto Whisper, but not an easy hero to go for at all.
And he's got a BKB coming out on the courier right now, so even if they try for it the next time, they might just get fully surprised and turned on. He's just so farmed on this Mars. 209 last hits.
Smoke up from EG. They want to try and take this fight already. The Whisper's in. He's able to get the combo there. The two-man spear onto Arteezy. The Avalanche form.
Oh my
God. Arteezy and Crit caught out by Whisper. EG, is there anything they can find in return? They're trying to go for Stinger. They will be able to take out the CM. K1 on the back lines has gone straight for Fly. Another spear pushing back Arbed and Nightfall. Arbed did have a remnant at the ready to get out, but Fly won't escape. Neither will Nightfall. An Avalanche from Chris puts a stop to his TP out. There's 4 dead on EG. They're trying to get out and look for these fights, but Beastcoast, they're just prepared for them every single time, and this is, of course, is the problem with how good Beastcoast is at jumping EG. Arteezy just doesn't have the chance to get his BKB off. Look at this jump, Whisper.
Perfect chain stuns every single time, and they all are just following up each other perfectly, right? Chris comes out of nowhere and just cleans it up. That's just amazing, really, for Beastcoast. Every time, more than prepared for every single fight. Now they get a Roche.
So smooth here from them. The kills, 24/7.
Look at Gojira, right? I mean, for me, his early game has been absolutely ridiculous. Him and Whisper, 7-0 and 13 on the Snapfire. He's kind of set that whole tempo from that bottom fight with the kisses. Yeah, feels good. They're really crushing this game right now. EG, and we said, maybe that pipe was going to be something they could perhaps try to rally around. It has not been the case. I don't know what the next time is. Yeah.
They fight through it. Sure, the magical's getting reduced a bit, but they've still got a heavy bit of physical, a big old punch, of course, coming out from the Mars, the Tiny, the Slug, after the stats build up with the Essence shift. A lot of things that EG have to be very, very scared of if Beastcoast are the ones starting the fight.
Yeah, it's like they have this Sven who's got this war cry for Arteezy, but Arteezy's like, I don't need armor. I need to just survive. I need more HP and some type of more magic resist, but they've got really all they can do for him. And Beastcoast just keeps getting onto him. Whisper, every single one.
So for EG now, they did try and smoke out, look for a fight with the BKB on Arteezy. Now that there's an Aegis on K1, do you just have to hold back on that plan, wait for the 4 minutes to pass, or do you still have to take that risk, try and make that move?
I don't know. I don't know what they can really do. The pressure is so immense, really, from how ahead all 3 of these cars are. Who can they really burst down? It's got to be like some type of support. So pretty difficult at the moment. Beastcoast just really controlling the map perfectly. I don't think you could ask for a more crisp 24 minutes.
No, it's been kill after kill after kill.
Kill a minute, right?
It really has been, yeah.
And it's not like it's on the supports every single time. Sure, Fly, he's got 8 deaths. He's got a lot because he's had the soak for the TB. But look at the deaths on the cores too, right? 0-3 on Arteezy, 0-4 Abed, 3 kills on Nightfall. It's been great pressure on every single one of those cores from Beastcoast.
I mean, what would you sort of consider the next potential chance or sort of item that the EG, one of their cores, is going to be able to pick up, could give them a better shot of being able to take these team fights? What are they looking towards next as the next sort of power spike that they'll be able to get towards against this pressure of Beastcoast?
I mean, it's the BKBs that are going to come out for both of the cores. The Ember probably needs one too, but the problem is that they're playing into the double BKB already. Actually, the triple BKB that's going to be coming out from the cores of Beastcoast. So it's just not an easy thing to do at all.
Feels good to be this good. Chased down by Whisper. And this bottom lane, tier 2 in trouble. Not something that EG is going to be able to do too much about right now. They've just got to stay away from Beastcoast. Scramble towards these next items on their cores and not prepared to fight.
It's like they have to avoid fights, and even when these situations get into the point where they have to take a fight, I don't know how they're going to really do it. They're going to have some complete miracle where the Tower Blade's able to sit in the back and just wail on targets, but even then, they're so durable. These cores are just so tanky on the side of Beastcoast, and they're not easy to hit either. You know, that Slark has so many different ways to just reset in and out of the fight, and he doesn't even have Shard yet, so that's going to make it so even everyone else is going to be a lot slipperier too for Arteezy to stick onto.
We'll push back the TP just from Crit though. The rest of EG able to continue to stay out on the map at least. Still being able to farm despite Beastcoast being as close as they are to EG's base right now. And swing over towards the mid. Beastcoast look to push towards another tier 2. Again, attempting to force EG back into a defensive position.
I think we're going to see Beastcoast start to be much more aggressive in a few moments. Stinger
trying to go for him here. He's able to put the Ghost Step to get a bit of the ultimate off. Arteezy will manage to put the BKB in with the meta. They're able to take down Stinger.
He has to run though. With the BKB, he just has to book it up. Meta BKB to run. That says everything about the current game state.
And Whisper now godlike on the Mars.
He's on his way to his refresher. He's pretty close to having it already. That's definitely the most farm Mars I think I've ever seen. 14k net worth in 26 minutes.
That's insane.
This is crazy. Level 18 as well. Immediately kill the courier too. Nightfall.
Smile. Chris Luck here. DD in the bottle, ready for the next jump.
He's got the Echo finished back up to it, disassembling it for BKB.
That's a huge amount of burst between the magical and physical. If he jumps any target there, they're probably gone. Maybe Arteezy survives through it. But even that, he's going to be left so low after Chris is in and done with him.
The thing is, too, they can jump pretty recklessly on all 3 cores because they can probably just BKB reset out of the fight right afterwards. ZG now kind of having to watch their T2 just drop while Arteezy tries to farm some farm. But yeah, BKB on cooldown, Meta on cooldown. The whole map is Beastcoast's. I mean, even if he had those, the map is still pretty much there.
Mid K1. He knows now with the Zags, and of course with a minute left on the Aegis, he can start to tease around with EG right underneath their tier 4s.
Look how spooked they are. He forces the Wraith Pack. Like, that's how scared Nightfall is, even though he's at his tier 3. And we mentioned earlier, of course, that Wraith Pack is going to get cleared every fight from the Little Shredder.
The setup on a Chris, good force start there to get Chris out of the combo, away from the Sharpshooter.
Early kisses being thrown. Bit of a whiff.
Chris is falling a little low, he's holding on to the BKB. And I bet he's thinking about committing towards some Chris there, but won't jump forward. In fact, it's K1 that's going to be the one jumping on him, and now there's going to be a follow-up. They'll be able to keep him locked down.
Oh, he didn't jump. He continued fighting inside. The Pounce waited and waited. Didn't want to jump away. Didn't expect Whisper.
And of course, but just before this fight, just so close to the BKB on the Ember. About a couple of hundred gold he was away, Arbed, but didn't have it for this fight. And now, beyond the racks, Beastcoast, they're ready to just continue diving in. Arteezy's TP'd over, but he's low on mana.
He has his BKB to walk away.
He has. He's TP'd in. It's a BKB and a move back to the base. So he'll heal up, but even when he's done, he won't be able to present himself here towards this barracks defense. As Beastcoast, they'll push on, force out the fortification.
I mean, they probably click on Whisper and they're like, oh god, he has another full round of everything because he has this refresher. We can't take the fight. And no BKB, Rax is going to drop. AG can do nothing but watch.
Straight over towards the mid. They may have lost the Aegis, Beastcoast, but I don't think they're going to feel they need to back off anytime soon.
He still has 72 Agi, so wanted to get a little bit of poke. Now they'll reset the lanes in a good position.
They will. Yep. Give a little bit of respect to EG. I mean, they're happy to sort of play this one out.
They also just got like 2,000 gold on every single hero, right? Like everyone just got a full item injection.
Sure.
Then they pick those up, wait for the next fight, clean up the area of the top side, get that tower, and just wait for EG to walk kind of into them because they can just take any fight on Beastcoast here.
A lot of money on Gajira as well. Looks like he's going to be picking up the Lotus here for the team. Bash has just been grabbed up by K1.
They're so farmed. This Snapfire is getting close to being at the same levels of the Ember and the Brutes. Yeah, he's got Lotus done. So tons of different ways to protect his teammates. Great spells to either dispel.
Anybody can go in.
Yeah, amazing things to reflect, protect versus Sunder. I mean, this is a godly Lotus game.
I mean, that's the thing is, right now, Beastcoast, as we've seen so far this game, they're the kind of team that will go in without these items. You know, so now that they've got them, they're going to be stepping it up to the max in terms of how aggressive and and sort of, they'll look to move in and dive wherever they want to go.
And look at this hero damage, right? Like we were mentioning Gojira a lot this game, and you see why when we bring that up. 14.4k.
I mean, he's 8-0-14 here. The man hasn't died this game.
They banned, in the first phase banned his clockwork too, and he got his snapfire. He's totally popping off.
He's definitely making quite the case here for maybe that snap being more of a priority.
PG. All right, they've grouped up.
Is under attack.
RTZ was able to finish his next time. He's picked up the silver edge.
All right. I mean, we'll see what it's going to be able to do. Do they even have the damage to go through any of these cores? Will they kill any of them?
We're talking about Gojira. He's been quite the problem. So getting rid of him at the start of the fight, not a bad move here for EG. See if they can get more. Beastcoast very quick to drop down the arena. Now K1 is able to jump over towards Arbed. Arbed has got the BKB done for this fight, but there is a course to bash on K1, so Arbed's got to be careful how close he keeps the slot. K1 turns over towards Nightfall. Nightfall able to get down to the low ground. Whisper will deal with Fly. A God's Rebuke to take him down. K1 jumps forward. He's looking to hunt down the Spider. Nightfall attempting to juke around the trees. A buyback comes out from Fly. EG. Another BKB for Chris is about to come to an end. RTZ attempting to close the gap on him.
They want to get one of these cores so bad.
I mean, Chris is getting pretty low. Down with the avalanche, but RTZ is able to finish him off. Stinger as well looks to be in trouble. Pops the Ghost Scepter. They'll block him up. RTZ will claim another double kill for Artur.
All right, seems like the plan is get on top of the Snapfire, remove Gojira from
Not a bad plan. Not a bad plan at all, as we saw there. They only had to commit one buyback there, EG. Fly getting back in on the action.
I mean, it's the first time EG's gotten anything going there.
Absolutely.
So they need any type of momentum. It's still a long ways and still needs, quite a lot more of those, but at least they finally do get a kill onto that core.
I should say, a different approach to the fight, one that we haven't seen from them, or at least them be able to do so far this game. Getting Gojira, killing him for the first time this game, and did end up giving that bit of an opening that, as we saw in the damage numbers, once you sort of remove the highest DPS hero from the team, things are probably going to go a little bit better for you in these team fights.
Yeah. Yeah, they were able to get a good wraparound and just good connection because the Mars ult also didn't connect perfectly. And saw Slark a bit low mana. They all just were a bit awkward about going for a full commitment on the fight on Beastcoast. AG still needs quite a lot more of those. Even though you see TB, he's getting close to the Mars net worth. He's actually ahead of the Slark now. As we said, there's still a lot of things that get on him. Still a tough game for him to carry.
Let's have a look. I see sort of how Beastcoast come back out onto the map after suffering that last bit of a rough team fight, the roughest they've had. Pretty much the only rough one they have had this game. Of course, they're straight back over onto EG's half of the map. They know that they still have this lead 13k advantage, 30-11.
DD ruined bottom, and Roche is about to spawn 2 seconds. The Spider's constantly being sent across the map to kind of scout it out.
Sure.
See if Beastcoast goes and checks it themselves. Chris is hunting, though. He's still smoked up with that DD, and he has that small crit. Good burst most heroes. And yeah, they're probably going to go back and check that Roche in a few seconds since they have all these wards set up. They have all the lanes in good position. Chris still kind of looking for something, but he's just going to catch the next wave. And now it's scouted.
EG, they've hit the timing here with the smoke themselves. They'll try and get over.
See what they
towards
can do.
This area, knowing that potential is there for Roshan to be back up.
So many eyes early on RTZ. If he can actually just stay alive in the fights,
he does a fair bit of damage. He's crit with the jump. It's not a bad jump again. They found Gojira to start the fight. They're in onto the Snapfire. They're taking him down. K1 turns over towards Crit. Crit trying to get away with the pounces in. Whisper goes in with the arena, but the BKBs are out from EG. See Arbed look to chase down Stinger. Stinger will die before the TP is successful. The BKBs from both sides about to come to an end. So he's able to continue on further. Around the BKBs, it looks to be
they're
EG.
going in themselves now.
See, having the meta still going, they feel they're stronger around the pit. They were able to eliminate the two supports.
Whisper still has another round of ult. He's gonna refresh. He does get seen. The illusion's on him.
Chris is in with the jump. 3-man avalanche. There's the arena. Will be able to lock down Arbed with the spear. They've taken out the Ember. Arbed does have a buyback available if he wants to commit towards this Roshan fight. Nightfall trying to escape the arena, but he's trapped in. Takedown by the God's Rebuke. Whisper dies in return. He'll immediately buy back to get over towards the Roshan once again, but Roshan is falling fast into EG. Chris is in with the jump. RTZ is pretty low. The toss goes there. The line of the spear. RTZ goes down. As EG, they attempted to finish off the Roshan, but they didn't respect the buyback there from Whisper and the ability for Beastcoast to jump into the pit once more.
So many ways, as we mentioned from earlier, it's just tons of ways for them to jump in and out of these fights as K1, what a pounce, gets the catch. They're able to reset, right? Even though they lost Gojira, didn't have the buyback, Beastcoast is able to reset in and out of the fights a few times, and they do get that catch. They get it onto Abed, and then Chris gets the perfect toss-up onto RTZ.
And the excellent calls here continue from Beastcoast in terms of the moves that they made. You saw no hesitation from Whisper with that buyback.
Yeah. A pretty admirable fight, though, for being 14,000 gold behind from EG. Finding a pretty decent chunk of kills, but now they're going to lose some pretty massive objective damage, maybe even losing all of the racks here.
I mean, it's going to go down pretty fast here to the right clicks.
Yeah.
Oh, Chris on the tiny.
And K1, he still has some stacks, too, so top. They've got one more glyph. He's respawning, but no meta when he's up 30 seconds.
They may only have one more fight as well, EG. They're going to have to pull everything together here for this last stand against Beastcoast. It's Beastcoast.
They'll give the respect. They'll back it up.
Further big items being picked up. AC's complete here for Chris.
Yeah, they're like, we don't need to really fully rush it here. Pick up these items. Still have Aegis for a few minutes. Almost a Hex finished up also on Whisper, so. EG looking to maybe take advantage of the fact that Beastcoast might be kind of chilling back here. Maybe they can catch something big.
Yeah, the moves they do make at this point, they seem risky, but they have to take these risks, EG.
Yeah. They're sending
the only way they get back into the game.
Yeah, they're sending the spiders to scout all over. We're seeing them Nightfall up top lane, so they're trying to find somebody bottom side. And look who it is again.
It's Gojira. He's able to get the force stuff off in time to break away from the bushwhack, but still RTZ chases him out. A further force and a jump with the cookie will dodge the sharpshooter, so Gojira this time will live.
And now EG's got to run.
And they certainly have. If the Snapfire's alive, things are probably going to go rather bad for EG. As Fly goes down, RTZ holding on to his BKB for now.
They know where he is, though. Whisper, he gets
the spear. Oh, BKB is there from Artesian. Immediate response is the bashes are there from K1. Now Artesian needs help, but he needs it now. The bash is there. The silence as well. Artesian goes down. No buyback available for him as Beastcoast, they're ready to go for more. Abed able to BKB TP out. But EG, they've got to try and hold here with just the three of them against the full 5-man push from Beastcoast. No Artesian for nearly a minute.
All right, that's mega creeps for sure. Arteezy stepped up, got speared. I know this was a fight that they tried to get a catch onto the snap, and they were fully surrounded.
The two times they've managed to come out top was when they've been able to catch Gojira. Outside that they couldn't, and indeed they'll tap out. There's no coming back from this position. GG is called. Beastcoast here in game one, looking as hot as ever really here against EG. Outside of the two rough fights, it was pretty much perfection from really Beastcoast from start to end.
Yeah, I mean, I have to give so much credit really to this top lane, right?
Yep.
The Mars and the Snapfire, they really set the tempo for this game. I mean, Chris Luck too, of course all of them had their parts in it, but that top lane for me, they were doing everything. They were making moves around the map, they're setting up the kills. Whisper somehow top net worth majority of the game. That was quite a performance really from Beastcoast. They just constantly shut them down, and it was all three cores, right? Like we mentioned, it wasn't like they're getting all these kills on the supports, they're getting the kills on the big targets.
It really was, and it's something that we've seen in the past from Beastcoast when they get themselves onto the main stage here at any sort of LAN. They just pop off to another level. The way they're in sync with each other, it just doesn't get any better. And EG, they're going to have to step it up coming into game two, because this game one, Beastcoast, they're going to be on a bit of a different level here as they'll get the first victory in this best of three. Back to you guys in the studio.
Thank you, OD Pixel and Fog. Yeah, Beastcoast coming out of the gates super strong here in game one, defending their towers, dominating their lanes, making all the rotations, all while simultaneously keeping their hair. What a victory. Guys, do you want to break down a little bit? What did you think about the game?
Just an incredible game from Beastcoast. Like, they identified how EG needed to enter this game, a strong lane from Brood, getting the early towers and kind of choking out the map. So Beastcoast were like, let's just dumpster our lanes, let's just dominate this early game, and then this EG entire concept just never came online, so you didn't get to see EG play their style of game.
Well, we were quite excited about the EG concept, and I think Bulber even said, we get to play around our Brood. We're quite happy. They looked like they were setting the pace of the draft, but then it all, after the draft.
The concept is good, but in Dota, you can have a good concept. If you lose 3 lanes, you're not going to win the game. It doesn't matter. And they did get dominated quite a bit everywhere. Later on in that first rotation towards the bottom lane, it needed to work. If that doesn't work, they all just crumble. And exactly that happened because Whisper and Gojira, they had such a good start, they had levels on time, they could rotate, and this is exactly what we're talking about right here.
Yeah, and this is the where they overstayed their welcome, I think you were mentioning. And Sheep, whisper.
Whisper.
Whisper to me. Let's
He's
go.
way too good. Like 13, 14 minutes, he had the highest net worth in the game, like 7,000. He's got every small item that you need on Mars. Like that might be one of the biggest downsides to Mars. You have to buy a bracelet, a soul ring, phase boot, so on, and it can delay your blink really hard. But he had all of that by 14 minutes, and he was just so active. He's going to bot, right, responding to dives, getting those kills, rotating again, getting that blink, making more plays happen. He was just the complete crucial point for Beastcoast draft to play around his timing. He set the tempo so well for everything they wanted to do.
Yeah, and even in this fight that you're seeing here, unfortunately Arteezy not able to pop his BKB before meta and just kind of got caught out and deleted. And yeah, nice pickups and a cleanup by Beastcoast.
And sometimes these small items, they truly do hurt you. They delay your blink dagger, but just like Sheep said, small items in a game such as this one actually work in his favor because he has mana always to spam out versus the Broodmother, so he can't really assault the towers. He can position himself really well in front of that tier 1 tower, just defend it forever. Meanwhile, at EG, I feel like they got caught in this, okay, we're losing, but they forced the tier 1 tower a little bit too hard too many times. That's why you just saw Arteezy. He gets picked off before the BKB is popped. Why? Because they have all the vision they need. They know exactly where EG is all the time.
Yeah, and then again, congratulations to Beastcoast, really selling pace. And I know you guys have a lot of questions. You want all the answers here at the panel, and one of the most important questions, hairlines, this man can answer for you.
I have a terrible hairline, and I reciprocate with all the players who have gone bald, and I one day will be bald myself. But the Yatara effect, this is the most critical thing we have right now. We have multiple players at TI11 who are going bold. Don't forget Yataro, at the previous TI, he had never beaten VP during the DPC. He shaves his head, bam, 2-1, beats VP, all right? We have Scam, draws with Team Spirit. Can't beat them at the Arlington Major. He then goes bald, bam, beats them. We then have Panda, he plays against EG. In the Anna Major on no ping, he loses to them 2-1. Guess what? He goes bald. He then wins 2-0 against EG. So finally, Arteezy, bald Teezy, hasn't beaten Beastcoast yet. Draws with them 1-1. Yet to find out if he can beat them. He lost game 1. The bald effect dictates he has to, in theory, statistically, that this time they aren't lying, Naz, he should win. But if he doesn't beat them, it's over. The Yatara effect has crumbled.
So yeah, this is one of the biggest storylines here at TI. It really is. And so we need to go to an expert. I think we got Slacks and Casey.
Hello. He has decided to join us, and we will bring our energy together like a bald spirit bomb. Ladies and gentlemen, bald boys for Arteezy. Bald boys for Arteezy. Bald boys for Arteezy. Bald boys for Arteezy. Taking our tour. Woo!
Can I play?
Yes, bald people for Arteezy. Bald people for Arteezy. Bald people for Arteezy. Bald people for Arteezy. Let's go.
And also get everybody.
That's it. That's the bit. Back to you.
Thank you very much. Some insight. That was some insight.
Pressing.
Bro,
that's an exclusive. You've never heard it before. This is a TI exclusive.
Yeah. And does that change your opinion on, what?
No, I think Beastcoast's probably going to win the series. They played game 1 incredibly, but a lot of bounce back from EG required because, Beastcoast was a step above.
Yeah, and now they've got a little bit of momentum. And of course, this is lower bracket. EG can go home. Beastcoast, only need one match to finish this one out. Lizard, I interrupted you again, as I am the silent.
I'm very happy you did, because that bold energy is way too strong. I forgot my thoughts anyway, so it's all good.
All right, and Sheeps, you've been bigging up that team. Game 2, though, looking at EG, where are you thinking for EG?
Oh, it's hard, right? Because everything comes down to the lanes and the start of the lanes and making sure that those go well, because it's hard no matter what your draft looks like. Like you said earlier, if you lose the lanes, it's just too hard to play the rest of the game. So focusing on making sure that goes well is just the first stepping stone for playing against Beastcoast, because Beastcoast are just a team that likes to win lanes, group up, fight, push you, fight. So you have to be able to fight back.
Yeah, but of course, we mentioned a little bit earlier that you put up some stats. It was EG have dominated, so to speak, a little bit more over Beastcoast, or at least the SA region. So is this a new position for them?
So I think the EG's always just drawn out with Beastcoast. I think, what was it? EG's normally, statistically against Beastcoast, they always win game 1, then they lose game 2.
Okay.
So it's the first time in the last 3 matchups where EG's actually lost game 1. So maybe it's all changed now. Maybe just Beastcoast is leveled up. But yeah, EG normally has SA's number, but right now it doesn't look that way.
I want a little bit more about this. I want more history. And to bring us some history, it's Tsunami.
They've had SA's number for a very long time. In fact, I want to take you real far back. EG in South America, this is a storied rivalry, all the way back to, let's say, 2015. Let's say Evil Genius's PPD. Does that ring a bell to you? And them always going head-to-head in South America. Back then, it was the Brazilians. It was Pain Gaming. Can't really say that SA was too respected of a region back then. PPD, he didn't want to play on those servers. Old Universe, though, he was trying to come to the defense of South America. It took a little bit of time, though. It took the Dota Pro circuit to really foster the region. It took all the way to, let's say, the Ana Major, when things started to finally turn around. Poor Beastcoast was on the cusp of being able to qualify to TI. It was all up to Evil Geniuses. EG had to take out 2 of the teams, TNC and Enigma Galaxy, to let Beastcoast in to TI-10. Te quiero mucho, Arturito. But it goes both ways. Beastcoast, they'll repay their debt. 1 year later, come to TI-11, the Arlington Major. All of a sudden, EG's in trouble. They're in just the border of being able to directly qualify. Fnatic and Outsiders, if they place high, say sayonara to Evil Geniuses. But Beastcoast repays their debt. They save Private Artezi, and they bring EG all the way to this TI. Now, will Beastcoast giveth and taketh away? Will they do it in a 2-0 fashion? We'll have to find out with this next game.
Thank you very much, Tsunami. Yeah, it's, there's a history, and it's, I want to say hi, by the way, Tsunami. How are you doing? I hope they're going to turn your mic back on in a moment.
I'll hang out. I'm doing great. How are you?
Yeah, we've seen you over in the corner kind of preparing these segments. You've been playing a lot with your new toys.
I have been. It's been a delight to augmented reality enhance the experience. I thought that you were a hologram for the first day.
Yeah, I also got told though you did say you asked to make all the Dota heroes smaller. Could you tell us?
Listen, the scale is just inherently off. There are mere pixels on my screen. I'm glad that you're all sitting, because then I would also feel somewhat underscaled. But we're fine right now. No, please stop.
Wait.
I'm not a fan.
Don't break the panel.
Anyway,
This is why they only let a certain amount of people over here, because too many Dota commentators in one room and panelists. It just goes haywire. But to get your opinion on Game 2, what are you thinking between EG and Beastcoast?
I know Bulba was particularly thrilled about getting the Broodmother as a first pick. I remain reluctant. Nightfall has been doing great on the hero. In fact, I think this was only his second loss on the Broodmother. But time and time again, I see stubbornness be the downfall for Evil Genius drafts. I think Broodmother might be one of those things that they might need to go back to the lab, and same thing with the Sven. I know Fly's been doing great on Sven as well, but it's becoming a bit telegraphed. You can get away with it in group stage, but come bracket play, come against South America, you got to wrap it up.
All right, and the teams are on their way out. Thank you very much, Tsunami, and we look forward to getting more AR and more Tsunami, and hopefully Purge in the future as well, as the teams enter for Game 2. This is potentially the elimination game for Evil Geniuses. Tsunami mentioned, yes, maybe stubborn, but they've, a seasoned team. They've got a lot that they can show here on stage. They've got a lot that they can draft. I'm really looking forward to see if they can, kind of get Arteezy more involved and more comfortable. It did feel like those lanes really kind of didn't allow him to play his game. But on the side of Beastcoast, what a great storyline. If they can come through this lower bracket, beating out EG would be huge. And, so many South American fans, this has really been a great year for SA.
Yeah, 100%. And you mentioning about how great that previous game was, I think in the pre-show we mentioned how EG, they rely on like Arbed, crit, they kind of unlock everyone else to play. Beastcoast did an exceptional job at just preventing them from having their games, so we never got to see EG hit their form that allowed them to top their groups. And ever since that loss to Boom, then they lose to Thunder, Awaken, and now this game as well, it's like we feel like we've not seen EG really leave laning phase with a position in which they can play. I feel like they've now had multiple games just back to back where they just entered hoping for a mistake from their opponents.
But that's usually EG as well, right? Like their mid lane might win, but overall they look for an evenish laning stage, a draw perhaps, and then they slowly control the map, they farm it all up. They were never considered like this ultra aggressive team that's going to get on your side of the map and just destroy you early on. They're more methodical.
It did feel, though, that they were sort of lacking the idea of what they were meant to do, because your lanes went badly, but you're not without tools. We looked a lot at RTZ and the utilization of TB. A lot of these times the carry will go to the off lane and help push the tower, and when you have Brood, you want to sort of take this tower and unlock more of the map, because if Beastcoast are defending their mid tower, which was a massive priority for them, you can at least try then to fan out across the map and outfarm them a little bit. And you're not doing that when you're not taking these towers. So we saw RTZ instead go mid with the meta and die there. Instead, I think if they had used more of their forces to go bot and take that tower, that would have been a stepping stone to start getting the map back.
Yeah, for sure. Just being able to open up the map and just play your heroes. And like when you look at the historical games between EG and Beastcoast, the time that they are beating Beastcoast is when they have just really strong, robust lanes that can take the fight. Like in Arlington, they had Viper Marcy. In the Stockholm Major, they had Tidehunter with some Shaman, Quaps, like these heroes that just do well and then just overwhelm at a strong point. And this previous game, it was more just we exist, take towers, and we continue farming, and then we pressure.
But you could see the idea, right?
Yes.
Like eventually, if the TB has a decent, like we can't just backtrack everything we said during.
No. Like, I mean, if the Brood had a good lane, it's completely different, right?
Exactly. You kind of take over the enemy map, then the Ember can actually catch the backlines. In this game, Abed felt neuter. Like he couldn't do anything. He couldn't cut to those backlines. He couldn't deal with the Crystal Maiden or with Gojira, and they played extremely well. Like we just can't talk about these things that EG hasn't done.
Yeah, we'll just have to see what they're going to do this time round. Thank you, Lizard, because we're ready for game 2. We'll be heading into the draft momentarily.
Beastcoast versus Evil Geniuses. Game 2.
Game 2. Getting ready to start. The draft is, as they said, moments away, as they will soon be getting their first bans. And this could be EG out of the international, but of course, not necessarily. But if you were to, winning this, and you know how the games work, but what would you say if you were kind of back with EG? Like, where would the talk be? Because it's not that they've just lost their first game. It's that actually this is a continuation of a bit of a lost streak. So if you're a captain, if you're a coach, are you kind of now getting a little bit worried?
No, I don't think you should have fear at all at this point. I know it's hard, but...
Well, he's a panelist now, so you wouldn't be able to get him.
No, I wouldn't. That's true. Anyways, I'm going to try my best. My mum might be proud. But yeah, I think it's more about identifying what's gone wrong. And I think I mentioned it before, they've had like 4 or 5 games in a row now where they've not left laning phase with any wins to a lane, pretty much, it feels like. So they need to go in and go, let's respect Beastcoast aggression, let's try and match some fight at least in lanes. We don't need to be super aggressive playstyle and change EG, but we just need to be able to enter the lane and go, we're going to kill this hero, we're going to dominate a lane. And that's probably it. Just a little pep talk. Kill them.
Perhaps something like a different position 5 can help with that. Because if you identify their losses as well, you had a very passive 5. You have a Sven. Later on, of course, he's strong. He brings utility. He brings the war cry. In the laning stage itself,
it doesn't set up kills.
It doesn't set up kills, and
it's not a Marcy.
Exactly, and it won't really dominate the lanes. You have to respect that Beastcoast are coming out all guns blazing. Like if you lose the laning stage that hard, they won't let you recover.
Yeah, and maybe that's a little bit of confidence from EG with like, hey, lanes we can win and lose a couple, but don't worry, we're going to fall back on this mid timing. But unfortunately, last match they lost all 3 lanes. Sheep, still on the bit of the EG train. Do you agree? Just like focus on the no, we're on the EG train right now.
I want to get off. I want to get on the Beastcoast train.
You want to get off the EG train because it could be going over a cliff. Okay,
I gotta get out of here.
Yeah, you've got first class tickets to Beastcoast. You're sat up front. So Beastcoast, what are they thinking if they come into game 2? Because they've got room to play, but of course you don't really want to play in the lower bracket, even though you're 1-0 up.
Oh no, they love playing on the lower bracket, I'm sure. I think for both teams, obviously Beastcoast can just keep playing the way they're playing. It's working for them. They have a comfort. They are in their style now. They kind of, this is one of the good things about group stages. You sort of just like figure out the kinks and problems that your team has if you're losing there and take to the bracket. But for EG, yeah, hopefully they're able to assess, like Bulb was able to help them assess like where the main problem was. I think they just didn't have a proper vision of their win condition for the game and weren't able to really put pressure on that. So if they go into this game 2 with more of like an idea, maybe, like we said, easier lanes, maybe an actual way to take towers more easily, right? Like
yeah, I think it was like whatever. 20 minutes until the first tower went down from the East Coast.
Like, that is a very efficient way for them to get a foot in the game and give themselves the breathing space to be able to execute their strategy.
I just love the fact that we enter this draft and it's instantly 3 bans, like one after the other. And then it's like the final ban is let's think about it. And this time the adaptation is simply EG is going to be first pick. So Beastcoast, they now need to pick 2 heroes, respecting the fact that if EG wants to continue the Brood train, they're not going to be able to counter pick after seeing Brood. They're going to have 3 bans will occur, and then they get to go for it. So Brood's in the mind of Beastcoast once again.
And there's so many heroes as well, right, that have to be in your mind. It's the Brood Mother, it's the Marcy, there's also the Lash, there's Enigma as well that's in the pool, that's unpicked. They go with the Nyx. Is this a possible Lash then follow-up by Beastcoast?
Yeah, they played Lash on the second pick before. They've done Nyx and Enigma before, but Lash doesn't sound too bad, just to give you some at least covering. Not the best hero for laning, but once you have items, it's decent. And
they go with
Lash,
I feel like Nyx is a giveaway, right? If you're picking it that early on, you're setting up for the Lash. Meanwhile, the Crystal Maiden alone might not prevent you from going Enigma, but Crystal Maiden plus Dawnbreaker or anything that's left in the pool, that's decently good against Enigma, and you can't really lane there. We've seen PSG.LGD even, like Fade Beyond. He picks that Enigma. If he gets countered by 1 hero, it doesn't feel that impactful.
Yep, a refreshing change. EG, they have the opportunity to go for the Brood, but no, they just go for a Beastmaster. They're seeing what Beastcoast is picking up, sorry. You pick up this Beastmaster, you play around him. We see the value of Nyx Vendetta. If you can't actually, if teams are grouped up, it's kind of weak. So now it's forcing Beastcoast to think about that a little bit differently and emphasis on countering Beastmaster on the lane.
By the way, did you guys expect Crystal Maiden to have as sick of a win rate as she is having at the moment? Like, what's happening here? Before
she's got an Arcana coming.
Oh, okay, I see.
Another one?
Do you know in the team meeting before TI starts?
Arcana for the wolf.
Well, I thought she turned into a wolf. Is that not?
Oh,
Is that
persona.
just? There's a persona.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Wait, she's actually
I spent so much
She's gonna
money
be a
on.
flurry.
I spent so much money
She
on my
doesn't
battle
turn into
pass,
the
but I
wolf.
haven't
We'll
got
be
it.
happy.
Yeah. I think her win rate makes sense though, because she's just good against a lot of the heroes in this tournament and secures so much of the safe lane. Like this Enigma having one of the biggest like ban rates and pick rates, right? CM's just nice against him in the lane, and the same with this Brood. Like all this attack slow that she provides and the kill threat in lane, it seems to be really nice. We've totally seen a shift in POS 5s going from these old Warlocks and Dazzles and stuff that just secures the lane to we're just going to try and kill the offlaner, and CM's great at that.
Yeah, did you expect that? Because the moment they nerfed Region, everyone was all in. Like all in on the healers, right?
I thought that
Everything
was weird
switched up, yeah.
because we didn't used to have this meta of sharing salves, which meant that Dota was used to be in a playable state where we didn't rely on just healing. So it made sense for me
Carries
that we
got
did
too
move to
pampered,
this.
all right?
Yeah, exactly.
Carries got so pampered. All cores got pampered. Bottle refills, salves. This is the finally supports get to play the heroes they want to play.
I'm just happy that bottle buying didn't ever become too popular.
You mean the
because
POS 5?
I remember there was a month in which my mid lanes would ping me, buy me a bottle. I'm like, bro.
I'm pretty sure Celery did that to
It's
Boom
not
a couple
happening.
times.
Jane tried that as well.
Some carries like to be bottle fed. Not going to name names.
Sure, that's what you like.
I say carries, but you know.
I like the gratitude that Carrie gives me when I buy
Course. The joke did not land. Continue, panel.
Sorry, this has been derailed.
I'm not going to say that. Let's go. Continue.
No, I like this moment of awkwardness. Actually, I'm just going to continue saying nothing.
Okay.
Panel just got a lot better here at the International. Welcome back. Lizard, Sheep, take us away.
Thank you. So this current opening from EG can really snowball into a Death Ball type lineup. It can be the complete opposite of what we saw last game, where they were more, okay, we're waiting for this late game timing of TB with our mid game brood timing. This time they have a Beastmaster. There's a chance he gets counted in the lane, which could kind of slow their timing down. But if, we've seen like Visages pair up well with the Beastmaster. Marcy's still in the pool if they want to go for an aggressive support that can rotate on mid. You can really start to apply a lot of pressure to these lanes, because Beastmaster, even if he has a rough lane, he can still skill the boars, get 2 boars, go jungle camp if you need to. Like Zai used to play a lot like that.
And the utility that he brings, right? Like if you're thinking about all of these Bat Riders and Lashraks that are really strong right now coming from the mid lane or the off lane, you can use Beastmaster plus an additional right clicker to actually wear them down through the BKB in those early game fights. Like the Bloodstone will not help you versus someone ranged just wailing down on you.
Yeah, there's a lot of range heroes that are quite nice to play against Lashrak. Like you have Terrorblade, Drow, Sniper. All these heroes are still in the pool and potentially to be picked up. SF is the only one that's gone right now.
And it synergizes well because Nyx is
Sniper as well, right?
Yeah, Sniper. Because like Nyx doesn't really apply pressure in lane. It's like a lane secure. That's why you see it often paired with ranged heroes. Because Nyx secures the lane, a ranged hero that would get pressured now gets to farm. And then when you have this like CM plus any aggressive style carry, it just makes it a lot easier. And in regards to the bans, e.g. they banned out like the Enchantress trying to cover the Beastmaster lane. They block picked the CM, and now Beastcoast to go for like one of the only options left really.
Right, it's one of the best ones versus Beast, but it's not like in the old days. We have this Beastmaster, you pick Enchantress or Chen, he can't lane. You just go Axis, right? Like you still do the same thing. You can go for Raid Pact and just lane against that. Perhaps not as easily, but it should be completely fine for EG.
Yeah, there's a lot of versatility with Beastmaster for sure. But off lanes aren't as stubborn as the old days, at least.
Then again, Chen brings much more to the table than just being strong against the Beastmaster, right?
Yeah, the fact that there's a lot of tankiness with Beastcoast. It's Lashrak going for a Bloodstone, you got the heal from Chen and Mech. Nyx Assassin is naturally being strong with the Carapace. If they commit to a fight and they're not getting that kill in that moment, the secondary fight, the prolonged fight, that's where they might struggle. And that's why they go for these more skirmishing heroes.
Are we hyped for Crit Mirana?
10 seconds.
I am, yeah.
That doesn't sound pretty hyped.
No. The first thing I'm thinking is how easy is it for them to use a lot of like arrow setups, because stuff like OD, Kunkka, all this stuff, like any actual stun is really good versus Mirana, right? But they don't have an actual stun outside of Primal, not Primal Beast, the Roar from Beastmaster. They have 2 roots, so when Beastcoast start to buy like Lotus Orbs and Dispels, it's a lot harder to get these guaranteed arrow setups.
I feel like if Beastcoast pick Kunkka themselves, like right now, that is all the damage mitigation required to be strong enough that you can brush off EG's aggression. Like
so you would lane Nyx / off lane and Kunkka mid?
Yeah,
is that the idea?
Exactly, yeah. Like that type of idea, and you just... I'm a bit worried for EG's damage. If it's the same as last game, right? If they don't come out ahead in lanes, having the CM Mirana who can't find kills, your Beastmaster who can't pressure towers, Embers, it could be the same story if Beastcoast come out ahead in lanes.
One thing that James did talk about earlier is crit and how if he's on fire, EG is on fire. And this is a game that's a perfect setup for him. Like on the offlane, you're playing with the Beast, but also versus Chen, you can deal with him. Plus, you can rotate toward mid, because it doesn't look that great. Like you have Ember, but that's more than enough setup for a Mirana, for a crit Mirana. Chains into arrow, the Lashrak can really suffer on the mid lane.
But it could be off lane, because if it's Beastcoast.
Yeah, of course it could be off lane.
Whisper is one of the guys that made Lesh off lane like really good. He took the idea from Brax, made it his own, and he's played it in Arlington, and he can play it again here if he feels like it.
It applies for anything though, right? Like chains, arrow.
It is really nice, but this Naga pick is, I talk about the dispels, there's one right there on this carry.
And you also have this kind of double set cover, because Lashrak now protects the Naga, where EG obviously can't go for a PL pick, which is another potential option into Naga. Pacing-wise would have been a little bit weird for EG. So just the synergy of Lashrak covering the illusion killing heroes, and then this Naga's in lane, it kind of doubles down on Beastmaster, where he needs to go Axes for the magic damage to apply pressure, but that build feels good for a little bit of lane, but then you don't really farm later because you don't have the boar. It just forces Beastmaster to be a clunky hero, less tower pressure. So yeah, Beastcoast really just put themselves in a decent position.
Do you think he was going to do it anyway because of...
For sure, but it's like...
Because of the Chen?
It now even feels like it's worse,
a must, right? Yeah, okay.
This Naga pick looks really good for lanes and the things you highlighted, but in the game it can be obviously really hard. You're playing into the magic damage from all of Crystal Maiden's AoE spells, the Starfall. This Maelstrom on Ember Spirit is going to cause problems as well. It's also harder for Naga to skirmish and fight with her team the same way Slark did last game. So her participation is going to be probably a little bit worse this game, which means this last pick, we don't know yet if it's Whisper or Chris Luck, but that's going to be very pivotal in making sure that they have a good tempo running. And it's hard as well because Nyx and Chen are not typical playmaking supports. Nyx is pretty strong, mostly because the game's sort of like slowed down and you can find more pickoffs, so they're probably playing more pickoffs in my opinion.
But do you think that just because they're a little bit slower, you have this slash from the offlane or the mid lane to actually push the tempo, and then Nyx can actually set up, run behind the towers, Chen can actually force, be that meat shield for Edict? It's doable, right? But I do like their bans quite a lot, like Pudge and the Alchemist. Okay, the Lifestealer pick. Ooh, that's a little bit aggressive from EG, I would say, right? Like they're going a little bit all in earlier on.
A little bit, yeah. They're relying on, we're going to play this, Ember has a good game, Lifestealer gets a couple items, and we want to try and fight and win the game before Naga even gets to her items, because like Naga v Lifestealer, even in pubs, like Naga in pro pubs is beating Lifestealer consistently. Like this isn't like some, gotcha, your carry's going to have a bad game.
Is there some sort of an item build that you can go for, like back in the day, maybe a Mjolnir or something like that? Probably not.
Suggest some Radiant situation here?
I hope not.
I mean, maybe a Radiance or Maelstrom.
There was a time in which you would go for Radiance. Like, why is Pudge even banned out here? Because naturally he builds items that are good versus Naga, right? Can Lifestealer do the same? Probably
in
not.
theory, yes, because the items don't feel too bad on this hero. It's actually so hard to think.
I mean,
can
it
you
might
hear Slacks too?
I can hear Slacks. It's kind of nice though, you know, if you're going to have if you're going to go crazy, get a voice in your head that's really.
I just thought I was going crazy.
No, you're not. That's because I know Slacks is going to. We're going to be lucky after this because we are going to get an interview with the Beastcoast coach. But the last pick then coming out from Beastcoast is going to be that Brewmaster, and you know, don't worry, it takes years, but you can ignore Slacks. So
after a while,
yeah, it's okay. But we have him on the drip when we need him. So. Who do you like at the end of this draft for game 2?
I think EG's put a lot of pressure on themselves to execute, and I think the simplicity of this puts Beastcoast in a more favourable position, especially how they executed game 1.
Okay.
I really like the last pick Brew to just complement the lineup and wanting to fight. I think this Lifestealer could just ignore the Maelstrom stuff and go Deso, and then they just try and push towers with the Beastmaster Lifestealer and let Ember deal with Naga.
I care no drafts. Bold energy from Slacks was too strong.
Okay.
I'm going for game 3.
We've heard him over here, and we're excited for you guys to chat with Slacks because he is going to have an interview with Beastcoast. Let's see how they feel about game 2.
Thank you so much. Hello, guys. I am here with Guachi, the manager, and Ray Kill, the coach of Beastcoast. Thank you so much for taking time. So, want to ask you, a lot of comfort heroes coming through on this draft, the Chen, the Nyx. I believe you guys have not been beaten on your Nyx yet. So, I want to know just how confident you were going into this game.
Estamos piqueando héroes que son muy comfort para nosotros. Hasta ahora creo que no hemos perdido ningún juego con Nyx. También piqueamos el Naga y el Chen. ¿Qué tan confiante estás con este draft?
Bastante confiado, ¿no? O sea, sé que ellos darán lo mejor de sí y responderán bien, pues. Bastante bien.
Well, we are very confident. I know they're going to play the best they can. So I believe in them, and that's pretty much it. We're confident.
All right. Well, we are absolutely happy to hear it. Thank you so much for that first incredible game. And we are ready to watch another incredible game to follow it up. Let us pass it on over to Owen and Font.
Thank you very much, Slacks. Yes, the game underway now here. Game 2 between Evil Geniuses and Beastcoast. Fog. This is Evil Geniuses' last chance, right? If they don't hold on here, that is it for them. And after such an incredible group stage, which if anything just gives more credit to how well Thunder Awaken and now Beastcoast are playing against them, you know, what do EG have to do to try and get back that magic that they had days before?
They just have to just clean up this early game, right? It really, everything fell apart before the 15-minute mark, it felt like in the last game. So let's see if they can do it this time. They did go for this Ember again, which has been having some difficulties. Of course, we've seen a lot of these lane dominators been able to punish the Ember so much. See what Abed's going to be able to do this time. It can be a little difficult versus the Lesh, but you can still, you know, do a lot with your Flame Guard and with your slide dodges and stuff like that. So we'll see how he fares versus the Lesh. And in the mid game, right? Because Ember, Nyx Assassin can be really troublesome to play this Ember in a lot of situations.
Excited to see sort of how the carry matchup works this time around. It's the second time today that we will have seen a Lifestealer played into an illusion carry. Earlier we had it against a PL. Worked out, I believe they're right, with the Armlet into Miona build. I imagine we're going to see sort of a similar direction being taken by Arteezy this game. Do you like sort of that approach in terms of what carry to pick into an Argus Siren lineup?
I think people just also, you want to make sure you get like this good lane as well, and it's a hero that actually can, you know, like you said, you itemize, you will be able to withstand the pressure of these illusions at some point. So I think it can work, and he also does have, it's not like it's just him on his own, right? He does have the Ember as well too, so if it was just a Lifestealer versus these illusion cores, then I'm always very worrisome. But even earlier we saw when it was the Lifestealer versus the PL, he had like an Earth Shaker, he had all these different elements to help him as well too. So I think it's, you know, it's not always like the best pick to deal with the illusions, but if you have some other complements, it can work out fine. So we'll see how that all goes. And yeah, I'm going to be looking a lot at Abed. I think last game, it was one of the rougher games I think I've ever seen from him. So let's see how much pressure, of course, from that.